We are live, chat. Oh my god. Well, I should probably mute myself because of fucking stupid noise shit, bro. Let me check on the phone. Well, that's the thing. I can't hear it on the
Oh,
phone,
I
bro.
hear it now. I hear it. I hear it. I hear it.
Oh, it could be because I went in the game.
Oh my god, I hear it so bad. Ear piercing. Yeah, I do. Slightly only when you talk. Way better than what it was before, though. No, I don't hear it. My bad. I was locked in. Yeah, it probably is. Yeah, I don't hear anything. Yeah.
Yo, chat. You're testing 1 2 1 2. Well, I can't really know if this fixes it until I end the stream, but I think I fixed the electrical current fucking dog whistle noise. Yo, yo, yo. Yo, yo, yo. Wait, why can't I hear anything? Yo, yo, yo. Testing, testing. Yo, yo, yo. Testing, testing. Yeah, I don't hear it. Well, I never heard it on the phone either. That was what was weird. I only heard it when I like listened back to the stream afterwards.
Yeah.
It's just like you were just saying right now, like, oh my god, it's so bad. So bad listening back. Like my past probably 10 streams have just been that. It's awful, dude. Yeah, let's see if I... Okay, that's fucked. I need to fix this. Damn, okay. Well, good to know. I'm gonna have to add a different light uh, reflection probe up here just for that, but... I finished this section. Well, we didn't finish the whole section, but I got the bridge built. Parking garage done. I didn't even, like, that's why I didn't even check to see if everything was properly lit. That's why this is all fucked up. I just built it and hopped on stream instantly after it was done building. But I think everything should be good over here. Right? Let's see how it looks from here. Yeah, this all looks pretty good, man. Pretty good. Pretty good. Okay. Why is the lighting like that? Why is it clipped like that? Must be the lighting probe. You can't see that though. Yeah, you can't see it from in game. Fuck it. Damn, the darkest shit right here. Darkest shit right here too. Fuck, man. Alright, I'm not gonna fix lighting on stream because it just took like an hour and a half to build, so do that when I get off, but let's see. Is everything, this is still fucked up? How, bro? Something is making light seep through this door. But what? There's no cracks. The fuck, man? Lighting is a pain in the ass. Well, I'm gonna have to figure out how to fix that later. Alright, today though, we're gonna... What are we gonna do today on stream?
Let's fucking go, dude. We won.
Let's go. 2 dubs.
GG, 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 GG. Thank you, gentlemen, so much. Finally, bro.
The lighting... Okay, the lighting is good on this side. You won't see that from back here, so that's okay. Does it fuck up inside of here? No. Okay. Yeah, man. Alright, so basically everything except for this little top piece, but that's a quick fix. Everything else, though, is looking pretty good, man. Pretty good. I tell you what. Today, what are we gonna build today, man?
A giant functioning dildo.
Okay, dude. Someone ban him from the chat right now, bro. What the fuck? Are you dead ass?
Nah.
Someone ban this guy. That's TOS.
Build on.
I gotta finish the bridge, but that's gonna take like literally like 2 minutes. I just have to copy the archway and paste it at the end of the bridge and extend my skybox so it doesn't cut it out. But other than that, dude, this whole corner is done basically. I mean, I have to build some like terrain in the background over here on these mountains, like just add trees. But shit, man. This whole section is done, bro. I never thought I'd get to this point. Next up, um, what is next? Oh yeah, did this lighting build properly? It did. Ooh, that looks crispy with that shadow. Okay, okay. And it fixed the green light, dude. Oh my god, the mysterious green light that was just there for no reason is finally gone, dude. Let's go. Okay. It must be something inside of here that was doing that. Okay. I do have to finish detailing the bank, but that could be for another day. That's for the detailing stream when I go all around the map and finish detailing everything. Because there's like slight details I gotta add on everything. some grime and shit like that, some debris, some foliage. I might do the foliage today. Awful lot of trees and rocks and mountains, fucking grass, bushes. Cause this is really the only thing I have left. Just this one corner, the back right of the bank, like in between the church and the bank. I gotta fill this up a lot. What to do? What to do, man? I'm just glad I got this whole section done last night. Well, I do have to do the bridge, but everything other than the bridge is done, which is very nice, very nice. It was like 9 a.m. and I was like, bro, I'll just finish the bridge tomorrow, bro. It's too much. Why am I still on here?
Ooh, my goodness, what is that? It looks like it's made of flesh.
So you really don't hear nothing,
No.
nothing bad at all?
Nope.
Oh my god, bro. Let's fucking go, dude. It just can't be wireless for now. It could be my Bluetooth, like, transmitter or whatever. Receiver or whatever it's called on my computer. I might have to, like, get a new one or some shit. Maybe it's not, strong enough or something. I don't even know. I don't know how that Bluetooth shit work, man. This is my first time ever having something like this. I've
Yeah,
always
I
been
never had a
wired.
Bluetooth headset, so
What do you say?
I never had a Bluetooth headset either.
Yeah. It says online too, a lot of people have the same problem with it. But nobody said just plug it in wired. I was like, fuck it, bro, it's about to die anyways. I might as well just plug it in with it wired up. And just get rid of the Bluetooth. It's so ass though, bro. Like, I've spent 200 on this headset, bro.
Yeah, that's good.
Well, 180, but same shit.
Yeah, no, it's fucked.
Fuck it though. If that fixes it, bro, I'll just use Bluetooth when I'm like off stream or like alone, just listening to music. Cause I don't
Yeah.
hear it. That's the main thing that be confusing me. I'll hear it like sometimes, but not like how you would hear it or how the
Yeah.
stream hears it.
It sounds crazy.
I know, bro. After I listened back because I was like, I didn't know what to write in the description for the stream. I was like, let me just like skim through and see what I actually did in the game. And then I had the sound on and I just heard it, bro, like nonstop ear piercing dog whistle. And I was like, bro, this is really bad. Let me look at the past streams I've done. And bro, it's like the last 10 have been like that. Just trash, cause like,
Look what this dude 100 said to me.
oh god. What do you
N-word,
say?
you're dumb, little dummy boy, suck my dick, it's not insurance, it's me, stupid.
Wow. So he's been robbing all your weaponry.
No, he's like, because like it pops up in my messages that I have notifications, and I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? And I kept clicking it just right now, trying to get rid of it until I noticed that hundreds is the reason notification is there. So that's why he did that. So that one day when he's not here, that would
Wow.
happen. He's a
Wow.
little
What
piece
a
of shit.
yeah, what a piece of dirt, dude. What the fuck?
He's a piece of shit.
I'm gonna get a good gun to do an inspect of to post on my story. Live now, type beat. Insta kill. I wish I could inspect the honey badger, man. It's the only gun in the game I can't inspect because it's too old. But it's Pablo Sativa's weaponry. I gotta keep it. And I like the honey badger too. I swapped out every other gun though because I want them all to be inspectable. Maybe I could, and I probably could throw it into Maya and animate it myself, but it sounds like a lot. I've really got to fix the lighting right here, bro. My light probes are all types of fucked. I wish I could do a shape that isn't a box. Oh, this is fucked too. Oh my god. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Damn, bro.
There you go. I'm not afraid of a little blood.
Oh my god. What do we do today, man? What do we do?
The harnessing of electricity is one of the greatest achievements in the history of science.
It's kind of crazy. Like, I'm basically done, bro. Did not think this was ever gonna happen, honestly.
I'm invincible. I can't be vinced. I'm invincible. Who's trying to vince me? Is invincible even a thing?
There's lots of bandits out there. You need to send to hell.
A drawing manifests itself in reality. I've seen it before.
I'm off the shit. I'll catch you later.
GG's, brother.
There are forces at work beyond even my understanding.
Good luck with the map creation.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, dog. Oh, he's gone. Put your fist into the air and raise a bunch of guns. There's lots of bandits out there. You need to send to hell. Damn, that shotgun's fire.
At least I know what's in store for me.
Speed, cola, speeds, a little of your life.
Time waits for no man, and this man has no time to wait. What sorcery is this?
Put your fist into the air and raise a bunch of guns. There's lots of bandits out there. You need to send to
Your
hell.
forces work beyond even my understanding.
Ow! Oh, I could check and see if did I fix this?
Time waits for no man, and this man has no time to wait.
I did. Let's go. Got the nail gun. Chat, what we gonna work on today, man? What are we gonna work on? I'm so glad I fixed that noise shit. That was like my biggest concern. Where's the box? Okay. Let's hit the box a couple times. I want to get like a cool gun to inspect for the promo on the story. Blunderbuss could be cool. Need a cool inspect though. Let's see. Let's see what we got. Intervention. You can't inspect this, sadly. Ooh, grease gun is tough.
Oh, it scratched me. Well, is that going to get infected?
Where should I take this thumbnail? Where should we do the thumbnail today? I love how that door swings open. It's so fire. Standing up and up and up. Standing up and up and up. Sounds like a standing up time. Oh yeah. This could be cool. Standing up and up and up and up. Standing up and up. And you wanna keep on moving when you need that vitamin D. Baby, know you want me. Let's run the extra mile. Open your eyes and I'll make you see. Stamming up and up sounds like a stamming up time. Where's the zombie at, bro? I can hear him. I know he's right around the corner. Get over here already, bro.
Could you just not do that? I think you spread yourselves a little thin there.
Why does it take so long, man? You know I just got smoked, bro. I'm gonna save that one, but I need a better boomerang, man.
So, I'm supposed to just take this? Always need the right tool for the job. My job's hurting people. This looks too fucking weird not to be important.
Oh yeah, this is way more tough.
You think I ain't been in a hard fight before?
Oh my god. I can't even move with all these motherfuckers.
Time to cash in.
You need the better weapon. Better weapon to inspect.
Give me that fucking gun.
Wish you could inspect the thunder gun, that would be so fire.
This thing's a light.
I thought you could inspect this one. I could just do some shit like this. Sorry, chat. I'm taking so long just to do this. That wasn't even it, man. That wasn't even it. I don't know, man. Where should I do this? Hold on, chat. Let me cook. Let me cook, okay? Let me cook one time. God damn it. I keep fucking up. Maybe I should have a different weapon. Oh my god. bad, chat. My bad, my bad, my bad. Let me just post the link real quick. Why is this like this though? Cause it don't look like that. Oh yeah, I haven't checked this since. Oh yeah, that looks way better too than what was there originally. Okay, okay, okay. Oh my god, imagine you can do that. I think I put a clip there though. They was all waiting.
I gotta watch my weight.
Alright, chat, so today, we are going to work on, what are we gonna work on, man? What are we gonna work on? Oh, building the light did fix that shadow. That one's still a little bit fucked up, but you can't see it from outside, or from inbounds, so we're good on that. This shit came out fire too. I'm glad it came out well. The lighting and everything. Again, you only be able to see it from right here, but it looks so good from right here. That's all that matters. And from up here, I guess, too. Yeah, not too shabby, not too shabby at all. I wish it lit the cars up better. Maybe I could, like, place the cars better. 'Cause you can't really see what's going on in there from over here. I bet if you had a sniper, though, and, like, aimed in, like, right here.
Give me that.
Give me a
I
snipe.
ain't got time to go looking for anything better.
You can kind of see what's going on, but I think I'm going to flip that car around so it lights it up better, maybe. I gotta fix this. This is really bad. That's a quick fix, though. I gotta fix the clipping on this, too. Like, I might as well just let you be able to jump over this. I think this is stupid. So I'm gonna fix that. We really got a zone, but like, yo, I should try.
Anyone think to check the expiration date on this shit?
In plain sight isn't what I thought it was. I thought I had, anywhere but here. I wanted to see how that gobble gum worked.
I like how we just engage without questioning where they come from.
Alright, today I think we're gonna do this whole area. I'm gonna finish building up this building. I wanna do like some New York apartment, like some like Brooklyn apartments for the buildings here. And probably down here as well. So it's like this way and this way. Won't be playable. He'll be blacked off from like right here, but we'll be able to see it all from both in the AFK room and whoa, that's not good. I never knew that did that. Alright, I'm gonna have to fix that. I think that happened once I put these little beams up. Okay, well. That's probably the first thing we're fixing. Yeah, today we're gonna build out this whole section. Make these Bible doors. Have them swing open on both sides of the church. And then the church is basically done, other than I do have to import Vulture Aid, which I might do. I might try to do that again today and see if we could get it to work. Because I need the Black Ops 6 Vulture Aid and Double Tap, like, for sure. I need those. Last time I tried to import it, wait, where is this coming from? Right here? Where's this little beam of light coming from? It's seeping through. Wow, okay. Wait. I don't really want this here, so. Let's find the source. It's right here. If I add something, that'll block that. It's so crazy how the light reflects. Oh yeah, how does this look now? Still a little tiny beam of light. That looks cool though. I'm cool with that. I do gotta fix that. And it's not the worst, but I think I should detail this a lot more too. I feel like the hospital's so bland. It's like just one big block. I gotta add like some trim or something to it. I gotta fix that too. It shouldn't cut off like that. That's a whole stream though, fixing all the lighting all around the map. Like this. Like, bro, what is that? Why is there just a line of shadow? Where's that even coming from? Why is it... What? That must be from this fence. Right? It's gotta be. Alright, so first thing first, we're gonna finish building the bridge out. I gotta extend the skybox again, because as you can see, it's cutting it off. It does go all the way. Like, it goes all the way to here on this side, but the skybox cuts it out. So we gotta fix that. Gotta extend it on this side too to finish the mountain, so forget. Yeah, we're gonna do the bridge, and after we finish the bridge up, we will do this whole section. We got a lot to do over here. It's all like woods though, so it won't be that bad, I don't think. Hopefully. I'm gonna just do some shit like this one. I gotta get this a lot more wooded up here. Just add mad trees and shit. Awful lot of foliage. Awful lot of it. Is the power on? No. Is it gonna teleport? But did I fix this too? I did, but like it needs to be fixed more. That's another stream though. That's another stream. Yeah, so we gotta fill this section up and all that. I'm thinking I just build like a probably like up to here maybe. Oh, whoa. Oh, well, yeah, I didn't extend this lighting out any further. I'll have to do that once I build the rest, but maybe I'll do like a little mini parking lot right here. So you'll only be able to come to like right here. So, oh, yeah, you could definitely see it from right here. I'll do like a little parking lot. And then like some fenced in area, woods back there. Like this whole area will be wooded. Cause yeah, you can see it from right here as well. Yeah, we gotta fill that whole section up. And then I gotta do this area too. There's a lot to be done. Whoa, I didn't know this was down here. I gotta delete that. I don't need that no more. And I gotta fix the top of the church. Like this shit looks all fucked up. Not that I know how to use verts correctly though. I could fix it pretty easy. Well, not super easy, but you can definitely make it better. Yo, this came out so fire, bro. Damn. The clock tower looks so fire. All I have to do for the clock tower is just add the bell inside of here. Maybe put like window panes or something. There is an IRL, but it's kind of just open like this IRL. I do have to detail the top more, but I might just keep it like that low key. It looks pretty good like that. I don't know. We'll see, we'll see. The billboard too looks pretty cool. This shit came out fire though. I think I'm gonna push this car back so it's like really right under the light so you can see what it is. What is that? I added that? I don't even remember adding that to the wall. It looks good though. What? Okay. What's cooking up? Damn, that's tough actually. I gotta add more of that on the corners and shit. I do have to add more shit on this wall as well. It's very bland. On both sides actually. This one doesn't really matter as much because it's a lot darker over here. You won't really see it as much, but I gotta add some shit for that. We're getting very, I would say we're like 80, like 80 to 85% done with the map. Building wise. Structurally wise, we are, oh, I gotta finish the casino too. I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I'm gonna extend it up like one more level maybe. Or just add a roof. Like a cool roof type of setup. I don't even know, honestly. And I gotta add billboards as well to these. It's kind of weird because you can't like apply it on, right onto this. So I have to like add something inside of it. Kind of like in between the glass like this. Gotta add like a white brush. But like wrapped around. It's kind of weird because it's curved. I'll have to figure out how to do that. I gotta add light probes up here too. A box right here. And right here. So this isn't like that. Because you shouldn't see it. It'll look a lot better when I add it. This is AFK rooms basically done. I just gotta make the designs for these. And maybe detail the bathroom a little bit more. I don't know actually. Doesn't really matter. But I gotta light up the slot machine. Gotta just put a light on top of it. Kinda like how they are down here. So you can see it all nice and well. Did I add the... Yeah, I did, okay. But yeah, man. We are getting close to the end of this map, dude. That's kind of crazy to think about. I've been working on it for... since, October of last year. Pretty crazy to think about, man. I gotta finish this too. And like, yeah, I gotta do some shit back here. I'll add like trash cans. That's all I really need to do for that. And maybe make this like an alleyway kind of situation. You won't be able to see it. So it won't really matter that much. I just need to get like, let's see actually. This is like the most you can see. I gotta go that far back with it. I fixed this. So now you can't jump over this anymore. I think it'd be too difficult to zone properly. Why is this just floating, bro? What the fuck? That's weird. Tree's fucked up. Oh, you guys want to come in? I can't let you in from this side. I do have to fix that. It goes way too far in. Yeah, I gotta fix both of these. This one swings so much. I don't know why. I fucked that shit up. But this one's perfect. Look at that. Beautiful. I just gotta add some clipping right here. So you can't just walk right through the gate, but we gonna get that situated. I should low-key take a picture of it so I know exactly where to clip. So let me do that real quick. Okay. This one's kind of hard to see. Why is it? Oh my god. Fuck it. Oh, why is it all clipping all crazy on the ground? That's not supposed to happen? Why is it doing that? That must be like a graphical issue. If I go high on everything. Yeah, okay, it is some graphic shit. We got some low quality ammo. Motherfucking shit. I don't know why it does that though, it shouldn't do that. Even with low graphics. Alright though, let me put that back to medium. My PC can't even handle that shit, I ain't gonna lie. Ain't even gonna lie to you. Alright, what am I doing, man? How long have I been in here for? An hour already? Let's get into the map. Let's get right into the map, man. We got a lot to do today. Day 102. December 3rd. I want to get everything done by the 15th. Or day 115. Because then that's the next devlog. Or, that's what I'm planning to be the next devlog. Well, it not planning. It definitely will be. I just won't. Once I hit day 115, I'm not going to be streaming for a little bit. Because I'm going to be like filming and editing the whole devlog. I got a lot of updates since the last one. Because the last devlog was day 30. And now we're in the hundreds. So got a lot of content to cover. It's gonna take forever to build. Oh, we already in this bitch? Let's go. Alright. Wait, I'm gonna read the Discord real quick and see if someone sent anything. Damn, nobody sent that. I want to bump some tunes, but I'm a little scared, man. I heard someone lost their whole channel for copyrighted music. Transit cruise in the dark ether? Hold on now. I gotta get some vids to really lock in. There's a zombies podcast? That's kind of fire. I'll fucking beat, but we're gonna get some shit done, I swear. I swear we're gonna get some shit done. Oh my god, bro. YouTube really hates me and my ad blocker, bro. Why is it so loud? Alright, fuck it. I gotta add this probe right here. It's been well overdue. Or long overdue, however you want to say it. Don't gotta be nothing crazy, but like it needs something here. Here as well. Shit. At the same height? Yep, okay. Yeah, I need some shit like that. That should, fix this issue. I'm not building late though, so we won't find out for a little while. Let me pull this over here. I could realistically just pull this up. Fuck it, I'll just copy paste. This will probably be easier. Okay, okay. Let me go like that. Just gonna cover up all that shit. Boom. Okay, not bad, not bad. Could be better, but we're getting there. You gotta do some touch-ups. Couple touch-up. Little bit of touch-up. Okay, let me add that here. Like these. Like a that. Okay. Very nice, very nice. Oh yeah, I gotta fix, I think it's these that are causing the issue. I just gotta Umbra target only. Let me copy that so I can do it quicker. Add that. Add KVP here. Another KVP here. I doubt that one little beam will cause an issue. Could though, but I don't think so. I think it's trying to see through these fences that are making that happen. Or the game trying to see through it. Thinking it's not transparent. Alright. Oops. I didn't mean to do that to this. Delete that KVP. What's a KV? Oh, key value pair. Okay. Interesting. Muy interesante. And I'm gonna do it to these sliding doors as well, just in case that's the issue. Okay. Fuck it, I'll do it to the blinds as well. Alright, now we're done with that. Next up is these doors. You gotta make these viable. Let me. Oh god, I hear the fucking. I hear the noise in my ear, bro. Why is it doing that? I don't hear it now, though. Okay, that's fucking weird, bro.
And reimaginings are kind of a weird thing because it's like, how close or accurate do you make it?
Bro. About to lose my mind, dude. I'm gonna just mute my mic, chat. Just cause I don't know if it is only in my ear now or if it's doing it on stream. So just mute and play some videos.
Get to the original experience? How much creative liberty do you take when trying to reimagine some kind of original piece of media to still either retain the original experience or go completely in your own direction? And with Call of Duty Zombies maps, we've seen a lot of remakes or reimagines or even straight up remasters over the years. And today specifically, I want to analyze the original Zombies map 5 from Black Ops 1 and compare it to its remastered counterpart in Black Ops 4 called Classified. What I want to do is analyze the structure of both of these maps and figure out why, even though Classified is basically the same map, just expanded a little bit with extra rooms and a couple of different features, why it feels so incredibly different to the original experience that is 5. It's not quite as simple as old map good, new map bad. There's quite a lot about Classified that I actually prefer to the original experience that is 5, that I feel like the original experience maybe is sort of dry or bland or misses the mark on, but there's a lot of things in Classified that I think they just kind of remade the layout of the map without actually understanding what it was that made 5 charming initially, or at least what its purpose was in the context of that game. Before we get too deep in this though, we gotta pay the bills real quick. HelloFresh is the #1 meal service in America for a reason. One of the most challenging things about our modern lives when it comes to food is being able to maintain a healthy but fun and reasonably priced diet. With HelloFresh, they're able to deliver high-quality pre-portioned meals directly to your door. There are times when I'm really hungry and would like some food, but a trip to the grocery store is kind of a drive for me, and fast food is obviously not the most healthy option and can be pretty expensive. So that's where HelloFresh is one of the best options for someone like me, and I'm sure many of you guys too. Not only that, but you'll get free breakfast for life when your HelloFresh membership is active. There are some mornings where I just don't feel like cooking anything, but I would like some breakfast, and that's where HelloFresh will always have something for you there, so I don't have an excuse anymore. But the most important thing is that you can customize your meal plan to reach the goals and to eat the things that you want. You should only be getting foods that you would actually like to eat, and HelloFresh will take care of all of that prep work and portioning, and all of that, hassle going to the grocery store is eliminated. Use the QR code on screen or check the link in the description to sign up for HelloFresh today, and if you use my code, you'll get 10 free meals up front to see if you like it, and still free breakfast for life. So thank you to HelloFresh Fresh for sponsoring this video today, and go check them out. I had this kind of weird realization that 5 is actually the first true Black Ops 1 Zombies map, and you might say Kino der Toten was, but Kino was made for World at War. It was actually supposed to be on that game, but it wasn't due to time constraints, and so, you know, it was sort of built for that game in those systems, but 5 was the first ever Zombies map that was built specifically for Black Ops 1 systems, and they tried to introduce a couple of new things, but of course 5 is not the most complex map. It doesn't have its own unique perk. There's not really, you know, a whole main Easter egg or anything of the sort, but 5 does still have a few unique features that I think set the groundwork for the sandbox that would be the rest of the Zombies maps in Black Ops 1, but I do think it can be credited as being the first ever BO1 map, as weird as that is to think about. Now, with that context in mind, of course 5 still does appear right alongside Kino der Toten in Black Ops 1, but the method in which you unlock it is also worth talking about. Usually, for most people, you're not going to have access to 5 when you load up Black Ops 1 until you've beaten the campaign. They wanted to retain that same spirit of unlocking a new Zombies map after you've beaten the single player experience. However, in Black Ops 1, you can forcibly unlock 5 using the computer in the back of the room when you're in the interrogation chair, so you can kind of skip that whole process if you want to, but the point is, it's not a map that you initially have access to right off the bat, and so while most people figured out how to eventually unlock 5, there's still a non-zero percentage of people out there that never actually unlocked this map for their game, so it was a little bit more of a secret, and because this is kind of a secret bonus map and not the on-disc experience per se, they took some risks with this one, and they went a little bit more hardcore than Kino der Toten. I think it's fair to characterize Kino as the most casual on-disc Zombies map that we have on Black Ops 1, and 5 is kind of the slightly more challenging hardcore map. Now, obviously it's learnable, and 5 isn't incredibly hard if you sort of know what you're doing, obviously, but that's not really the point. For newer players and people maybe just jumping into Zombies for the first time, 5 is going to be a very oppressive map, and it is known for its challenge in some ways. 5 used to have, or still does have, a reputation for being one of the most difficult maps in Call of Duty Zombies, and that is for a few very particular reasons, namely down to some of its design choices, where I think Classified doesn't have almost any of those. Before we take apart the design choices that make this map very charming and difficult in some ways, I do want to quickly talk about the story premise for each and every map, because they are a little bit different. Obviously, both of these maps take place in the Pentagon. However, they play with very different crews between Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 4. In the original version of 5, you play as John F. Kennedy, Robert McNamara, Richard Nixon, and Fidel Castro. This makes for an incredibly strange yet charming experience where these world leaders who would never actually get along in real life, and the whole premise for them being together in the first place is the fact that there is a war and they aren't getting along, but now they're forced to cooperate and fend off against the zombies. That's kind of a fun premise. However, in Classified, this is more a smaller piece in the much bigger Ether story that was reaching its conclusion. It was setting up the Great War, and where we see Primus and Ultimus kind of meet for the first time. It's very much intertwined in the overall bigger Zombies narrative, whereas 5 is kind of just this fun little standalone moment in the zombie storyline. The takeaway here, though, is that this is the only map this crew ever appears on where we have these like presidents on this map, and obviously we would see Ultimus and Primus that are featured on Classified on virtually every map in Black Ops 3 and 4, so it's not really as unique as far as the crew goes on Classified, but it was a very core part of the experience on the original map of 5. Not to mention the obvious differences in tone and feel of the original 5 intro versus the Classified intro. They're going for something totally different, and I do think that kind of encapsulates what the map design is like a little bit as well in some ways, but when we get into it, 5 has a very deliberate design for a lot of its level layout and a couple of very smart choices that I think make this map feel the way it does that Classified does not have at all. 5's unique charm and mechanics can be seen immediately upon starting a game, where the barriers of the windows are not just wooden boards at first, they're actually these glass windows that you can break yourself, and you can start rebuilding them to get points immediately. And this doesn't make a big difference, but all of the first, initial barriers in the game are glass, and upon breaking them, then obviously they're going to be boarded up with wood. But what's interesting is some of these little things that make 5 its own experience. Again, might seem like a small, insignificant feature, but it it provides a very different sound and thus experience in those first couple of rounds when the zombies are breaking through the glass instead of ripping down boards. It just feels very different, and it was certainly unique for the time. To my knowledge, this is one of the only barrier systems that is different than the traditional boards. I believe that there's a few other maps, like where you can break the windows still, that then will be boarded up with wood, but 5 really introduced that, and I think it was very charming here. I think a lot of the challenge, or the perceived challenge of 5, is due to the fact that it really does choke you out of resources for the first couple of rounds and very much encourage map exploration. In the starting room, there's not really many good viable weapon options. You have the M14 and you have the Olympia, and those are kind of trash for the initial spawn room. Now, this is a moment where 5 and Classified differ tremendously. We'll get to Classified in a second, but in 5, you only have one option where to go to continue map exploration. You need to open up this hallway over on the right that leads you to the elevator hallway. However, in Classified, you have the option to go into these back rooms that in 5 are inaccessible. So it does obviously open up a little bit of different options for you, but in 5, you need to go this way because it's a very deliberate choice for progression. Now, the elevator hallway is quite interesting because in 5, I really feel like that moment where the zombies are starting to get too overwhelming because your weaponry sucks, you have this moment of reprieve in the elevator where you like get away from them and you feel like you escaped the horde, and it doesn't last too long as you open up in the war room next. Now, what's very interesting here as well between these two maps is that in 5, there is absolutely no way that you can get the mystery box without having first entered the laboratory, but in Classified, you can actually access the mystery box right off the bat from these back rooms potentially, or if you go straight into the war room, the mystery box can be on your right before you even turn on the power. This is a very different approach to 5, where the only way you can actually get to the best weaponry in the game is by diving into the most dangerous area, which is of course the laboratory, which you find by going into the second bigger elevator out of the war room. Once you enter the laboratory, you also aren't really guaranteed to know where the box is as well unless you're a little bit clever. You can look through these windows to try to see if the mystery box is in there, but you need to turn on the power to lift these visors so that you can see which room the box will be in. Now, there are a couple of better weapons on the wall inside of the laboratory, but still, the point is, in order to access like the actual good guns in the game, you most certainly have to access the laboratory and go into this very dangerous area to acquire it. Whereas I feel like in Classified, they don't really make you do that. Number one, you have access to your specialist weapon right off the bat, but you can also get the mystery box from the back rooms or from the war room without ever touching the labs at all. I mean, obviously you need to get there to like build things and turn on the power in that map, but it's a little bit different. In 5, there's a very like deliberate risk reward going on. Once you turn on the power in the labs as well is when you finally start getting the Nova crawlers to spawn. These are a very dangerous enemy type, especially in the close quarters of the labs, because upon killing them, they release this toxic gas that will blind and slow you down a little bit. Now, there are a few ways you can kill these things without making them explode. For example, you can knife them, or you can kill them with the ray gun, which will cause them to not blow up, making them a lot more manageable to deal with and making the ray gun feel even better by comparison. But the point is, the laboratory is by far the most dangerous area in this game. However, it is also where the best reward is to be found in the mystery box as well. Now, you can hit the mystery box enough to move it, and it can leave the laboratory. It can go back upstairs to the offices, or it can go into the war room, but initially it will always spawn in the laboratory, meaning that you at least need to get the power turned on before you can start interacting with that, and then you have access to perks and all that other stuff. Once you get the power on, you now have a few more options open up to you to get around the map. You can use the elevator to get back to the war room or the offices upstairs, or you can start taking the teleporters that now appear a little bit around the map. There's one up in the office, there's one in the war room, and there's a few down in the laboratory. The thing with 5's teleporters is that, yes, they do have a probability to take you to either the offices or the war room. You can't really control that, however, but they seem to be weighted and skewed heavily in favor of the labs. Most likely, what's going to happen if you jump through one of these lab teleporters is you're just going to end up in a different part of the lab, and you're going to be running around scrambling, trying to figure out where you are. It's also very interesting because a lot of the lab's design looks very similar. Like visually, all of the rooms look incredibly identical down here. So it's a very disorienting and kind of confusing experience if you're just jumping from teleporter to teleporter, and especially with the chaotic chaoticness of the zombies chasing you, this can make for a very difficult and like heart-pounding situation. Now, let's say you do manage to escape the labs with a decent weapon, and if you're back in the war room, you now have access to turn these DEFCON panels. Now, these don't initially like tell you outright what these do. In fact, I'm sure a lot of people probably didn't even understand what these are for or could even find all of them. However, there's a couple of panels around the room that you can flip, and then once you get to the highest DEFCON, you can start using the teleporter that will not take you to the labs, the office, or the war room, but it will take you to a unique place called the Panic Room, and in here can be found the Pack-a-Punch machine. What I also really like about the Panic Room, specifically in 5 compared to Classified, is that, again, it's kind of like the elevator where you have this small moment of reprieve where you feel like you're in a little bit of a safe room. Like it is truly like a lockdown panic room where there's all of this chaoticness going outside. Maybe there's a horde right outside the door. You've got just a couple of safe, quiet moments to catch your breath, to pack-a-punch your gun, to get yourself and your team ready again to take on the horde. And it's just this like slowing down in the gameplay, this kind of slight relief of tension that makes the nonstop action more exciting. I also really like that moment where, you know, when the DEFCON panels are counting down, you can hear the horde outside of this door, and then they fly open and they all start pouring in, and you know, take them on with your upgraded weapon that you just now pack-a-punched. That's really fun, as opposed to going to the Panic Room in Classified, where it's not really the safe space, and the door, that big front door, is already open by the time you get in there, so you don't really have that push and pull, that give and take moment. Now, Pack-a-Punch is obviously not unique to 5. It had appeared on Kino der Toten and also Doris, but let's talk about the most unique feature of 5, which is its special rounds, the Pentagon Thief. Now, this is, I think, what made 5 the map memorable, to be honest. Like, I think this is what people associate most closely with this map. It's easily the most unique feature it has to offer. Now, this is a special round unlike any other, where typically we were used to just getting hellhounds at this point, these dogs that would spawn in. The Pentagon Thief will spawn in, and he's kind of this laboratory coat wearing freak who spawns in and tries to run you down, and he'll jump through teleporters and try to chase you, and if he catches up to you, he will take one of your weapons and steal them. If he steals your gun, you have a little bit of time to kill him and get it back, otherwise it's gone forever. If you don't manage to kill the Pentagon Thief, then that weapon of yours is just simply non-existent. Now, that's of course not ideal. You don't want the Pentagon Thief to always be stealing your weapons every like 5 rounds or so. That would not be very fun. So there are unique ways of dealing with him, and there's a couple of unique mechanics that he has depending on how or where you kill him. For example, if you're actually able to kill the Pentagon Thief after he steals one of your weapons, you'll get that original gun back, plus you'll get a max ammo and a free fire sale, which is really nice if you want to keep spinning the box and try for something better. But even more importantly, this map has a pretty unique drop called a bonfire sale, which makes the Pack-a-Punch machine only 1,000 points. And in order to get this, you need to kill the Pentagon Thief before he even touches you or steals any weapons at all. If you can manage this, then you'll be able to immediately jump through the teleporter. The DEFCONs will be set to take you to the Panic Room, and you can upgrade guns for 1,000 points a pop, which is a huge save if you need points for, you know, other perks, or if you want to buy claymores or the Bowie knife or something like that. The point is, if you and your team can manage to deal with the Pentagon Thief, who will get a little bit more stronger each round and every time he appears as well, but if you can kill him before he touches anybody, then you get massively rewarded by a very cheap upgrade machine. That's amazing, and I think it's one of the most punishing features that Black Ops 1 Zombies has to offer, but it's simultaneously one of the most rewarding as well, and I think that in combination with a lot of 5's very deliberate choices make it feel a certain type of way. Now, outside of all this stuff that a first-time player will probably not be able to pick up on their first playthrough, like you're not going to understand how to deal with the Pentagon Thief, you're not going to understand the risk reward of getting to the lab all that much, right? Like this map requires a lot of experience, but more so, you're also not really able to take advantage of traps like you are in Kino der Toten, where you just turn on the power and then you can just start turning them on and running them. I feel like that's another factor to the perceived difficulty of 5, because a lot of people probably didn't know how to access the traps. You have these two kind of like metal detectors in the original, you know, spawn room up in the office, but in order to be able to turn them on, they require power boxes, and there are 2 of them in the map. There's one in the war room and then one downstairs in the labs, and you actually need these components in order to be able to access this. And once you can do that, the high round strategy of this map is pretty interesting. You pretty much just need a crossbow, and you can keep running these traps as long as you have points. But the moral of the story is that in order to access or get your hands on a lot of these really strong mechanics that the map has to offer, you do have to venture into the most dangerous parts. You have to go retrieve these components, you have to know where to place them, and then you also kind of need to know intuitively like how to run this trap effectively as well, because it's not so straightforward or obvious. 5 has a pretty steep learning curve, and outside of all of this stuff, I think it gives you a lot to chew on, but there really isn't a whole lot going on in this map outside of those things. There's not really any side Easter eggs to speak of. I mean, you do have the pig in the labs. That's cool, but you know, it's not really like anything crazy. But fundamentally, what 5 has to offer is a very challenging gameplay experience, and its replayability is found in the fact that you're supposed to kind of learn these small nuances of the map after multiple playthroughs. That's what is really driving replayability here. Maybe on your 5th playthrough, you find one of the parts for the trap that you didn't see before down in the labs, or maybe you kind of understand how to, maybe you find a spot to deal with the Pentagon thief where he's not able to touch you and you can keep farming these bonfire sales. It's these small nuances that I think really drive the replayability, not necessarily the content, because there isn't a whole lot going on in this map outside of these very core features, which I do think a lot of them are great, but you know, the map can feel kind of plain sometimes, especially in comparison to more modern COD Zombies maps. Now, that's kind of the design of 5. I want to compare it to Classified. Classified is kind of a weird map because it has almost the same layout as 5, with a few extra playable locations that weren't featured in the original experience, but it doesn't play like 5 at all, and part of that is due to Black Ops 4's unique new systems that the game introduced, but a lot of that is also just deliberate design choices that they either just, you know, failed to implement or just decided against. For example, that deliberate path that's baked into 5, where the only way forward is to buy into that elevator hallway. In Classified, however, you can go into that hallway initially, or you can access these back rooms right off the spawn that were previously inaccessible in the original map. This is interesting because I think a lot of us players back in the day wanted to know what was back in these rooms. Like, we wanted to access this when we were playing the original map of 5, but it was a non-playable space. In Classified, you can go back here and it has stuff in it, right? There's a lot of radios and wisps that you can hear Samantha, you know, talking and giving you storyline information. But more so than that, there's also a perk machine back here. There can be a mystery box spawn, and also there is a crafting bench and a couple of buildable pieces for a few different things. Now, to access a lot of the features of this map, it's a bit different than just simply turning on the power. You do need to build this teleporter device in order to get to Pack-a-Punch, and you also can build a zombie shield. I think it's these parts that really are supposed to drive you to explore the map, because turning on the power in Classified is far easier than it is on 5, because you have access to so many other resources that make it a little bit easier to get down there. It doesn't have that deliberate design where like you're kind of choked out on resources and the elevator is your first like moment of escape and you open up into the war room. If you have the box in the back rooms or even in the war room, you're pretty much like set and good to go to take on the labs before you even get there. So the balance, in my opinion, is a little bit off there, and I think a lot of that is just Black Ops 4 systems. Now, besides the back rooms area in the offices, there is another location that is opened up to us that wasn't previously accessible in 5. This back server room over in the war room can now be playable in Classified, and there are a couple of interesting things back here. There's a teleporter, there's a couple of these like film reels and radios and stuff like that. There's a mystery box location, but to be honest, this server room is kind of pointless to the overall like gameplay experience. A lot of it is just here for narrative and story reasons, but it's nice to be able to have this extra area, I suppose, but it does kind of change the flow and feel of that downstairs war room space, because that's kind of the only viable training area in 5, but when you open up this door, it kind of changes the rhythm. Now, you still turn on the power the exact same way, the visors open up and you have access to these other rooms, but again, the mystery box is not spawning there initially, or at least not usually, quickly, so sometimes you don't even really get the reward for turning on the power per se. And also, you'll notice that the teleporters are immediately different. They're now no longer a random teleport. You can actually choose where you want to go because these rotate every couple of seconds. You have 3 different icons indicating where you're going to go next. So you can control if you go to the offices, the war room, or the labs, which again, I guess from a gameplay perspective is nice, but in my opinion, it does take away a little bit of that chaotic charm that 5 was able to pull off. It's really going for that challenging, chaotic experience, and I think random teleporters suit that a bit more. Now, do I like being able to choose where I go? Honestly, it's convenient and it's nice, but is it the best option? I don't really know. One of the biggest differences between 5 and Classified is the Pack-a-Punch system. Again, in 5, you turn on all the death cons, it takes you to the panic room, and you have a safe couple of seconds in there to upgrade your weapon. However, in Classified, you turn all the death con panels. There is one actually now in the server room that wasn't there before, so the locations are slightly different, but when you activate all of those and go to the panic room, instead of getting Pack-a-Punch, you get a piece of a teleporter, which will give you access to Pack-a-Punch a bit later once you build that device on one of the workbenches. And upon putting that together and putting it downstairs in the center of the war room, every time you go to Pack-a-Punch now, it's going to take you to Groom Lake instead. Yes, the spawn room of Moon. This is obviously here for storyline and narrative reasons, but it is the same playable space as the original No Man's Land on Moon. However, this is where Pack-a-Punch is to be found, and so you can upgrade your weapons here, but what you're going to notice is that there's a lot of debris around this area, and much of it is not playable at first. What you have to do is survive a handful of rounds here, and every like 3 rounds or so, a little bit of the debris will disappear, meaning you can come and go as much as you please to upgrade more weapons, and, you know, eventually you survive long enough here, the entire playable space will open up. But the panic room is pretty much only useful for getting that initial teleporter piece, and also getting like a small thing for the Easter egg. When I said that 5 is one of the weirdest maps in Zombies, you're about to see why. I want to talk about Classified's Wonder Weapon quest and its, I guess, quote-unquote main Easter egg, because yes, it does have a main quest, but it's not acquired in any real traditional means or anything we've seen before, but it does have a little bit of an Easter egg, and it's typically to acquire the Winter's Howl for free, or what's called Project Scotty in this map. It is admittedly pretty neat. Like, you have to go around the map and do a couple of interesting little Easter egg steps to acquire a set of codes. One of them, you need to grab a key from downstairs where the original jug machine is. You gotta use it to unlock a drawer upstairs. You gotta throw a grenade at this teleporter to get another code. You gotta go into the panic room to move this TV to get another, and so on. Like, you kind of have to do these creative things to get these 4 different codes, and then you input them on the center console in the war room. When you do that successfully, it will say Project Scotty unlocked, and then when you go back to Groom Lake, you're gonna have this free box over in the back left corner that when you finally get access to it, when the debris clears, you'll get a bonfire sale, and then you'll get a free Winter's Howl. We'll talk about the Wonder Weapon in just a second, but this is kind of like the map's Easter egg, if you want to consider it that. However, it does have a main quest, but this is the most odd main quest we've ever seen in Zombies, because in order to get the cutscene, I guess legitimately, you need to get to round 150. Yes, not round 100, not round 50, 150. This is very doable by a couple of different means in Black Ops 4. I mean, you can sit in this room by the shield and like spam the Hellion Salvo and use Ragnaroks. There's very easy ways, albeit kind of time consuming, to get to round 150, but that's supposed to be the way that you trigger the cutscene in this map, which is very strange. I remember when I was in California at the reveal event for Black Ops 4, and a lot of the guys at Treyarch were talking about how they wanted to do like something special for the high round community and wanted to give them a reason to high round and like maybe tie some kind of story elements to it. And I can kind of see what they were going for. Like, it would be sort of cool to have something accessible to high rounders that would sort of advance the story. I see what they were going for on paper, but the execution of this in Classified was really weird. Not to mention, I think it was initially solved by people just like glitching it and stuff like that, and, you know, breaking the game, not getting it how it was intended to be acquired. So it was a very poor execution, but a sick idea on paper. It just didn't really work. dark. But there is like, you know, you have to differentiate the Wonder Weapon quest, which is kind of feels like a main quest, versus the actual like round 150 quest, which is how you get the cutscene. It's very odd. Now, speaking of very odd, there are a handful of like jump scares in COD Zombies, right? Like you can trigger them yourself, and this has one of the strangest ones in the entire game. And this is real. If you go to Groom Lake and you use a sniper rifle over on the side, you get a pop-up of last-gen Richthofen. And for how serious Black Ops 4 takes itself, this just felt, I mean, this felt very silly, but it felt incredibly out of pocket just to have a last-gen Richthofen pop-up for, you know, a map supposedly as serious as this one. It's funny, I'll give you that. It's just incredibly weird. Speaking of weird, let's talk about the Winter's Howl, because once you successfully complete Project Scotty, you get access to the free Winter's Howl that if you can of course get out of the mystery box as well, but if you want to get it guaranteed, you can do this little quest. But when you acquire it, I don't really have any problems with like how the Winter's Howl behaves in this map, honestly. Like it's a decent wonder weapon and it's fun to use. It's fun to use in 5 as well. But my problem with it in Black Ops 4 is honestly its sound. It sounds like a laser gun, whereas in the original map 5, it actually sounds and feels like it's shooting ice or frost. It sounds very gritty and sharp, and I like how it sounds in the original map, but in BO4, for some reason, it sounds like a 1980s space laser gun. I'll let you listen to the two of them. But again, other than its very weird like sound effects, I do like how the Winter's Howl behaves in BO4, and it feels good to play with in this map. Now, unfortunately, the biggest sin I think Classified made was not its level design choices that are kind of odd. To me, it's the removal of the Pentagon Thief. That is sort of like the iconic feature that really solidified 5 as a unique experience, but it is nowhere to be found in this map. I don't know why. I don't know if it's a time constraint thing. I don't know if it just didn't really work with the gameplay systems. I'm not entirely sure why the Pentagon Thief isn't present. Instead, they just substitute it for regular old Hellhound rounds, and it just feels like so out of place because it's like you had this super unique thing in the original map that is just not here for no reason. I mean, he's in the damn cutscene, he just doesn't appear in the map, and this feels like such a big missed opportunity because again, it's that there's that small like mini game that you can play with the Pentagon Thief and how you manipulate him and deal with him that just is not present at all in Classified. They do try to like pan out the map with a lot of radios and reels and stuff like that to listen to story moments, but they're sacrificing a lot of what made the gameplay of the original map so special. I also think the implementation of Groom Lake is kind of out of place as well. Again, I get it from a narrative and story perspective. I understand why it's here because the Ultimus crew is actually like posted up in this area. Like it makes sense for the ending in the cutscene, but from a gameplay perspective, it feels so odd to just be teleported like so far away to Groom Lake and you're in this small little playable space, and that's where Pack-a-Punch is, where traditionally it was that moment where you access the panic room, this kind of safe space where you get to upgrade and then deal with the hordes again. It was a tighter experience there, and I just feel like Groom Lake doesn't really, it just seems so tacked on. Now again, I don't really dislike Classified as a map. I think it's fine. I think it looks beautiful. Like the visuals are amazing. There's a lot of like, you know, features that are very much appreciated, like the manual teleporters or being able to access some of these other rooms I think are interesting, but I do think that just simply copying and pasting the layout of 5 does lead to some weird moments where they aren't able to really capture the original purpose of what 5 was made for, and it just feels sometimes a little bit hollow or clunky, or like maybe they should have redesigned the layout entirely or made new systems to fit Black Ops 4 better, because just simply slapping a BO1 map into BO4 systems can lead to some very strange interactions, and Classified is a decent map. I just think it's very weird, and I think that's the best way to sum it up. I mean, 5 is also kind of a weird map if we're being honest, but Classified is weird in a totally different way, where it's trying to emulate that map, but not really understanding the small nuances of what made it special. Again, I'll still never understand why they didn't include the Pentagon Thief here. I don't really get it. It's one of those things that make the map so distinct, but it just doesn't appear here, and the differences to the panic room and the progression of the layout in the beginning, it's just all a little bit off and kind of wrong. So it's a fine map on its own, but it just doesn't really compare to the original, at least in my opinion. But anyways, make sure to subscribe if you guys want me to do more analysis on maps like this. I'm thinking about doing Mob and Blood of the Dead and maybe some of these other remakes. Let me know what you would like to see next, but thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
The year was 2008, and Call of Duty was all everyone wanted to talk about. You couldn't escape the news of how great Modern Warfare was, and if you played during this era, then it's the only news you wanted to hear. This was considered the start of the golden age for Call of Duty, and Infinity Ward led the charge in pushing the first-person shooter genre much further. Traditionally, Call of Duty was known for its gritty, atmospheric, and unfiltered look at war with characters you knew not to get attached to, as they would most definitely be killed. You weren't some action hero. You were a part of a group of other soldiers with a mission and an objective. It can be hard to believe, but this was the roots of Call of Duty, and with the series having 18 games in the main line, this gets lost sometimes in its history. Nowadays, the series has gone fully into embracing absurdity, even having Godzilla and King Kong fight each other. But back in those days, it was all about preserving the brutal history of war. Modern Warfare dropped with the first modern day story. You were a soldier, but you had a name that really stuck.
Right. What the hell kind of name is Soap, eh?
There was an emphasis on stealth instead of big-scale battle, just as there were truth-facing realities of war and large-scale set pieces that make the game feel larger. Call of Duty 4 was not just a campaign though, it was the biggest success Activision and Infinity Ward could have ever hoped for in its multiplayer. A full incentivized leveling system with perks to unlock, challenges for skins, and prestige ranks to acquire. This was my first online game ever, and I played it with my brother. So I was getting called a squeaker and other gamer words not knowing what they meant, which had me in a goofy and cheesy smile the whole time. There were no Forge or custom games like Halo, so players made their own fun like Michael Myers, Cops and Robbers, and no-scope battles. In this era, the best strategies were found on the fingertips of an 11-year-old with an unregistered hypercam at 480p. Modern Warfare was a major victory and still has maps that Activision is remastering or repurposing to this day. So, how would Activision ride the monumental success of Modern Warfare? Yeah, we're going right back to World War II. Activision and Treyarch worked together to bring World at War to life in 2008. The community was equally happy as it was angry that Activision was going back to World War II. Some loved the comfortable feel of this for Call of Duty's gameplay, and others loved how COD 4 pushed the series forward. Treyarch was behind World at War, with Infinity Ward working on Modern Warfare 2. The campaign of World at War was obviously closer to Call of Duty 3 than it was Modern Warfare, but it still featured many of the tropes introduced in Modern Warfare, and all those damn grenades every time you took cover. The attention to detail in the campaign stands the test of time, and the game had probably the most underrated soundtrack I've ever listened to. Seriously, just have a listen. I can remember getting the game for Christmas and not seeing anything about it on YouTube yet, just seeing the commercials of a new Call of Duty. I opened it up and literally jumped up and down, ran to my Xbox 360, planted the flag at the end of the campaign, beat the campaign, and saw this. That's when my love for Call of Duty and this new mode, Nazi Zombies, began. On Noctur Untoten, Night of the Living Dead. We may be used to gigantic maps with huge Easter eggs and a storyline that spanned multiple games, even some incredible fan-made maps in the workshop. But in 2008, this mode was a great experiment more than anything, and it wasn't even supposed to happen. Activision wanted a Nazi tower defense mode, as Jason Blundell describes in an interview in the original development.
During this time, everyone was doing tower defense, and there's a part of one of the airfield maps in the campaign where the Nazis got bombed. So they'd emerged from the bombing on fire, walking forward, and we all began to think they look like zombies. And we had this idea of, well, what if they just come through the smoke and then you have to fight them? Slowly, different departments began to put the mode together largely in their free time, of which there was very little to spare since Treyarch and Activision were trying to get World at War out of the door. I think the next group that got involved was animation. They said, I can give you some help on that. Let me give you some stuff. Then the sound department supplied the mode. It started to get fleshed out from there. Different groups came by, saw it, and said, I can make little textures and tweaks.
Zombies was a passion project on the side, and it didn't really fit the tone of World at War's serious one. So Treyarch started sneaking Activision heads out to lunch to get them to try zombies. And what do you know? They were addicted.
It was decided that we'd put it as a mode unlocked after the campaign. There'd be no marketing behind it at all, and as an outsider, I will credit that single decision the reason why zombies became so popular. Because we didn't push it, we did not talk about it, we didn't do anything. So the community owned it.
For this series of COD Zombies, I will be exploring each game with the goal to end at Black Ops 3, but if we like covering further, or if you guys like these videos, I may keep going. If the maps are smaller, they'll be bunched into a larger video. If they're bigger maps, have an Easter egg story worth covering, or their story in general is just much larger, they will get a video of their own. As you can understand, this series will take some time for each map to get the respect it deserves. So sit back, crack a gamer subs using code Evan, and get comfy. And enjoy the series, man. That laugh scared the hell out of me as a kid, and I can remember the map as a whole scaring me too. This map, Nocturne Untoten, or Night of the Living Dead, was also a part of the zombies craze that would dominate the 2000s and the 2010s. But zombies weren't as washed out as they are now, so this was downright terrifying. Nocturne Untoten would get 4 remasters and 2 very obvious nods in future Call of Duty titles. And with how simple this map is, you may wonder why. Other than the obvious, well, it was the first, this map is responsible for so many zombie staples, like the weapons on the wall, the areas to be unlocked for points, building windows, the mystery box, Zombie Hitler, and more. Oh, what, you don't remember Zombie Hitler? We'll get to that boss soon. Nocturne Untoten only had 3 rooms: the starting room, the help room, and the upstairs, which had 2 paths to reach the same place. But goddamn, you never wanted to open those stairs from the starting room. This map was also very creepy, with the sounds of the mist looming in, the zombies groaning, the cracks of fire on the burnt down areas around. You could tell that in Zombies' infancy, it was trying to tread the water between serious and arcade fun. It pays homage to George Romero's Night of the Living Dead film in the best way Call of Duty can. Nocturne Untoten also had something that wasn't too common outside the map: explosive barrels that could be shot to kill zombies before they even breached the windows, making it really feel like the last safe fortress from this zombie takeover, and your inevitable death. As points were gathered and the help room was unlocked, for 950 points, the mystery box containing just about everything from Call of Duty World at War was able to be opened. A shuffle of weapons were there, but only one gun was never featured in the game before. The first of many wonder weapons, called the ray gun. Yeah, sure. Ladies and gentlemen, I am being told the ray gun was in the game through, well, just watch the Easter egg.
Pretty much you go to the level Little Resistance. After you have bombed the beach, you need to make your way onto it and you'll see a couple of craters on the ground. Now you need to step in the one that's on the right side, you then need to make your way to one in the middle, then make your way to this small one that's like a little bit diagonally away from it. I don't know if that one is needed, but I just do that one anyway. And then finally you need to go to one that's at the back left side and stand in that one for about 10 seconds. Eventually the screen will shake and you'll hear an earthquake. You'll then start hearing a mysterious voice you won't understand, and then 4 Shisa statues will pop up out of the ground in front of you and carry a ray gun in their mouth, and you'll be able to use that throughout the whole level. This is what the voice sounds like.
This ray gun Easter egg with the puddle jumping was just something fun a developer snuck into the game, and Treyarch was really mad about it at first. But now that time has passed, I think the world is grateful for this developer secret. Also, it turns out that Reddit user Solaris, through some data mining, was able to find the original audio. So yeah, this was just scrubbed up basic Japanese soldier lines. Still so odd though. Well anyways, the guns of the game were all available in the box, and the ray gun was the gun everyone wanted to have. This gun was also a bit different from future installments of it, being able to knock yourself down easily and without perks to save yourself. The ray gun was and probably still is the most iconic zombies weapon, and it's still a mystery where it came from. Some think it was an H.G. Wells inspiration from the War of the Worlds with the heat ray. If you guys do want a video on the ray gun itself, be sure to leave me a comment. Its story is a lot deeper than I think anyone gives it credit for. The other weapon that isn't too common in future installments, but not a wonder weapon, was the flamethrower, with its infinite ammo, but a massive cooldown on using it. The mystery box served to not only get people hyped at seeing the ray gun and other weapons pop up, it also made weapons that people weren't using in multiplayer have a huge place in zombies. The MG42, for example, wasn't a multiplayer gun the way the Thompson was, but you bet your ass I'd rather use the MG42 in zombies. As the rounds went up and you needed more shots at the box as you were running out of ammo, you had 2 options. You could make a crawler, which was a zombie blown apart so it could only crawl slow and repair some windows in the meantime, or you could pray for a max ammo. Max ammo is one of a few drops from zombies. Drops were random modifiers the game blessed you with, which made the mode less organized and less predictable. These drops could get you out of a pinch in an instant, with max ammo refilling your guns, insta-kill, well, I don't need to explain that one, double points, and the nuke. The final drop and the most clutch in higher rounds. The nuke killed all the zombies and gave the person who grabbed it 400 points if 6 or more zombies were alive. A weird quip that only stayed in World at War. The nuke was helpful and not helpful. If you needed it, it was a saving grace. And if you wanted to farm points off of zombies, it wasn't worth your time at all. These drops and points are what helped establish zombies as an arcade mode. And decision making like when to grab the nuke, when to grab double points, how to take advantage of insta-kill with knifing, were all a part of establishing a nice skill gap for zombies. But the atmosphere was still eerie, so it struck a perfect balance of horror and fun, making it the next massive hit for Activision that they didn't know about, and for Treyarch, something they were so passionate and excited to make had finally been given some life. As the levels went up and the difficulty increased, this map had no perks and players were lost on how to reach Zombie Hitler, until a new method was born. Running trains of zombies around with a gun that didn't require ammo. The ray gun may have been the wonder weapon, but if we were going to get Zombie Hitler, we needed the flamethrower. Running this train in the starting room was ambitious, as there wasn't Juggernog in the game, yet. After running trains for seemingly hours and zombies pouring out of every window, once you hit level 100, there he was. Sporting the body of a Giga Chad, and in a mech suit that Darth Vader would be jealous of. He just wanted a single smooch, and by God, you are going to deliver. After kissing Zombie Hitler passionately, players attained every single perk in the game and a demo disc to the next Zombies map. And, oh fine, that's not what happened. Zombie Hitler was probably one of the last lunch table myths in modern day gaming. The main reason so many people actually believed that this was the case was because nobody could make it to round 100 back then. High round attempts were considered in the 20s, 30s, and 40s. 50 was unbelievable for most people. So when someone claiming they fought a Hitler zombie on round 100 appeared on the forums, no one could refute it. You gotta remember that it's 2008. The internet is all word of mouth, and YouTube is still being established. It was the ultimate goal after all, and zombies had to have an end, right? It couldn't just be infinite rounds until you died. The lunch table myths may have gone by the wayside nowadays, with the most recent one that I can recount being the Nier Automata door that we covered. But I wish these stories were more common again. I think it just made me more excited to jump into games, knowing that there was potentially more magic to be found than what was on the map already. Speaking of that, there was no major Easter egg, but it doesn't mean there weren't Easter eggs. If you shot the radio in the help room, it played these songs. Okay, so Nocturne and Toten didn't have a ton of Easter eggs, but other maps definitely did in World at War, and a lot of them you may not know about. So speaking of other maps, let's get to the most horrifying map, and a tough one at that, Verrucht.
Here they come!
Verrucht was released as a part of the first of 3 map packs for World at War on March 11th of 2009. This map was scary, and it knew it was scary, starting the player off meeting one of our 4 eventual main cast, Tank Dempsey, and his soldiers John Banana, Smokey, and Paxton Gunner Ridge. They arrived at Group 935's asylum facility located at the Wittenau Sanatorium in Berlin. This is in Germany in 1945, and they need to extract American spy Peter McCain to safety. They find it overrun by zombies and try to fight off the horde as long as they can. If played in a team of 4, players would start off split 2 and 2, needing to activate the power switch to get back to each other. The power switch was brand new, and it had many functions like perks and traps being switched on. The perk jingles alone should have been the indicator that these machines were going to be iconic, making everyone in PvP go from hating Juggernaut to loving Juggernog. More health recovery added to take more hits, speed cola for fast reloads, quick revive for rezzing your teammates almost instantly, and one we don't really want to grab in World at War, Double Tap. Double Tap just went through ammo fast and didn't help a lot in the damage department. It wasn't bad, it just wasn't that good, and it wouldn't be buffed until much later in the series either. Verrucht just nailed the atmosphere the same way Nocturne and Toten did, and it was so spooky that I can remember rushing to the power to meet up with the full squad and not be on my own. The mystery box also had something new, a teddy bear. A glitch, some might call it.
Bro, it just flew into the ceiling. I'm not lying.
Wait, you're telling me a teddy bear came out of that box and flew into the fucking ceiling?
A teddy bear just flew into the ceiling. I'll put it in the second that they killed it.
What the fuck was that noise?
It just did it again. The teddy bear went to the ceiling again.
What teddy bear?
The teddy bear was put in place to support a larger map, having multiple spots where the box could be after a range of attempts to hit the box were made, refunding the players points but laughing at them on the way out. Verrucht, just like Noct, had no Easter egg hunt, but it did have plenty of eggs that are worth mentioning. Not only was it the sounds of the interactable objects, there was a radio comms voice in the power room saying seemingly random numbers.
4, 8, 15, 16.
But it was 2009, and Lost was still a popular show, so the voice was just saying the famous numbers. Another Easter egg was the numbers on the walls near Speed Cola. 1938, 2406. June 6th, 1938 was the same date a meteorite hit the town of Chicora, Pennsylvania, and it's just the developers having some fun with the tone and fitting it around the era of zombies. But I think it's cool. The 921 is a Bible verse, Jeremiah. Another weird part of Verrucht was in the fountain. For some reason, and by no clipping, the only way you could see this, there were MG42s inside of the fountain. The final Easter egg was the song from flushing the toilet 3 times, which had such a sick guitar riff. Fun fact I didn't know until recording this video is that Alina Siegman and Kevin Sherwood just both worked for Treyarch. And yeah, they have great music, but they weren't well-known artists other than this, as far as I know. Verrucht also brought in power traps that could kill zombies that passed through, and it definitely tested a player's ability to shine. Previously, Noct was an experiment, but Verrucht was the first true zombies experience. I think the feeling of fear from this map wasn't just the tone and atmosphere, it was the claustrophobic hallways, the tight corners that were only a zombie wide, the non-symmetrical level design, the grainy visuals in the original, and the haunting sounds all around. Well, that and the real fear was this bar room with bipod bar for some reason costing 2,500 points. Oh, and the zombies were really aggressive here, adding to that claustrophobia. Verrucht was scary, it was unique, it was trolly with that room, and it was a true first zombies map. Thanks, Verrucht, you were special. If Verrucht took place in the same spot as the Ring of Steel mission from the campaign, not taking place in the Hard Landing building for its map, then where would Shinonuma take place? How about a completely new location and not against Nazi zombies, instead against Japanese Imperial zombies in Okinawa under the Empire of Japan? Zombies was clearly here to stay for Treyarch, and with a new location separate from anything else in the game, Activision was clearly all in too. This side project made in the after hours and skipping lunch breaks was now all anyone wanted, and Treyarch provided. Tank Dempsey was here, but he was joined by a whole cast of characters, all with different motives and from opposing sides of World War II. This is what would be known as the Ultimus crew to the COD community later on, but in World at War, this wasn't the same massive fleshed out story. It did have hints, and it was being written as we were learning about the maps. The first thing to note here is that Shinonuma was mostly an outdoor map, so instead of defending yourself in a building from the outside horde, you'd be attacking zombies as they sprouted from the ground. There were some weird new features here, like the flogger for launching zombies, the zipline to escape a potential horde, random perk spawns in each of the rooms so you were never just comfortable with one side, and swampy water to slow you down. The power wasn't needed here, it was already on, and power is what was given to that one lucky teammate if they hit the box just right. The power of Zeus and Thor was placed inside of the Wunderwaffe DG2, the second wonder weapon and debatably the best wonder weapon ever made. I am curious to know which is your favorite wonder weapon ever made though, so leave me a comment. The Wunderwaffe electrocuted and instantly killed all zombies with little ammo used, and was essential for high round zombies players. That was another piece of history with this map. The first time high rounds were more commonly achievable, and the ease this map had. World at War worked by having 24 zombies max spawn per round, and at the comm side room, a player could run an easy circle for the Wunderwaffe to train and kill 24 zombies at once. Thus, the rounds became easier. Don't get it twisted though, this map may have had one strategy that worked, but it doesn't mean it was easy to play other than that. Well, there was also this glitch. Shinonuma had 4 paths: the comm room, which we just talked about, the fishing hut, the doctor's quarters, and the storage hut. Storage had heavy swamp water and a suspicious meteorite that we would later find out turned these people into zombies, containing the element 115. The doctor's quarters had the zip line, the fishing hut had the flogger, and the comms room had this.
I have nothing left to kill them with!
Yeah, that still creeps me out. Shinonuma was pretty normal run-of-the-mill zombies. Until... dogs. Don't get me wrong, these cute little guys are adorable, but also, I want max ammo, so we're gonna shred through them. Dogs had a predetermined player they were attached to and would always chase that player, but after they were all dead and the mist was cleared, max ammo was guaranteed. Not only was this innovative in the parts we've been over so far, Shinonuma also gave us the first full character look the series ever had. Hank Dempsey,
Dempsey!
Nikolai Belinsky,
Nikolai!
Takio Masaki,
Takio!
and Dr. Edward Richtofen,
Richtofen!
voiced by Nolan North, the voice of the ghost in Destiny. Okay, there's your Destiny crossover, stop asking for it. The story goes that a group named Division 9 made this a base of operations and started work with the meteorite, the creation of the ray gun, and more. Sparing the details because it gets really confusing, all four of the main cast of characters come together to take out the Horde. And then there's this Hanged Man. This is the Peter that Dempsey was searching for in Verrucht, and he hung himself here. I'm not sure if this was planned out story-wise at the time, or to give the map a spooky atmosphere. I'll let you decide that for yourself, but I am sure of something. In World at War, if you grenade Peter enough times to knock him down, you get a game over screen. Hey, we always wanted a way to end the matches, I guess. Peter may have been a glitch, or a weird Easter egg to end the game, and the story may have started small, but it was only going to expand as time went on. I love the way the radio voice communicated to Peter. It revved up that horror and atmosphere of zombies. Have a listen.
R-4808N 371406 115 4840.
I hope you're receiving this transmission, Peter. If you are not, then all is already lost. You must know by now that we failed to contain the asylum. Now we had to move the experiment here. Location. The numbers will guide you.
Funny enough, the coordinates the radio lists are Area 51 and Tunguska. I also love how this radio message teases the next map.
The giant must remain at all costs. Repeat, Derice must remain safe at all costs.
Just so good, Treyarch. This is so good. Sticky grenades were also cut content from Shinonuma and not added for whatever reason. And the voice lines attached to sticky kills can be heard from getting headshots instead.
Oh, this is gonna turn him into red mist!
Shinonuma was the first major step in the story of zombies and served to push zombies past a thought experiment and a side piece of World at War. Zombies was now Treyarch's champion, and you know what? For World at War, Shinonuma was my champion. It came out on the first day of my summer, in the beginning of my love for FPSs online with my friends, and I can't tell you how much this map meant to me. Hats off to you, Shinonuma. This is the one everybody talks about. This is the map that probably held up the best from World at War. Derice. Derice released on August 6th of 2009 and used pieces of the map Nightfire to construct it, but I would go out and say that Nightfire may have used pieces of Derice instead because this map was just that magical. Derice keeps our cast from the previous map and places them right at the heart of where zombies started. The Factory of Invention, messing with 115, the original location of wonder weapons. Derice just slaps. Right away, players start in front of a machine named Pack-a-Punch, and right away they would notice the power switch needed to be turned on again, just like Verrucht. This map featured the same wonder weapons from before, but this time a monkey bomb. In the visual design department for the monkey bomb, Treyarch definitely went for the dumb Jimmy episode of Jimmy Neutron with the monkey symbol toy. In the functionality department, it's the pipe bomb from Left 4 Dead. These were a massive staple and would continue to be in just about every map going forward. Monkeys had two uses on the map. One use was to get out of a sticky situation and res a teammate or save yourself. The other, well, we'll talk about that when the time comes. Just like it was a major step forward in map design and innovations, Treyarch also made an update to the engine with Doris to make it one of the hardest, if not the hardest, high round zombies map by simply increasing the amount of zombie spawns there were per round, and the health. This would continue to be the trend, but Doris made the update to stop the conversations of ease that Shinonuma had. Once you opened up each lab, there was a teleporter at the back that needed a link to Pack-a-Punch. So a quick race back one by one, each porter opened Pack-a-Punch. These teleporters always had quirky little flashes of images, and the Illuminati symbol? Okay, yeah, this was 2009, and this was when everything on the YouTube was just pop culture obsessed with the Illuminati. It also falls into the story too, so, you know. Pack-a-Punch was the single biggest innovation for this map, and maybe zombies as a whole. But Pack-a-Punch was all I wanted to do with every single weapon. Pack-a-Punch made weapons stronger, but fun fact, it only made the ray gun have more ammo. Pack-a-Punch added a cool skin to the guns, gave them new names, and for the ray gun and Wonderwaff, made them shoot red. Pack-a-Punching a weapon may have been updated in future installments and took the concept of unlocking Pack-a-Punch much further, but here, it was mostly great. I say mostly because the Wonderwaff was actually a game ruiner for high rounds. If you Wonderwaffed yourself, you would take damage and not recover health at all. Jug or not. Jug or not. I just realized that's a terrible pun. This was a glitch that was never patched in World at War, so suffering was the only way. My advice, pack a bunch of wall weapons so you can get close to it and keep getting ammo from it. Speaking of wall weapons, Doris had a new one, the Bowie knife. This could one melee zombies until round 9 and was expensive at 3,000 points, but melee weapon kills gave you more points for the kills, so it was the fastest way to get your points up. Doris struck a perfect balance for World at War, of training zombies for people that like to run trains, and camping zombies too. While Noct and Verrucht were very claustrophobic and Shinonuma was very open, Doris was outdoors for the attack and indoors for the camping. The most notorious train was in the right side labs with the furnace, and the most notorious camping spot, the catwalk, was with the rail and window for escape and shooting zombies down from above. This one was the most known, but the pro spot was a strategy of not opening the two left side doors ever and just funneling zombies into one core spot with one person holding a window. That window did have something in the distance though, and only with a pack-a-punched weapon, this happened. This was Samantha's hide and seek, and Samantha is a name you'll get accustomed to in zombies. The story of Samantha and the infancy of her character came from zombies sounding like they were saying Sam, and the community trying to come up with something. So Treyarch just leaned into that idea. Oh god, I love it. The spots for this hide and seek game were on the left side of the map in a cage. There was a teddy bear with a knife and Juggernog. And it's kind of a sad sight seeing a perkaholic Teddy was here. But I want my Easter egg, so you gotta go, bud. The next spot was impossible to see. I mean, I don't think anything is even there. And the third, well, let's let Mr. Monkey Bomb handle this one. This was the first ever Easter egg that had steps involved in zombies, and the first one that wasn't just a song. But there was most definitely a great song here too. This one by interacting with the brains in a jar.
Hey, I found something neat!
If you really searched the internet in 2009 and you wanted to find out more information on Samantha, you would find jump scare videos pretending to be tutorials. And subscribe! So not only was Doris the place for Pack-a-Punch and monkey bombs, it was also the origin of Easter eggs. It's only going up from here with these, and Doris's impact cannot be credited enough. What's interesting about Doris is that this wasn't supposed to be the end of World at War Zombies. In fact, Kino der Toten, the first Black Ops map, was supposed to be a part of World at War since it's a Nazi theater, and it makes sense that it would be here and not in the Cold War era. What's even cooler is that there's a board of pictures on Doris that shows you future maps. It's hard to make up, but you can see Kino der Toten, Ascension, Call of the Dead, and even Paris? Another really fascinating Easter egg for Doris is the marks on the moon, hinting to a future zombies map coming soon, but we'll get to that later. Another interesting development story is that there was supposed to be a new perk called Ammo-matic that was a perk machine to replenish ammo. I know it has balance issues, but it's cool to know where the devs' heads were at and why they would have scrapped this idea. Doris did so much for the series, and for me it came towards the end of one of the best summers I could have ever asked for as a kid. I love this map with my whole heart, and I know the remaster did this and all these maps justice in some way. So thank you, Doris, for being the giant that wrapped World at War Zombies in a bow.
Alright, so you can probably already tell that this video is kind of crazy. And that's because we're going to be using the incredible Iron Man mod to beat a custom remaster of Nuketown here in Black Ops 3. You guys might have heard that Alpha Omega is rumored to be returning in Black Ops 7, and so I thought now's the perfect time to flex how fun Nuketown can be in a custom environment on a 10-year-old game. Now you might be asking, how can you beat Nuketown? There's no Easter egg on Nuketown. Well, this mod has an end game that you have to earn by surviving, and that's exactly what we're gonna do. Oh, he's even in the forest. This is yo, the way he's looking at me right now, bro, what the, that looks so menacing. What? Okay, here we are. We can press left on the D-pad to switch between third and first person. Bro, listen, right, I'm not gonna pretend, okay, that I'm a superhero fan. All right, straight up, Marvel, DC, I know people are gonna hate me for this, I don't really care, but this mod goes hard. This mod goes stupendously hard. I mean, just look at this, bro. I mean, definitely I won't be able to appreciate all of the references. I don't want to, you know, fake and give you guys that typical YouTuber reaction as if I know everything. I don't, bro. I know nothing about Iron Man. I ain't gonna front, but what I do know is that this mod, it just goes hard. It just goes ridiculously hard, as does this remaster of Nuketown. Blending these two things together, for me, it's kind of a match made in heaven. But you guys can see on the bottom left corner that there's this kind of meter that fills up as we get kills. And basically, with each time the meter fills up, we effectively evolve into like a different generation of Iron Man, is one way to put it. But we get a whole bunch of new abilities, as well as like an entirely new suit, which is just crazy. And effectively, once you get to the end of the final evolution, you can kind of call in the end game. So that's the plan. I'm gonna have so much fun conquering this map with this mod. Now, originally, I was actually planning on doing Easter egg runs with this mod because I thought it'd be kind of cool, like, you know, beating the Eisendrache with the Iron Man mod. But the reason why I'm not doing that is because this mod does block the use of like general weapons. Like all of the wall buys, the mystery box, all that stuff is effectively disabled. So you can't obviously get like a lot of the weapons that are necessary to actually complete the Easter eggs in Black Ops 3. So I figured, why not play Nuketown? This is an iconic map, and of course, like I say, that rumored remake for BO7 has got a lot of people feeling all types of different ways. But I feel like this is peak. This is actually peak. So, bro, you telling me the first meteor drop was Deadshot? Are we for real? That's actually criminal behavior. That just seems rude. Our weapon's already getting weak though. I'm getting a bit nervous. Perfectly timed insta-kill though. Let's actually hit him with the melee. Oh, the fist actually works as a melee. That's so sick. I love that. That feels so tough right now. Get them points up real quick. I'm so used to looking at the sky in Nuketown for the box, but there just isn't one. Here's a real question. What happens if I buy the Galva Knuckles, but I have the Iron Man fists? That's a weird one. I might have to actually experiment with that. But yeah, just taking some time to appreciate this mod. And trust me, you've seen nothing yet. The evolutions are crazy, but just the effects, the reload, the fact that the third person mode actually looks sick. Oh, there it is. Press the specialist button to level up. Okay, here we go. Hit it. Oh, dude, it's so clean. It's so clean. Straight into the Iron Man that I know, because I think I did watch the first film, in fairness, and I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, Marvel fans are going to hate me for this. This is the Iron Man from the first film, right? That's what it looks like to me. If I could place a bet, that's what I'd say. Anyway, like I say, I'm just being honest, man. I ain't going to pretend I know, bro. But even the sprinting animation, this... Oh! There's boost jumping, brother. Okay, I genuinely didn't even know that. Hold up, I did not know about that. Oh, this is already 10 out of 10. Let me switch to first person real quick. This is crazy. This is actually wild. I'm so sold. I'm so sold. If I was a Marvel fan right now, I would literally be creaming my pants. So we kind of got a Kimbo with the blasters. It does go hard. And I think I also saw that we have another ability. Hold up. Switch to the Uni Beam. I think I have actually seen this, but I need to deploy it. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
I hope Friday got that.
Bro. That's so sick. That is ridiculously cool, man. We've got some meteors coming down. In fact, you know what? I might actually try and get close to it. Can I get closer? I can literally see the perk dropping. Dude, that was sick. Wait, the zombies can reach me up here? Bro. That's actually kind of sick. I'm out of bounds, but the zombies actually knew to climb the roof. I need to actually test this. So hold up. They climb the roof. Even though, bear in mind, I'm completely out of bounds. And what, they're able to... That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Okay, I'm thinking we should actually open up some doors real quick, see what perks have dropped, because I'm pretty sure that was stamina up over here. Yes. But I'm sure I heard 2 drops at once, so I'm going to have to open up the other side as well. We've got plenty of points, so we should be cool. Oh, we've got Pack-a-Punch. Okay, can we actually pap? We can... Oh, bro. What happens? Repulsor Mark 2. Oh, it turns red. Oh, that's clean. That's so clean. Hold on, does the death machine work? Because we can't get... Okay, the death machine works, just not any other normal gun. Hold up, do we have to Pack-a-Punch the Uni Beam separately? I'm guessing we do. Let me actually test that real quick. So this beam is still blue, but I'm guessing we can pap this as well, right? That would be logical. The lack of Jug is worrying me, and Quick Revive for that matter, though. I mean, thankfully, to be fair, I keep forgetting we do have jets. And look at the ammo count on these repulsors. That's wild. Oh, we can level up again. Beautiful. Let's see what this one does. Here we go. Okay, we're silver and gold. Sick. Activate armor overdrive. Hold up. How do we look? Okay, this is giving me like Fallout vibes right now. I know I'm cringing the Marvel fans. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know what issue comic, like, you know, in what year this one kept. What the hell was that? Okay, those must be the... Oh yeah, the missiles are bound to right trigger. So if you're on controller, you kind of just shoot those by accident. I really like that the heads-up display for this mod actually does have controller support, though. It looks really good. Oh, we've got another perk machine dropping. What is that? That looked good. That's speed color. Okay, still no Jug. This is getting rough. What does down do, actually? I see down on the D-pad. Let's activate that real quick. Ooh, right. This, okay. Yeah, this looks hard. Pretty wild. I don't know what's happening. I feel like my weapon's more... Oh, there's no ammo depletion. I've got infinite ammo. Okay. That's pretty sick. They definitely feel more powerful as well, though. Yeah, bro. The way they're blasting back. Yeah, definitely more powerful. Well, seeing as Jug is taking forever, I may as well upgrade to Uni Beam, right? What you got? Uni Beam Mark 2? Makes sense. Dude, there's Quick Revive here. When the hell did that get there? I do not remember that. All right, let's just crouch under here. Drink. Oh, no. Bro. I have no words. Right, so we're back to where we were, had I not been a complete moron. And what's really funny is that even in this run, I've still had absolutely zero luck with getting Juggernog, which is, it's just wild. That being said, one thing I do definitely want to do is actually try this Pack-a-Punch Unibeam, because I'm very curious. Okay, yeah, it's insta-kill, granted, but damn. Okay, we've just had something else land. It's Jug. No way. I saw it from the corner of my eye. Get over here, beautiful. Get down my veins. Okay, we're eating good now. We've got Jug. We've got missiles. We've got all kinds of abilities at this point. I'm very excited to see the next evolution, though, because there's still more, and it gets crazier. If you can even comprehend that. Like, I love this mod so much. Honestly, though, the next thing that I need this mod developer... Oh, boy. Don't die. Don't die. Don't die. That's not on the cards right now. But yeah, what I need from this mod developer is a Frozone mod with his super suit. That would be... that would be so elite. Oh, here we go. Yes. Oh, hold up. Oh, whoa. Okay, maybe it's not as strong as I thought it was. Right, test time. We open up this. Can we buy the Galvanuckles? Yes, we can. How does this change things? Okay, I mean, it works like a Galvanuckle. Okay, I mean, to be fair, it still feels canon in some way. I don't know. It actually feels quite good, to be fair. It actually feels, yeah, it feels like it fits the mod really well. Wait, what happens if I activate this and then do the Unibeam? Hold up. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, this is the way to play. This is the way to play. Yeah, we're actually clearing up the rounds now. It's looking good. I really want double tap though, because I'm pretty sure that actually does affect the rate of fire on the repulsor. I don't think it's.
I'm playing Curse now, here for pack 4.
Yeah, what's interesting is that the weapons are actually genuinely getting kind of weak.
And golden armor plates, that's it.
Clutch Squad, what is up? And welcome back on into Perkaholics Anonymous podcast episode 22. It's Jeff, it's MZC. We are here again another week talking Call of Duty Black Ops 7 Zombies, in particular Cursed mode. We're going to go through all the relics, talk about them, how we feel about the mode, general thoughts, feelings, emotions, the community sentiment, and then we're going to make our way over to the glorious, the famous community corner. We have some great comments here to react to today in Perkaholics Anonymous podcast episode 22. Before we get into the upload, make sure you're hitting that like button, make sure you're subscribed and have the bell notifications on so you don't miss a future upload from MZC. Comment down below how you're feeling about the Cursed mode in general. And if you're over listening on Spotify, shout out to you. You guys are real grinders over there. MZC, you've been into the mode, you've been grinding, you've been putting up these relics. Me and you played a little bit of tier 3 on stream the other night. The real ones caught that and saw that. Give me your general thoughts and intro here on this new mode.
All right, initial reactions right off the bat with Cursed. It feels like classic Zombies right when you boot in, you know. We'll forget about the different relics for now. We'll just do like the first initial playthrough of Cursed. You spawn in with your pistol. It's the classic point system. You know, it's a completely different way to play the modern era of Zombies compared to loading up in standard. You know, you've got to basically rely on wall weapons, box weapons. You got to do different things. You got to, you know, get your perks. It's a very different vibe, and it's honestly refreshing. It is a fun way to play and a different way to play to spice up the core gameplay of things. Obviously, with the relics, you got your different tiers of difficulties that you can get into. You've got your different difficulty modifiers with each individual relic. We'll talk about those individually just in a little bit here. But I will say, the one thing about this mode is I said this when we did the initial roundtable with Afterlife, Donuts, and Stanley, is that I don't know how the mode and its replayability is going to hold up, especially with the like difficulty modifiers. For me personally, I'm just like everyone else that's been really hunting these, you know, these cursed relics and playing the mode nonstop. Now that we're kind of like just at a standstill with the last one, I'm kind of just playing Cursed to play Cursed, and it's like, okay, you know, I don't really like playing with a lot of these like negative modifiers because I want golden armor, I want, you know, ultra rarity, I want pack 4. Those are fun things to play with and have. But I'm kind of not like, I don't really know if it's worth me putting up with shock mimic spawns or, you know, enemy health regenerates and stuff like that. Obviously, you can kind of pick and choose to get to tier 3, but even then, it's like, I don't know, I kind of want to just play with those things without having, you know, the negative drawbacks. Maybe those would be like super Easter eggs down the line, something else in the future. We'll see what happens there. But my one real drawback with the mode now is I actually don't like the point system if I'm trying to play Cursed just to play Cursed. Like like I said, it's fun. I like spawning with a pistol. I like having to work my way up and do different things. But one, it feels like everything is artificially inflated in terms of like the actual armor for golden armor, as the points for golden armor, as well as Pack-a-Punch 4. And I'm finding very quickly that there's not really as much variety as you think there is. Like if you want the wonder weapon, whether it's a ray gun Mark II, or the Necro Fluid Gauntlet, you have to have a point building weapon on the side, which again, that's exactly how it was back in the old days. And I'm not saying that's a bad style of gameplay, and I'm sure people are having fun with it. I'm having fun with it. It's a nice challenge. It's a nice way to like mix up the standard mode. but I'm kind of starting to not like being like, all right, every game I go and grab the Akita and just run around, and that's I don't even upgrade it. I feel like I'm being punished for upgrading my weapons in this mode too early, because then I'm not gaining enough points, and the next thing you know, my weapons are weaker on the higher rounds, and it's almost like this fine balance of, it's fun to challenge yourself to work your way up and play with the wall weapons and play with the box weapons, and it feels good. It feels like gold zombies, but at the same time, it's like I'm almost hindering myself and my progression in the mode just to be able to keep racking up points, especially for those golden armor plates that pack 4. Chef, obviously you've played a lot less of the mode. What are I know we kind of talked about this before we started recording. You're not really as entrenched in this yet. Obviously you'll get there, you'll get the relics, we'll do tier 1s, 2, 3, tier 2, 3 in terms of the Easter eggs and whatnot. We did play tier 3 a little bit on stream the other night, but where are you sitting at as somebody that maybe hasn't, you're probably actually in like the 99% of people that are in the zombies community right now, where they're just getting into Cursed after just beating the Easter egg after the boss nerf, or have been in Cursed for a little bit but don't have all the relics, or haven't had the time to go through and get all the relics. You're kind of in like probably the majority of people here versus me, who's been grinding Cursed all weekend.
Yeah, and that's why I think me and you talked about this beforehand and pretty much came to the conclusion that this would be an interesting show, because you have seen all the relics, you've hunted them all except for the one that obviously everybody is missing, and then you've played the mode and you've been able to digest it after that. And I'm on the other side of the spectrum where, I only have 2 of the first 3 in the first tier. So to me, it's interesting because I think that for people who like the extra challenge, it's a mode of pros and cons, and that's basically what you were saying. For me, it keeps me interested so far in grinding and trying to get the new ones. It's been on my mind a lot. It's a mode that I've wanted to play, and it's something that every time I boot it up here, these last 24 hours, last couple of days that I've had a little bit of time to play, I'm only playing Cursed. So the initial hunt, I think, is going to be fun for a lot of people. It gives you that nostalgia, the classic points. You don't have all this stuff popping up on your HUD. There's not objective markers anywhere, even just a little stuff where it kind of sits and makes you think like, hey, this is what zombies used to be. But I think that's part of the mode in its own sense as well, and why they couldn't just put this, to me, MZC, and I'm going a little bit bigger picture here off the top at the beginning of the episode, but I think it's important. They had to do something like this because it is jarring to just go from a regular game into a Cursed game, and just how different the mode has changed over the years, for better or for worse. There's a huge handful of people that maybe this is the only zombies, I'm talking just modern zombies in general, that they've played, or they like the new system and they might like the old system as well. And then you have a huge handful of people that just like the old system, and they've kind of fallen off of zombies, and to each their own and all those different rights. But even when you're clearing the spores off of the power the generators, it's like in Curse, that's a totally different experience, because you don't have the timer popping up and everything, even going through and getting the necrofluid gauntlet and the timer stuff with that. I actually prefer to play that way more than the classic mode, but I'm on the same side as you, where I don't see, if I had to project my feelings and my thoughts out into the future, I don't really see the point, once you have everything done in this, to go back and play it, because why would I want to negatively affect myself for a couple of the cooler improvements and some of the cooler buffs that you could get, so to say, especially, and this is no shade to Treyarch, like especially like reuse stuff, like golden armor, like we just saw that. I'm not saying that as commentary for the mode, but it's not like there's anything that you get from Cursed besides getting the relics where it makes you want to jump in, and it gives you a huge advantage that we know of, at least, to playing the game compared to just hopping.
Oh, I forgot about this. It's been a minute since I played a Mad Gas map. It's the boys. I'm liking this already. I like it. I like it. So this has got George Romero. Oh shit. Okay, this is nice. Zombie counter 2. That's how I like it. Man, this is legit. You're trying to treat me and everything, dude. I think it's been a minute since I played this one too. This is a good one. Alright, so what we got here? We got a little Activision game, old ass Activision games going on. Oh, here, this is the y'all contest from forever ago. Black Ops 3. Why don't we have this anymore? We need more of this. Hold on. Wait, what? Drank 6 perks from the Wonder Fizz. Okay. Get out of here! Get out of here! Get out of here! Get out of my face!
Oh, yes, I suppose you fit a bit.
Okay, I'm pretty.
Attacks the doctor.
Might as well. I think if we had the monkeys, that would really help. I wish I had. Cannot. Oh, there it goes. Might as well hit the box. Hopefully we get monkeys. If we had monkeys, that would be something, dude.
You will pay the price for your insolence.
You know what, honestly?
We all will.
I feel like this is gonna do it.
What do you feed on, Hound?
Yup.
Corpses?
The ray gun has been in every Christmas video, dude.
Pain is over, Doc.
The ray gun is the gun. It does the Easter eggs job.
They give us.
Where's he spawning? Nice. Look at better. That's how you should have been the whole time. Wow, plain in sight actually would have been so good for this boss. Oh, I need you. I need that. I need that. I need that.
Yes, I suppose you fit a bit.
Ooh! Ooh! Why 38? What? That's fine. Fine with me. Come on, baby. This is how you should have been the whole time. You wanna? He's like, I wanna dance now. It's too late, man. You 25 HP. It's over. It's over. Here, come on. It is too late. You had your chance. If you were doing this when you were at like 70 or something, oh dude. But now, nah, it's over. Oh, what am I stuck on a pole? Oh my god.
Never again will you hurt the doctor's feelings. Never again will you hurt the doctor's feelings.
Oh. Okay. We're good, we're good. Oh, he's right there. What we say, boys? We end them with the ray. Oh, we went the wrong way. Yikes! I meant to get this. It's time for you to go. Bye bye. Okay, he ain't dying. We got Perkaholic back. Yay! Now what? Is that it? Do I just leave now? Oh, let's see. In the film. Oh. Well, there's that. Yay! Wow, that was good. Magaz did a good job of that one. I enjoyed that one. Ooh, I'm not as hyped. I'm pretty tired. I've been doing this all day pretty much for you guys, but that was a good ass map.
hopping into a regular like Ashes of the Dam match that isn't on cursed. But to me, before I throw it back over to you, I think another aspect of this is that players are actually going to enjoy this mode the more the game progresses. And I'll tell you that I'm thinking this way because right now it's almost more advantageous for me, especially on a weekend like this, a double XP weekend, double gum. And I'm still, this is the kudos that I'm giving to Chark, that I'm still hopping in and doing this with everything going on, because I could easily be sitting on farm and camo grinding or getting my augment research or just going for gums, going for weapon XP, going for regular XP. And that's really not an advantageous thing to do in curse mode, because you're trying to get the relics, you're trying to do the curses, you're trying to do the challenges. So I think once the majority of players have all the weapons they want leveled up, all the camos that they want, achieved and unlocked, all the gobblegums they want, all the weapon prestiges, on like a DLC 3 or a DLC 4, I think that's when this mode is really going to shine, because that could be your main focus after you do the Easter egg on the map. It's for hardcore players, it's for players that want to do the extra challenge, but right now I'm trying to balance, where am I going to put my sweat equity into the game? Am I going to hop on and play Vandor Farm? If I have 90 minutes, am I going to hop on and play Vandor Farm for 90 minutes and probably get 1 or 2 guns gold and level up a lot quicker and get more gums? Or am I going to try to run around the map and get ether shrouds and get different parts of Mr. Peaks? That's where I think the mode is kind of struggling right now, but it has enough interest, it has enough intrigue in the community where I think this is a really big positive from Treyarch, and I'm very glad that this is something that's in the game.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. As the game goes on, it seems like there's going to be more and more, maybe not focus on curse, but obviously they've already confirmed that they'll be releasing new relics as the year goes on with different maps. Well, I don't know if it'll be 9 per map, but maybe like 1 tier 1, 1 tier 2, 1 tier 3 difficulty relic per map, which is nice. Then you get towards the end where, yeah, like you said, it's going to be very, very difficult. But I think what they need to figure out with this mode, and I like that the ability to earn relics is still tied to completing the main Easter egg. And I know we could go down this whole boss fight conversation. We already talked about that so much last week, and people know where we stand on that. But like there are still so many people that just haven't even, maybe have like booted up Curse, but maybe don't even know that like the relics exist. Maybe don't even know like how to get the relics because they haven't beat the main Easter egg. Like today on stream, I tried to help some people through the main Easter egg as like an open lobby, and there are a lot of people that have not beaten it. Usually last year when I would do that and have an open lobby and try and help some people, the majority of people are like, oh, I already did it, but I'll do it again, or I love to do it again, or there's a couple people here or there that, hey, I haven't had time to play it, but I'm down to do it. Let me hop in here. Versus today, it's like everybody's coming in the stream. It seems like 70-80% of people are like, I haven't beat it yet, I need help, or I can't get past the boss or whatever. And if you're one of those people that you really want to get into Cursed and you want to get these relics, I would almost say learn the Easter egg solo at this point, because the boss fight is very, very easy in solo. Like if you're going in with your friends, like today, I don't think I did 2 runs. The first one I crashed, second one we died. But it's still a pretty tough boss fight in co-op. But if you're looking to get into Curse to do these relics, obviously you can play your standard. But if you want to earn these relics and you want to start progressing through Curse to get those alternate Pack-a-Punch camos, definitely do it in solo and try and knock them out there. But yeah, it seems like they haven't even really scratched the surface with Curse, because it's locked to such a hardcore player base right now, which isn't a bad thing at all. I don't want them to go away from what they're doing here. I think this is the perfect reward for people that go and do the Easter egg on day 1, day 2. But it seems like Curse hasn't even hit its like peak yet, or even like interest at all, period. The interest in it seems a little pretty low, but I think that's really just due to the Easter egg completion rate. So, but yeah, that makes your point a lot better, where it's like, okay, as the year goes on, or maybe they let people who go through and do this in directed next week or in season, whenever they add the directed in for Ashes, to have the ability to earn the cursed relics and pick those up and do the Easter eggs. We'll probably see this mode pick up a lot better. But yeah, we're still in the early days of this stuff. And you're right, it is very interesting that you're choosing not to go and level up your camos or your weapons or your rank. You're sticking to Curse to try to get these relics, because you are, they're catering to your type of playstyle, which is the hardcore players, and it's pulling you away from what otherwise would be the no-brainer. Go get your gums now, go get your camos done, your rank up, and get that out of the way, because that's usually how we play at the start of games.
And I don't want this to sound like sounds negative toward Treyarch, and obviously I have no confirmation of this. This is just all my interpretation of the situation, and it's fine the way I'm looking at it. But to me, it almost seems like maybe in the back rooms of Treyarch and Activision Studios, they pitched a variation of Cursed for one of these games, and the people that deal with like the player numbers were like, yeah, this isn't going to have enough people to be able for us to justify it as the main structure of the game, but we're willing to give it to you as a substructure of the mode because you already have it fleshed out, or you already have it designed, or you already have it theorized, because 2026 is gonna in all likelihood gonna be a gap year for Treyarch, if not longer. If it, me and you have been talking about, if it sounds like maybe the next game isn't for a couple of years even, and that's all skeptical and up for conversation and topic, whether how the Zombies franchise is going to do moving forward. But it's almost like Black Ops 7 was kind of like the just kind of dump everything onto it at the end of the day. The double XP tokens, the engines getting upgraded, whatever it may be, however you want to look at it. So I do agree with you that this is catering to a really, really small subset of players. There's really nothing wrong with that, as long as they continue to build out from it from here. And it does feel like they will. Like this feels totally different than anything they did in Black Ops 6. Like it didn't feel like, oh, we're bringing grief to the mode. No, this is a totally different experience. This is way better, way more ready to go. And I think it does bring in a different player base where, hey, if there's really nothing for you to do after you beat the main quest of the boss, what's the point? What's the replayability of some of the features of the Easter egg for the main maps? And they did they dabbled in some of this in Black Ops 6. It was kind of on the horizon. You could see where they were going, whether it be the round 100 boss fights in some of the maps in Black Ops 6, or even just some of the, the curses and the buffs carrying over. Like, I think most people, and I think this is where you're coming from, where maybe Curse just isn't 100% of what you had thought it would be. But I mean, think about the Tomb. Like, I think most players would just, hey, I'm going to do a challenge that's difficult to get golden armor, but the rest of the game is going to stay the same, where it doesn't feel like every other aspect has been tweaked to back to the classic point system, or pack-a-punch and rarities are increased and things of that nature. So you could see they've been flirting with this idea for at least 18 months, I would say, of development time. I'm glad that it's in the game. I think it's interesting. The hunt has been fun to watch as a casual observer of how people are going about finding some of the steps to get into to get the relics and things like that. So I think it's a pretty good success from Treyarch's side of the perspective as far as player sentiment. Now, do all their internal metrics and their player base, is that going to reflect it, in that sense? I would say probably not, but who knows at the end of the day.
What the map gives us. But yeah, dude, do you want to get into some of these different difficulty modifiers and talk about the relics themselves? I mean, we're not going to go like step by step. Oh, this is how you get the lawyer's pen. This is how I got the Vril Sphere. But just talk about what they are, which ones we think are cool, which ones we don't like, or how we would combo these.
Right. So might as well start with that first tier, that first row of relics. So we have the lawyer's pen, we have the dragon wings, and we have the teddy bear. So for the lawyer's pen, shock mimic spawn, the dragon wings normal power-up spawns are disabled, and the teddy bear round start delay cut down by 75%. So this is kind of your intro into the mode. I think they did a good job with this tier. Besides maybe, and like I said, I haven't gotten all of them, so I know there's harder ones further down. The peak step is a little bit annoying to me, but I've only really attempted it one time and kind of struggled with it, so I'm sure I'll be able to figure it out and get it done probably tonight here after actually we hop off. So that's the next one that I have to do. I have the first two in this tier, but I think these are, this was a good introduction to the hunt, and I think that this is the best real way that I could see for them to introduce the mode. And I think that I would like them to stay in the teddy bear, relic like vein. The round start delay cut down by 75%. It's stuff like that where you don't really think of it, but you could apply that and play it with most people. And I think that a lot of people would understand that and find that interesting and fun and a little bit harder, but it's not like, oh, I'm never gonna select that. I'm never gonna not play with that. Like, that is, I think, the theme that they really should stick with and they really should go for moving forward. I'm curious to hear how you think about this tier, this first tier, because honestly, I think the relics are cool. Like, I get a good reward, a good feel of serotonin when it pops up on the screen and you unlock the dragon wings and they give you a little bit of XP, and the actual trials to do it they're not extremely difficult, but they're not walks in the park. You have to strategize. You have to think one step beyond normal classic zombies, and that's really going to be my whole point with this episode, is that they couldn't. This had to be accompanying how they have the setup now. Like beating Vatherion and beating Ash's Easter egg had to be the way to unlock this, because if this was the standalone mode, or if it was a classic, more classic vibe, there's no juxtaposition, there's no difference in the play style. I think one can't really succeed without the other for Black Ops 7. At least that's what I'm thinking. People are really gonna have that sentiment toward the game where it's like, they might kind of enjoy just classic mode, or whatever we want to call it, but they also, you have to do the main Easter egg to be able to get it unlocked, to be able to get Cursed unlocked. So you have to get yourself introduced to the map. You have to be able to beat the boss fight to even start doing any of this. I think it's a good sequencing from Treyarch on how they want their game to be played, which is something that maybe they've been missing in these last couple renditions of modern zombies with Black Ops 6 and Cold War. But I really do enjoy this first tier for sure.
Yeah, the first tier, what I like about it too is like the first one that was found was the Dragon Wings, where it's like you take the jump pad and 3 giant, like hard to miss, like that's obviously something new that wasn't there in the regular mode that you notice right away. You shoot them and then that spawns the first trial. I like how they ease into the difficulty of like how things are found, because when this came out, it's like, what am I expecting here? Like, are they physical relics that you can pick up and equip, and like, you pick up the Dragon Wings, you put them on, but now that's like the modifier there. There wasn't really much known about this mode outside of what they told us, which is usually that doesn't ever happen. Usually we've got a really good idea of what we're getting ourselves into. To me, it reminded me of the augment system from last year. Like going into BO6, I was like, okay, what the hell are these augments? Like, how are these going to play? How are we going to unlock them? You don't really notice. You don't really have I didn't have a good grip on like what was going to happen, right? And then as you start to do it, you're like, okay, I actually like these augments, and here with these, at least the first tier of relics, it's like, okay, I like the way we're doing this. They're not like incredibly difficult to find like once you know what you're doing. Like they're not really too difficult to do, but it's like, get to round 20 and then do this, or get to round 40 and do this. So it's cool. Yeah, like you said, the teddy bear one I think is my favorite in tier 1, because it's like you get almost like a permanent rampage inducer without turning it on by cutting down the start delay by 75%. That's one that like I will always use, because it's not as much of a hindrance to be like, maybe I want to get to tier 2 or I want to get to tier 3, but I don't want to have shock mimics spawn at every fucking corner of the map. Like, I'm just going to put the teddy bear one on and substitute that for the lawyer's pen. So I think it's a good way, and I think that like each of these tiers should have like one that's like moderate difficulty, where it's like, yeah, it's an annoyance, like the round start delay, there's not going to be much time to think in between rounds or whatever, much time to do anything, but I would rather have that than just the annoyance of the mimics, because mimics aren't hard to deal with. They're pretty weak, but it's like, dude, I don't want to be doing this. I don't want these guys spawning. The normal power-up spawns are disabled. That's one that's like, you don't really notice that from a points perspective or an insta-kill perspective, but where you really feel that is when you don't have ammo and you have to constantly be hitting the ammo crates.
Right. Or armor.
Yeah, so it's like, man, I got to really spend more points or salvage to regenerate these goodies. Otherwise, I'm going to be at a severe disadvantage. And like, I really noticed that one with the ammo itself. But yeah, tier 1's a nice kind of like ease into it, both from like a hunting and finding the relics themselves perspective, and also just like the damage or the difficulty modifiers that are accompanying with these. And then going into tier 2, we have the Vril Sphere, one that we're missing. We know it's like a Samantha drawing from DE, but then the Focusing Stone as well. The Vril Sphere is players can only carry 4 perks, and then the other one for the Focusing Stone is no self-revives. So this is another one where it's like, if you're just playing for like a casual modern, a casual experience that kind of feels like the good old days, maybe you throw on the Vril Sphere and the teddy bear so that you have, not really anything crazy going on, like, oh, I can't get a revive in solo, or I can't, get max ammos to drop after a special round. And again, the quests here for tier 2, you have to get to around 40 to be able to do these ones. So again, it's more of a, here we go. Difficulty scales up. You got to put more time into the mode if you want these higher tier relics. But then the reward for this one is getting a ultra rarity, which is 8,000 salvage on top of the salvage you'd spend to get to legendary rarity. Now, we use this in tier 3. And we'll talk about tier 3 Pack-a-Punch in a minute, but I don't feel like the ultra rarity does enough. Like, it doesn't, when I get it on my weapon, it doesn't feel like, yes, okay, it's round 35, it's round 40, I just got ultra rarity, I am kitted out, I'm ready to go. Even when I use a hidden power on round 1 and then get ultra rarity by like round 20, 25, I don't feel like it's pushing the weapon enough for a tier 2 modify or a tier 2 difficulty to be like, this is like, oh my god, what if, wow, I just spent 8,000 salvage on that, and my whole goal for getting into tier 2 was to be able to get ultra rarity. I think that it needs a buff in terms of its damage, because it doesn't feel as powerful. Maybe, who knows, maybe they'd buff it and it'd just become way too easy, and then up until the health cap, and even through past that, you're just like, every weapon is viable. But it just doesn't feel like the jump from a blue rarity to a legendary rarity, or a purple rarity to an ultra rarity. It just, I don't know, something about it just doesn't feel like it's scaled properly or enough for me to be like, I'm going into tier 2. Like, when I'm playing Curse now, I'm strictly just like, I'm here for pack 4 and golden armor plates. That's it. I'm not really even concerned with the ultra rarity.
Well, that's the thing too. I think the primary problem that they might have right now, and maybe it'll be it probably should be different for other maps, is tier 1 doing that gives you the golden armor. Well, to me, like, if you're thinking about being in tier 3 and beating the boss, that's the one I want the most. Yep. So what sense does that make, having that be the reward for tier 1? The best buff should be for getting tier 3 done. Does that not make, is that making sense?
No,
like, I don't, that's...
You're right. I wonder if they're almost thinking at it as like a perspective of like, oh, because like they're like, oh, cursed is going to be harder. I know. I put out a tweet.
So they got to give them good stuff earlier.
Yeah,
maybe.
But like, here's the argument for that. Like, I put out a tweet the other day for like kind of bitching about the Vatherion nerf. Again, I know we're in the minority here. At least at the beginning, we were in the minority. I think they went too hard with it. We're not going to spend time. We could do a whole episode on this if we were really getting, because we're passionate about it. But
2 episodes even.
Yeah, we could spend an entire week talking about the nerf to the boss and why we think it's bad. But I put out a tweet kind of grilling it a little bit, not really necessarily Treyarch, but the community, because I feel like, again, we sit here and ask for harder difficulty and the game to be much harder, and it's too easy, and then we get something like that, and then at the first sign of adversity, it's, oh, well, it's too hard and I can't beat it, and I'm not a pro gamer and I don't have all day to spend learning the boss fight, I should be able to do this on my 3rd, 4th try, I should be able to beat it every time. Like, again, we're moving on from that, but one of the devs replied to me and said, hey, have you tried doing it in Cursed? It's much harder. And I actually completely disagree with that. It's actually easier in Cursed because you have the regenerative armor plates.
It's way easier, I think.
Absolutely, because you don't have to get out of the car or the truck, you don't have to replate, you don't have to use a shields up, you don't have to use, you don't even have to hit the free armors drops that spawn when you're in the middle of the boss fight in between stages. It's so much easier in Cursed, and I did it on my first
even
try.
Even pre-nerf, when me and you were running a 2-player, even pre-Vatherion nerf, I was fully confident. In tier 3, we failed the first try and we played very bad. I fully believe the second, if we ran that back again, I think we would have beat it.
Absolutely.
Not a guarantee, obviously, because the bosses it was random. It was kind of, you could get jobbed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But it's like, I kind of think that, the regenerative armor is the golden armor is the best thing in the game. It was the best thing in Black Ops 6. Yep. Not even close, in my opinion. I mean, outside of gums and stuff, like, would I take golden armor like a perkaholic? I mean, I'd probably take a perkaholic, but at the end of the day, interestingly enough, the more I look at this and the more we talk about it, I wonder if it ever crossed their mind, or if this is something maybe they should consider, but instead of setting it up as like tier 1 is the easiest, tier 3 is the hardest, tier 2 is supposed to be the middle, allegedly, even though the one that we can't find as a community is in tier 2, which is kind of interesting to me in its own right. But I wonder if they could think about it like they're thinking about it like rows right now. They're thinking about left to right. I wonder how it would work if they thought about it top down. So imagine you have points, like assign points to difficulties in each row. But you could activate them, and you activate them in columns almost. So it's like, okay, there's a 1, 2, and 3 difficulty in each row from left to right, let's say. So you unlock all 9 of them. Well, the far left, if you want to equip all the 1s and beat the boss fight, you get lesser rewards. But if you go to the far right and activate all the 3s all the way down, you might get better buffs, but it's going to be more difficult, but you get better rewards. You see what I'm... So it's almost like a point system. It's almost like, okay, I just beat Vatherion on Cursed with 3 points. Well, that was me selecting all of the quote-unquote like easiest relics, like the easiest nerfs, and then okay, somebody beat it with with 9 points. They selected all the hard difficulty ones. Now maybe that's arbitrary, maybe people would disagree with that, but like think about what we have now. What would be the 3 most difficult ones you think for a boss fight? Enemy health regenerates, you could only carry 4 perks, and what, all augments are turned off? I mean, maybe I'm just saying, for example, maybe people would disagree with that. Maybe you would disagree with that, but it's kind of interesting how they took the approach. I don't think they did anything wrong, but there's almost more customizability within the mode that they could go with it if they wanted to in the future. But yeah, it is weird that golden armor is like the first thing that they give you, even though the top row is really the easiest group of relics.
Right. No, I see what you're saying there. They kind of have it set up like that once you have them all unlocked, but I see what you're saying where like you have to unlock them a different way instead of it just being 3 easy ones, 3 medium ones, 3 hard ones, and then moving forward from there.
Like there's a hard one in each category, but you could I'm basically asking for a rework of the mode, which we're not trying to do here because we think it's good. We think it's fine where it is. It's just interesting to have this discussion back and forth.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and again, like getting into the last ones, we talked about the difficult or what they do and whatnot with the ammo crates, the augments being turned off, and the enemy health regenerates. But like Pack 4, again, it's really good. Like the camo is amazing. It's really good. It's good. It's better than the ultra rarity. But it's like, is it really enough to move me to go to that length to get it when I'm not even going to use it on the boss fight? And like maybe it'll be better. Maybe they thought ahead. Okay, Astra's going to be a map where you need really, your weapons need to be strong in order to do this. But then again, it's like, well, I know you're going to have the difficulty modifiers where you can only carry 4 perks, or enemy health regenerates, or augments are turned off, and that'll help you, in Curse. But then it's like, okay, but golden armor plates is going to make it pretty easy, I'm assuming. If the weapons are going to be that much better with ultra rarity and 4th pack-a-punch, wouldn't that make the boss fights easier in Curse? Because even with augments now, augments are really good. You feel them when they're not on, especially like Jug or Quick Revive with no Dying Wish and whatnot, but at the same time, they're not as broken as they were last year. They seem a little bit more balanced, especially something like PhD was obviously the best augment last year, where you could just super slide around the map. That's not there anymore.
Correct.
So it's not like you're going from, I have PhD super slider against Richtofen in the boss fight, where you can basically skate on ice away from him, to now being like, I'm stuck in the mud, just like running around without that sliding, with even just a base sliding ability. Like the augments they're really good, but they're not, I feel like, as impactful as they were last year. The broken ones aren't as broken as they were last year, if that makes any sense.
We almost beat it first try without augments.
Yeah, like, that's how easy. I mean, I don't want to say that's how easy it was, but that was before the nerf too. So it's
exactly.
Like, it was.
You are right. They're not that good. They're better last year, definitely,
for sure. But I mean, we'll see. With Astra and then all the other DLC maps coming down the line, like, will they really? Will Pack 4 be more impactful in DLC 2 and 3's Curse versus how it is here, where it's like, it's good, it's cool against the zombies. But then again, like I said, in order to get to that point, to get Pack 4, you basically have to be like, I'm sacrificing a weapon that I would use, and I can't even upgrade this weapon because I need the points. I need a 200,000 essence basically to get Pack 4. So if I want Pack 4 on the Wonder Weapon, I have to have a shitty shotgun that's not going to kill, or a shitty weapon that's not going to kill, and just run around in circles and shoot into the horde over and over and over again, and then not use the Wonder Weapon at all until it gets to Pack 4 in order to maximize the points and get that as fast as I possibly can. Which, again, some people like classic point system. I like it too, but I also don't like playing, not every game at least. I don't like, this isn't my full mode where I like playing it like it's 2010 Ascension, where I have the MP5K from the wall buy, but I have the Thunder Gun in my back pocket, and I'm not using the Thunder Gun because I have to build up points for Pack-a-Punch, for perks, and to be able to just constantly, shoot into the zombies and have the most points that I can, so that if I have to trade the Thunder Gun out, like, I don't know, maybe it's just me, maybe this is just where it's a personal opinion here, but I do feel like it's almost like, I don't know, like the whole mode now seems like, get a wall weapon and just try and cheese it all the way up to golden armor plates and Pack 4 if you're playing in tier 3. And at that point, it's like, do I even really want to do all that and spend basically, let's say, 2 hours setting up versus the hour it would normally take to get to that point of fully kitted out, maxed out, and start pushing high rounds. So it's a different philosophy. Some people like it, some people hate it. I'm not saying I hate it, but I don't know. And I'm not complaining either. I don't want them to they don't really need to make any changes here. This is just our opinions, but
Right.
I'm not saying like this mode is terrible, and unless they do this, and this, like it's not going to be a good mode, because it's a good mode. Like I said, I enjoy playing it, I enjoy hopping on, but it's, for me personally, it's not, I'm only playing in Cursed. Like, that's just not how it is for me, especially once, like double XP's on, or I'm camo grinding. It's just not the mode for that for me. Well, it was the mode to hop on and have some fun with starting pistol, and maybe go and get pack 4, whatever, for sure. But at the same time, like, to get pack 4, I also have to deal with either augments being turned off, ammo crates being disabled, which is a huge problem, especially in the modern era. Like, I have to burn gobblegums essentially to get those. Possibly shock mimics being turned on, not having self revives, only 4 perks unless I use gobblegums to get a perkaholic. And I'm not saying this is a pay to win mode for sure. I'm just saying, like, I almost don't want the annoyance. For me personally, I don't like the annoyance of that when pack 4 and ultra rarity isn't blowing me away. Like, oh my god, every weapon is now just insta killing zombies up into the 40s, and then like just as good as a normal weapon would be at 30 when you hit the health cap. Like, it's just not, I don't know. It's a personal issue here for me. That, again, it's not a bad mode, but it's not an everyday staple for me.
Yeah, and I mean, we're 22 episodes into the Perkaholics Anonymous podcast. I think we've collectively, jointly found the one thing that Treyarch has done where it's kind of like we're basically right down the middle on it. Like, it's good, it's fine. The point is, it's a side mode for hardcore players. It achieves its point. Is there changes they could make? Maybe, but we'd like to see it continue. There's really nothing to complain about. There's nothing to be over the moon about. Sometimes you need stuff like that in games. Sometimes, it's when you direct something and you put development time into something that's for a small niche of players, that's probably what you're going for as a team, in my opinion. Like, I've only seen a couple of complaints about, oh, maybe the brain rot challenge, whatever it may be, but I've seen a lot of people say, oh, classic point's awesome. Yeah, I don't like all the HUD displays and stuff popping up. I like no loadouts. It really has changed modern zombies and how they feel for me. Perfect. That's probably what you're looking for, if you're looking at community sentiment. But even this last tier MZC, so the bus with enemy health regenerates, the dragon head disables all ammo crates, and the blood vials turn all augments off. The bus, to me, that's kind of the hard part of balancing this, and where I understand that, being a developer is difficult, because who's picking that? Unless you're explicitly trying to give yourself a challenge, nobody's picking the enemy health regenerates, right. Especially if you're going in there trying to beat Vatherion. Like, I don't see, but if you don't want to make stuff too easy, right? But if you make stuff too difficult, it's like, hey, I don't have to select all of these technically to get into tier 3. So if something is clear head and shoulders ahead in difficulty, it's just not going to get used. So I commend and applaud them for taking a stab at something like this. I feel like they found exactly where it needs to be. You're not going to be able to please everybody, especially in a small subset of people. But to me, it's interesting. It's intriguing. I can understand when you're done finding all of them, the replayability goes down. But the first time experiencing it, going 1 through 9 and getting everything unlocked, it definitely has the appeal for new players that have already beaten Ashes of the Damned Easter Egg that still need something to do. Maybe if you're not a camo grinder, maybe if you don't really care about prestiging, if you don't care about leveling up and unlocking all the augments, it's something there for a different group of people, which I do appreciate.
No, 100%. Like I said, it's all comes down to personal opinion and how you feel about the mode. Like, if you genuinely cannot stand modern zombies, this is probably going to be the mode for you. This is something you're going to want to do. Even if it's not 1-to-1 exactly like how it was back in the day, it's a step in the right direction, and I feel like it's a good hybrid for what they're trying to go for. But you're absolutely right. Unless you're specifically going into the tier 3 boss fight and you want all 9 relics equipped for, whether it's a dark ops, I'm assuming there's dark ops for this once it's found, or a challenge where you're like, I'm trying to beat it with all these relics, or the hardest ones equipped. Like, I don't know who's picking enemy health regenerates just to be like, oh, I'm gonna go play and get pack 4 because I want to get pack 4 and I want to use that camo and I want to see what they do on these weapons. I don't know who's picking that one. Me personally, I'm not I'm not doing that. You know, and ammo crates being disabled, that's cool. But then like you can't have the dragon head and the teddy bear equipped at this. Or no, sorry, the dragon wings and the dragon head equipped unless you have gobblegums. Because it's like,
right.
I mean, I guess I don't think you can buy ammo from a wall weapon anymore. I don't think you can go up to the wall weapon and buy ammo I could be wrong there. But
that's interesting.
But yeah, but even then, like, let's say I get the Mark II. How the fuck do you get ammo for that again? If there's no power-up spawning and there's no, ammo crates on the map, what do you do there besides use gobblegums? And I'm not advocating like, oh, it's pay to win and they need to get rid of these. I like the challenges here, and obviously if you're just trying to do this, but like, how are you gonna do that? If they have all 9 relics equipped here to go in and beat the Vaetherion boss fight with everything, you're gonna have to challenge yourself with no gums to like constantly be trading out weapons and whatever. But then it gets into the question of like, you can't upgrade your weapons because you need points, and if you have to constantly trade out weapons to get more ammo with both those relics equipped, then it's like I'm just running around extending the time I'm in this mode just because I have to. I don't know. It's a challenge. It's different. It's fun mode. It's really, really cool. The one thing before we get into the community corner here that I want to touch on is in the dev talk the other day, they mentioned that they were looking into bringing Curse to the survival maps. I don't think that tier 1, tier 2, tier difficulty is going to work in Van Dorn Farm or in and I'm sure it'll work. You can do it. I don't know how many people are actually going to play that way. Where I think that Cursed would really, really thrive in the survival maps is just the standard Cursed with no relics equipped. Like if
exactly.
That's where I think your head should be at when they say we're looking at bringing Cursed over, because like nobody is going, in my opinion, unless you're just out there challenging yourself, is going to select enemy health regenerates on Van Dorn Farm or ammo crates are disabled on Van Dorn Farm. Maybe that one, because that's not a classic one. But like all augments, no self-revive, only carry forward, like that one maybe. But like shock mimics on Van Dorn Farm, I don't think so. Like I think where the expectation should be there, and like maybe they will. Maybe they'll surprise me and they'll bring all the different relics into the survival maps. But like where your head should be at for Curse coming to survival maps, in my opinion, should just pretty much be standard Curse, spawn in with a pistol, Pack-a-Punch costs more money, maybe even just slap like the Pack 4 and the golden armor plates and stuff in those maps just for the fun of it without the relics. But I don't know, I feel like I would never, I'm not booting up Van Dorn Farm or Exit 115 Diner in Cursed with these relics equipped. I'm just not, for me personally, I'm not going to do that. But I think the base playlist of just having the pistol spawn in there and have to rely on the wall weapons and the box weapons, that's where I think it would not only thrive for people like me, but also the average classic fan that maybe doesn't want to go through and get all these relics, period. That would be really, really cool to see for, maybe people that don't want to spend 3 hours on the Ashes of the Damned boss fight, die 5 times over, and then not unlock Cursed. Just have that standard playlist available for people to hop in and be like, okay, yeah, this is classic zombies. This is spawned into a small map, and you got a pistol and the classic point system and all that good stuff. Maybe you can, that's where I think our head should be at with that. But I don't know how they would. I don't even know like why anybody would hop in with all that, other than like a one or two time challenge. Maybe it's just me personally. I'm just giving you my thoughts.
No, and honestly, Curse is interesting projecting this game forward too, because you almost have to assume that, yeah, maybe not every map is Ashes of the Damned size, but if they have Cursed thought of as like a parallel like racetrack with Black Ops 7, right with the regular mode, these maps have to be pretty sizable, at least from the example they've set with Ashes of the Damned. And I don't understand really how that works in Farm. Like even for the first tier, like, okay, I'm jump padding from farm to spawn and shooting the things, and then I'm literally all around the map getting different parts of Mr. Peaks. Like the map layout and size, it's not totally built for Curse. I'm not saying that, but it's kind of built with Cursed in the back of their mind. So how do you even fit all these different relic challenges? And the hunt doesn't make any sense to me on a survival map. Like it's all right there. What's the point?
I don't even think that they would have I don't even think they'd have any individual relics to find on those maps, though. I think it would just strictly be like, hey, you go into
They're just porting the mode over.
Yeah, you just you go into Ashes of the Damned to find the relics, and then you can use the relics on Van Dorn Farm. Which is like
they would have to,
obviously there wouldn't. I can guarantee you that there's not going to be maybe like one relic or two relics or something like that on a small map like that, or one fun one to do. But there's not going to be 3-4 relics in every survival map if they do port this over. I genuinely just think it'll be maybe they will put all the relics in there and they'll just be like, hey, you know, you can equip these if you want, whatever. But I almost feel like that would just be, I mean, unless it's as easy as Control C, Control V, I don't even know if I would waste the time to bring all those options in, other than maybe like 4 players carry 4 perks, ammo crates disabled.
Right.
That's about it. Like anything that's like strictly classic, but like I don't know I would love to see the numbers on how many people are equipping the bus relic
exactly
on Pandora Farm. Like even just the average person booting it, I don't know about that one, but I mean, if they can do it as easy as just Control C, Control V, do it. Like it's not hurting anybody. It's just, I don't know. I think where I see it going towards is just give me cursed when you load in with a pistol and put me on a survival map, and I'm playing that a lot. That's a fun little bonus thing for me to do and fun way to play the game. That's not just spawn in with whatever weapon I want and I gotta think about whether or not I want to hit the box or get a wall weapon. That's kind of the gist of Cursed for me. All these other relics and things are a fun one-time challenge through to unlock a camo and beat the boss fight and get some XP, but I don't know how much I'm really going to be sweating tier 3 Cursed just for the 4th pack-a-punch ability outside of content. Maybe it's just me.
No, I hear you there. I think that makes sense, and what you're saying makes sense. But yeah, let's transition over. Let's stroll over to Community Corner. Guys, if you're not following MZC on Twitter at MZC369, over on X, excuse me, go follow him over there, because sometimes he puts posts and says, hey, drop your reply in the comments and it'll be featured on Perkaholics Anonymous podcast potentially. He's been doing that for the last couple here, which is, we've got a good variety of people from YouTube, from X, so we're going to start over here with a guest, friend, and absolute stud. Stanley557 says, honestly, oh my God, very handsome. Cool cat, too. Definitely a cool cat. He said, honestly, not liking it as much as I thought I would. Easter egg requires heavy investment in weaponry, so I just stick with the Echo 12 since it's a guaranteed weapon to do well. Gameplay is nearly identical to standard, just more point grinding for PAP. Honestly, I wonder if part of the, and I'm curious to hear what you think about this, MZC, I'm wondering if part of the studio's rationale for nerfing Vatherion is that people were just enjoying it so much in regular, they didn't have a lot of incentive to go play Cursed and actually beat it because it was so hard in regular. And I understand we just kind of had that whole conversation that it's a little bit easier in Cursed with the golden armor, but I think people made a good point, like, hey, keep the original Vatherion difficulty level in Cursed and just nerf the regular, just standard Ashes of the Damned Easter egg, which is kind of an interesting thought, but I totally get where Stanley's coming from here.
Yeah, I think Stanley and I are in the exact same boat here, where it's just like, I mean, I didn't go into it thinking like, oh my God, this is going to be the mode that I play every single day and I'm never going to play standard. I went into it being like, I'll probably play standard more than Cursed, but it'll be a fun little gimmick or something for me to do when I'm just burnt out on playing the same way every single day. He's absolutely right. Easter egg requires heavy investment in weaponry. Stick with the Echo 12. Stanley, switch over to the Akita. Trust me, you'll be frying a little bit better there. I like it a little bit more than the Echo 12. But yeah, gameplay really is nearly identical to standard, aside from just you're limiting yourself to essentially one weapon you really want to upgrade and then another weapon that you don't upgrade and just go for points. And it's just, I don't know. Again, that's where the mode has really evolved over time, where back in 2010 and 2008 and 2015, like that was the move. You get your wall weapon, you get your MP40, you get your MP5K, you get whatever weapon, the STG, and you just point farm while you set up your other gun and your perks and your pack-a-punch, and that's how you play the game every single time, where, the mode's kind of evolved into something completely different, which, again, some people love it, some people hate it. If you like playing the old stuff, there you go. This game's for you. But for me personally, I'm a wonder weapon player. My objective has always been, since I was a kid, I'm going to get the wonder weapon either from the box or by building it, and that's the weapon that I'm trying to get in order to set up my high round strategy or play with. If I'm going for that, I would like it to do, get me points. I know that people want drawbacks with the wonder weapons, and that's a big problem with the modern zombies, is that there aren't very many drawbacks for them, especially since you can buy ammo for them. But I don't know. I've gotten to a point now where I'm just like, I don't need, I would rather just get to round 50 in 50, 60 minutes, just getting a wonder weapon and just playing with it, rather than spending 2.5 hours, using a weapon that's not killing zombies, but I'm strictly just farming points. Like, to me, I feel like I, as a player, have mentally, me personally, again, I'm not talking down anybody in the slightest in this, if you still enjoy the opposite. And like I said, played a few times, really enjoy that a few times. It's a different mix-up from how Modern Zombies is, but I'm getting past the point of being like, I don't want to keep farming points and strategically not upgrading my weapon just to get more points so that I can upgrade it later down the line. Like, again, the way that I've been playing Cursed is I physically will not upgrade my weapon, because then you're not going to get as many points as if you just left it unpack a punch, which I don't like it. I'm kind of getting past that point, but it's fine. You know, everybody has their own thing. It's a little gimmick for me, but hey, I don't know.
And I think Curse, you know, with you saying that, I think Curse has kind of shown maybe your average Modern Zombies player who maybe played some of the older games that, hey, like, this setup that we have now is a lot more player friendly, and it's a lot more sequentially advantageous to the individual player compared to a mode like Curse. But I also understand people on the other side, like, hey, that's kind of like, that's the point. That's why I enjoy Zombies. It's supposed to be a little bit more difficult. You know, it is you versus non-players at the end of the day, so there has to be some sort of skill differentiation and, you know, kind of skill barrier. But it's an interesting conversation. I think most people that just the core mechanics of each mode, regular and cursed, I think most people would take like your standard game of Ashes of the Damned over a cursed if you have all the relics unlocked and there's, you know, you're not hopping into explicitly get a relic. But it's good conversation. It's good, you know, it's good to talk back and forth and get the community sentiment on all things with this mode. Moving over to Revived Gamer HD over on X. He says, fantastic mode, but needs a few must-need changes. 1, the brain rot relic is pitiful and shouldn't be gated behind round 60. In general, I would like the relics to scale, so if you're co-op, it should require a lower round. And we need the PAP camo rewards to be universal. All right, I'm kind of going to go in reverse order here, MZC. PAP camo universal, I'm going to let you take care of that because I know that's big intrigue for you. I totally agree, obviously. The co-op scaling is interesting that it would be lower. I understand where he's coming from there. I think Ashes of the Damned is so incentivized for you to play with other people as well. I don't know if that's like a much needed change. And then I do have to disagree a little bit with the first, you know, sentence of the argument that the gate. All right, round 60, I get it. That's hard. That's difficult. But like, Treyarch did kind of come out and say like, hey, this is for your hardcore player. Like, this is for your, you know, person who's going to go in even after the Easter egg and do difficult stuff after you beat the boss fight originally. So do I think any of the trials and the relics are too overpowered? I can't necessarily say because I haven't played them all, obviously, so I don't want to speak on it. And I know that people have had difficulty with that one, whether it be crashes, whether it be bugs, whether it be just game instability. That's one thing. I totally agree that that's frustrating and something that they need to look at. But it is like, hey, they told us up front, like, hey, this was going to be a difficult mode, so I don't blame them for making some of the challenges difficult.
Yeah, as somebody who's done the relic, I genuinely don't think 60 is a problem. My biggest piss off moment was the crashing, because I crashed 3 times before I could even get into that challenge, and that's what really was like the big draining, like I can't be bothered to do this anymore type of thing. Like round 60 is not bad. It's like an hour and a half, which is a pretty big setup, but again, you're going for a tier 3 relic there where you're playing a hardcore mode. I don't think there's an issue with it being tied to 60. Again, my first playthrough about the brain rot relic itself, I was really upset because it took me 45 minutes to get through 2 phases because I didn't know what was going on. And to be honest with you, at the time, most people hadn't actually done the challenge. They were just telling you how to get to that point, and nobody, because they had done it or tried different things. There are the 2 new brain rot augments that you can unlock this year that weren't in BO6 and are in BO7 now. Make that like a 5-minute thing. Like, it's 4 to 5 minutes. Originally, I was like, man, this sucks. In order to do this, you'd have to, like, throw multiple decoys down and lead the zombies away and then pray your brain-rotted doppelgas is going to go and kill the elite HVT, because that's how, you know, nobody had done it, but they were telling you this is how it needs to be done. Like, no, with the augments, with the right augment combination there, which I, by the way, don't have a problem with. You know, again, this is a hardcore mode for hardcore people. If you're really dedicated to getting these, you can suck it up. I'm going to say it like that, but, you know, you can put the time in to research a few augments and grind through it to make it easier. and actually unlock that stuff, because it's not the end of the world. You know, it's not like asking you to prestige master in order to unlock something, or it's not, you know, brain rot is locked behind a certain level, so in order to have it you'll have to use it. But then again, that's thinking like, hey, I'm not going to prestige, but I'm going to go get the bus relic before I prestige, or I'm going to use a perma unlock like I did for brain rot in P1 because I want to get camo challenges done. That's something that's hardcore there. This ended up being a certain thing where having brain rot was good. But yeah, it's not, I don't think it's really an issue. I think that's more just like on the community as a whole for kind of overreacting to it. Again, kind of like how the boss fight was overreacted to. I think the brain rot step was too. I was upset with it until I realized, hey, there's a certain augment combination that makes this just as easy, honestly easier than the tier 2 relic challenges. You just need to have the right combination there. So yeah, in terms of it being 60, don't really mind it. Just hope the stability for the game gets better. And then for the brain rot stuff, you just got to have the right augment combination, and it's really not too bad at all. But then the PAP camos absolutely need to be universal. I put out a tweet the other day that did pretty well, and a lot of people agree with me that when you unlock it, it should, like, I like the idea of alternate Pack-a-Punch camos. I think that's super sick. It was a great idea. I think they just needed to take it a step further to say, hey, if you're in, you know, multiplayer, you should come over here and beat the Easter egg and try to do these cursed relics to get these really sick reactive camos, because it worked in MW3. You know, with the launch of MW3 Zombies, there was like a bone collector skin where it was like by far the coolest skin in the game for the first like month or two before the store was really hitting hard, and there was all these like crazy skins. And there were a lot of multiplayer and Warzone fans that came over to MWZ and beat like 30 hours of act challenges just to get that one skin. So people will do it. People from multiplayer and Warzone will come over, and you know, we're so worried about the numbers and people having accessibility to beat the Easter eggs, and we need the, you know, the completion rate to be up. And I think Zombies fans would agree that 0.04% is extremely low. Terminus was like 4%, 8% after Directed came out. But they absolutely should have these as universal rewards, because it'll get more people on the mode, interested in Cursed, interested in Zombies as a whole. And again, you can say, oh, it should be a Zombies only reward. I think that's gatekeeping. I don't know why, if you play either of the other two modes, that you wouldn't want, even the end game campaign, I would love to have those camos equipable on, even the regular Pack-a-Punch camos equipable on those guns in other modes, to show, hey, I'm a Zombies fan. I'm good at multiplayer too. I'm good at Warzone too. I'm just as good as you at Warzone or multiplayer, but I'm even better than you at Zombies because I did the tier 3 relics and I got the tier 3 Pack-a-Punch camos. 100% Treyarch needs to make those universal rewards, and I guarantee you if they do that, you'll see a massive increase in not only interest for Cursed, but the Easter egg completion rate go through the roof for all 3 different variations of Cursed, as well as like just the standard mode in order to get those relics unlocked.
Yeah, and just briefly here, I don't want it to seem like MZC and I are coming off as insensitive to some of the difficulty of Curse, but I think, like he said, we kind of just, you know, we don't want to see what happened with Vaetherion.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
It's like, to some point you have to weigh your options. You know, we would rather prefer something be slightly more difficult than slightly more easy. Like, I would rather have to adapt and learn and like, oh, like brain rot, like the augments actually makes a big difference here. And then I understand like the round 60 is a big time commitment, but it's better that way from our perspective than just kind of sleepwalking your way through something. It just doesn't feel as rewarding. It doesn't hit the same when it's closer to the easier side than closer to the difficult side. If that makes sense.
That's exactly where my head's at with it. Again, it's not like you should get better, or you should, do this or that. Like, it's really just like, I would rather it be a longer grind and something that maybe takes people a couple days. Even myself, I do this all full time, and it still took me a couple days to get all these relics. I would much rather have it be like that than cruise through this in 3 hours, than it just be like, all right, well, now I have nothing to do for the next 2 weeks until Astra Malorum drops. So yeah, I definitely think that's just it's not a talking down thing at all, or being insensitive. I think it's just Vaetherion 2.0, where after it gets nerfed pretty bad and it's not even the same fight now, it's like everyone's like, oh well, I actually, by the time that I got around to beating it, it felt really rewarding. And I can speak from experience where I have a guide for, a solo guide for Vaetherion, where I've had a lot of people comment, as well as on Twitter and other people's tweets, say, yeah, my first 3 times through it, I was getting, bent over trying to beat Vatherion, and I couldn't figure it out. But each time I got better and better, and by my 4th time I beat her. By my 5th time I beat it, and I felt super rewarding. I don't think it's going to hit the same way, or I just did it after the nerf, and it doesn't even feel like a challenge anymore. It's not as rewarding as had it just been really, really hard. You don't get that same, like, man, I feel accomplished, or I feel like I did something. Now it just feels like you're kind of like, It's like Patient 13, especially in solo, where you're like, yeah, I mean, unless I just park the truck in the middle of the rockets and don't move, I'm not going down in solo with it. It's just that much of an easier fight. And that's kind of the same thing here with like the brain rot thing, where it's like, crashing aside, dev airing aside, server disconnect aside, once you realize that there's augments to make it easier, it's honest to God, it's one of the easier challenges in the game.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, moving along to Angelo Beta. He says, glad it's here, but my hot take is that classic points in modern mechanics low-key sucks because the high prices run antithetical to the freedom of classic points. Instead of choosing what to use depending on mood, you always grab a Kita, don't pack it, and get 200k points by round 15. This is what you're talking about, so I want to give you the floor for this for the majority of the response, but I totally agree, but I can enjoy both modes. Like, I feel like me and you are in the rare subset of people that like modern mechanics and like the old school mechanics. Like, don't get me wrong. I do like loadouts. I do. I like the unlimited perk, number, stuff like that. Ammo crates. I like all that stuff. But at the same time, like, I have fond memories, and it's coming back to me in Curse with the Akita of like, okay, how do you play Kino der Toten? You open up the map, you get quick revive and spawn, you might be an M14 or Olympia debater at the front, or honestly, you go and get the MP40, you spin the box for the Thunder Gun, you train on the stage. That's how every game goes. At least that's how every game went for me, especially if you wanted to go to 100 or whatever it may be, high rounds, and that's how it always went. So I understand both differences in both dynamics of the mode, but I mean, I think what Angelo's saying here is a lot of what you're saying as well.
Yeah, I think I've kind of pretty much beat it over the head at this point at multiple points during the podcast about the classic points and how I feel about it. But yeah, it does feel like with the extremely high prices for Golden Armor and Pack 4, it's almost just forcing you to not want to pack a punch and play specifically around just grabbing. Right now, it's the shotguns are the big point builders because
everybody's just going to get the Akita. It's like this is meta at this point. There's only really one way to play it.
Exactly, and even if they just say, "Hey, we're going to nerf the points on the Akita or on the shotguns," now you're just like, "Well, it's going to take me even longer to build up these points." I don't know. It's a weird situation that they're in. Obviously, there's going to be a meta for everything there was back in the day. There is now. It just is like I don't know. It's a fun playthrough every once in a while, when you're going for the relics specifically. It's just now that we're getting towards at least I am getting towards the end of Cursed, where there's only one relic to be found. I've done the round 60s, the round 40s, the round 20s, and played, put 24 hours plus into the mode. It's starting to get to the point where it's like, well, I don't know, the gimmick's not wearing off for me, because like I said, it is nice to switch back and forth and be like, hey, I just played for 8 hours straight Van Dorn Farm or Ashes of the Damned. I think I'm going to play some Cursed and spawn in with a pistol and go play it like the mystery box. But it's, again, for me personally, it just seems like it's becoming more of a gimmick rather than this is how I prefer to play the game. And that's totally fine. Like we've said all the time, like that's there's people that prefer it one way or another, and having both in the same game is great for options. There's no, hey, let's change things. A trainer doesn't have to come in here and go, let's change things up to, change the points or da-da-da-da. Like, it's nice to have both options. It's for some people. It's not for some people. For others, it might just be a fun little side mode every once in a while. There you go. Like, that's that.
But that's back to my point with the longevity of it, like projecting throughout the life cycle of this game, because like once I'm done with every camo that I want to get, once I'm done with Infestation, once I have the calling cards that I want to get, once I have the mastery badges out of the way, like, yeah, it does sound kind of nice. Like when we were basically looking at each other square in the face every night of our lives, and not to discredit Black Ops 6, but like by the time Reckoning came around, it's like, okay, I'm kind of doing this egg, and then that's pretty much it. Like, what's the incentive to play afterwards? Where it's like, okay.
How many people have been banned tonight over in ranked? Is it safe to play? Am I gonna get fucking joked?
Yeah,
and just,
literally,
Like, am I gonna get cheated
like,
on by people playing ranked, or maybe I just
and
don't
I
play
like
any
playing
tonight?
Resurgence. I like playing Warzone and Resurgence as much as the next guy. But how many of those Resurgent nights that we had are we probably going to be playing like DLC 4, DLC 5, getting the relics and cursed, and then just like, oh, it might be. I'm not burnt out on the map 2 weeks after it comes out because I could just switch over and play a different mode.
Right,
so
100%.
that's where I think it really could shine, where it's like, hey, this has to be a DLC thing with the same amount of importance and the same amount of structure and strategy that we've seen in Ashes of the Damned, or it just doesn't work throughout the whole game's life cycle. Could be wrong, but I feel very strongly about that through just bouncing thoughts just between ourselves here in this episode, where it's like, hey, I think this mode really shines and really has a big pick me up in these later DLCs. So and even too, like, I get it would be from the classic era, but like imagine remakes with this system. I think this gives remakes a whole, or remasters, whatever you want to call it. I think it gives them a whole new like soul and lifestyle, where it's like, hey, I'm not just gonna port in a Shangri-La, but there's going to be different stuff around the map that it might be easy to develop, might be easy to just put in stuff here and there. Maybe you don't get 9 relics on some of the older maps because they're not as big as Ashes of the Damned or some of the offerings we're going to get moving forward in Black Ops 7. But it's like, imagine like a Chronicles 2.0 with Cursed integrated into it. Like, that is exciting to me. Yeah, that'd be sick. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You kind of relive the map and you kind of get a new understanding and a new love for the map with Cursed. So they got something here. They got, I don't know how much they got, but they got something. So
it doesn't need to go. I know, like, this is probably, I don't want to say it's been a more negative episode. It's just like with the last one,
right down the middle.
Right down the middle. The last one we did, I feel like it was like, especially for me, I was like, oh, dude, Ashes of the Damned's fucking S+ tier map. It's amazing. Everything they've hit, every fucking right button has been pushed here. With Cursed, I'm kind of like, yeah, I don't know about the points, but like, I kind of felt that way going into it. I kind of felt like I'd have an issue, like, not an issue, but I would, I felt like it was going to kind of get to this point where it's like, okay, now it's just becoming like, I don't really want to keep shooting class, but that's my own personal opinion on the classic points mode. Now, if you were, like you're saying, introduce like Chronicles maps or survival maps or future maps and later DLCs where it's, not just Ashes of the Damned and I'm not burnt out, like there's new stuff to do, there's new relics to find. Obviously this is going to age well. It's going to be a good mode that's going to withstand the test of time, and with like something like, if they were to do a Chronicles 2, would be the perfect hybrid where you can say, hey, if you don't want to play Cursed and you don't want these negative modifiers and you just want to have like the, let's say, Shinonuma Reborn on Vanguard, right? That was a completely classic, or it was a classic map with a completely modern take on it, with all the different, the crafting table. I don't think they were salvaged in that game, but like, the Pack-a-Punch rarities, the perk rarities, the what was the other one? There's like modifiers you could get in that game too. I can't remember the Covenants for Vanguard. Like, that's but it was the best version of Shinonuma in my opinion. There's a Wonderwaf quest, there was an Easter egg. Like, it was a sick reimagining of the map that played well in modern, but it would have been cool to get like a classic mode or a cursed mode where, okay, there's no covenants, there's only one there's only one tier of perks, there's only one Pack-a-Punch or whatever. Like, that would have been sick to get there. And I think that with Cursed and the ability to play standard, having both those options for Chronicles 2, I think that would eliminate a lot of the fear of the communities too, being like, hey, is Shadows of Evil going to be ruined in the modern mechanics, or is Horizon Drac going to play the same way, or would Origins play the same way? All right, well, if you don't like standard and you think it is ruined, now there's Cursed, where you can just spawn with a pistol. You've got your modifiers. You don't have to have all these different things. You can just play with 4 perks. Like, that's cool, and I think that really gives them the opportunity to actually take it a step further, and just, aside from being like a side mode or an alternate way to experience the maps, it could actually bring a real nice balance between the, okay, we want a Chronicles, but I don't want it to be on the modern mechanics, and okay, I don't mind it being updated for the modern mechanics. So I think they have like the perfect hybrid mode is right here. The balance of both, the best of both worlds is right here. Hopefully nothing happens during the life cycle of this game where we don't get to see it hit its full potential, but I think that we could have a really nice hub for the next 2-3 years. If we're not getting another Zombies until 2028, I think we're in a really good spot right now as Zombies fans with this, the balance between standard and cursed mode. And moving forward, if there's potential for something like that, or maybe a remake here or there, it'd be really nice to see it in cursed, and I think it'd be a good balance.
I totally agree with you. Number 1, I would not be surprised. Number 2, I would not blame Treyarch if they're nervous, and they have been nervous about bringing some of the older maps back because they don't know how the community is going to receive it with the modern system. okay, here's your perfect bridge to do so, in my opinion. You could have your cake and eat it too. It's rare, but Cursed gives you that option.
Do it. If you're a dev and you're watching, do it. Just drop the map. Like, don't even worry
It's
about
interesting.
it. Vanguard, seriously, you know, the whole anybody that played, like the people that didn't play Vanguard are going, oh, Vanguard's the worst game of all time. It is. It's not good. It's not a good zombies experience, in my opinion. But the one gem of Vanguard was Shinonuma Reborn.
You always said
I know,
that.
from the day that it came out, I was like, bro, this is the best Shinonuma they've ever made. The Wonder Wap quest is super sick. Like, imagine if they dropped, I don't know, I don't want to use like Durice again as an example. Let's say they did Kino to Toten, but it was strictly just Kino to Toten with maybe one extra area added in. Maybe there's like, you know, you can go out on the street, or there's like a back room or something. There's like one small little area that kind of makes the map flow a little bit better, so it's easier to get from one side to another. And then they add like a Thunder Gun quest in, where it's not just spin the box, but there's like a jet gun style of quest where you run around the map and do a few things, and you can build the Thunder Gun rather than it just being the box. But they don't. That's like the only thing they changed, and maybe there's a small Easter egg. Perfect, like perfect way to kind of bring it back, breathe some new life into it, but don't completely ruin the core experience of what Kino was outside of just a quest here and there. So yeah, dude, it's I think there's a lot of potential here. I think they could really knock it out of the park. But if just don't be afraid to do it, because the community is just, I don't know if I like that. I don't know how I feel about it. Just do it. This is your best opportunity to do something like that with a mode like Cursed. Obviously, 2028 is the 20th anniversary of Zombies. If it doesn't happen this year, 2028 is the last year I'd say we ever see a chance potential for Chronicles. But if they've got 1 or 2 or 3 remasters on a flash drive sitting somewhere that can easily be ported over here, do it. Just let it fly. It'll play real well. You got the Curse now to kind of balance out those negative people that think it won't play the same way. Perfect. Go for it. Do it. Just let it fly.
All right. Interesting. Didn't know we were going to get into that area, but glad we did. Glad we did, because it makes a lot of sense. But last but not least, here with the community corner, we have this from Mr. L. He says, despite the price hike on Pack-a-Punch, Cursed is a fun return to form on what made old school zombies fun. Oh, and thank God for no minimap or directional markers. I know they can be turned off by default, but Curse makes learning the map of Ashes a lot more fun. 2 things here, MZC, before I throw it to you. Number 1, I totally agree with Mr. L. Even like I said, with the generators, you know, the spore generators, turn on the power all the way through the Necrofluid Gauntlet building, you know, part of the map. It does make learning Ashes more fun. It does make doing that part of the map more fun to me in Curse. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know what it is, but I just totally agree with what Mr. L said there. 2, before I throw it over to you, I love this community corner. It might be my favorite community corner that we've done so far on the show, because we have 4 comments here. We have 4 replies to your tweet over on X, and they're all 4 totally different. Still talking about Cursed, but I think that's exactly what Treyarch was going for here. Something that could appeal to, even though it is a small subset of players, but it appeals to a lot of different individual things within that smaller group, and it has the community talking. Maybe it's not all positive, but I think the majority of it is positive about the mode, at least giving the respect for them trying, you know, attempting to put something out there like this. But we have 4 comments here where people are talking about different things, you know, that they like or that they don't like, maybe how they could be improved, maybe what needs to stay the same. And it's a good, healthy discussion where it's like people just, oh, you know, they just threw this at us and they didn't even care about it, this and that. Haven't heard any of that, haven't seen any of that. Great community corner here for sure, rounding out with Mr. L.
100%. Yeah, it's a nice mix. I'm sure if we go back and look at more of the tweets, there'll be even more of this. Again, back-to-back community corners where I feel like the general sentiment on the game is good. Like last year when we did these, or in, you know, with BO6, especially like Reckoning, leading up to BO7, even before that with Grief, it was always like one person being like, I love this, it's so great, and the other person being like, it's the worst thing in the world, it's a piece of dog shit, throw it away, modern sucks, all that stuff. But the first 2 of these, like through 2 weeks, it seems like everything's been super positive. We didn't even talk about Astra Malorum. We didn't even talk about the intro. I'm sure like this week we had a blog post and a gameplay trailer. So that, you know, this coming week's podcast will be about that. But so far through 2 weeks of the game, it seems like everyone's really hyped about this. Everyone's liking where we're going here, and things are good. But yeah, Mr. L, I definitely agree. It's a fun return to form. You know, you spawn in with that pistol, you kind of run through things like it's 2008 again, 2010 again. And yeah, even in standard mode, I've turned off the directional markers. I do like kind of leaving the compass on. This year it's grown on me. The compass, I like being able to see like what POI I'm at. It's not really like in your face up there. You know, it's not like taking it up half the screen like the mini map, but the compass is low key can stay on when we play these modes. But yeah, what you're saying about the Necrofluid Gauntlet quest and the generators, I think what makes it special is on the lower rounds, you don't have a powerful enough weapon to make it seem like you can just, you know, if you spawn in with the Akita or the Echo, or I don't even know what other good weapons, like the whatever, you spawn in with a good weapon with 8 attachments, you just go through and blow through the spores with minimal difficulty whatsoever, and the gun is powerful. But when you're doing it with the Jaeger or whatever pistol you get when you first start out, it's a challenge. You have to go and buy ammo. You have no idea how much time is left on the generator, so you have to move quick. It has to be your main focus. There's none of this like, oh, I can kill some zombies and then get back to the... Like, you got to focus on the generators. And then for the actual quest itself, like, again, you have no idea how much time is on the canister when you're filling it up with the generators. You're not constantly looking at that when it pops up. It's a nice way to play that makes you feel like classic zombies. I think the only thing I would suggest for that would be either adding in the generator a way to see it like fill up, so that like you know when it's getting close without there being like a percentage bar on the side of your screen. I feel like that's something that classic zombies, I guess it didn't. You know, the dogs from Mob of the Dead, but you knew you had 6 zombies to kill, so that was your thing. I don't know. It's fine as it is. There's nothing really there. It's just me yapping at this point. But yeah, definitely cool to kind of have that experience be different, where it's more of a challenge to even just get the power on in Curse than it is in Standard. So definitely feel like we're on the same page there.
Absolutely, 100%. Well, Clutch Squad, appreciate you guys tuning in for Perkaholics Anonymous podcast, episode 22, chugging along here, Black Ops 7 Zombies. Like MZC just said there, feels like it's in a really good place. We can't wait to see what happens with Asher Malorum. Obviously, already got, a amazing cinematic for that, for the upcoming, DLC 1 release. But yeah, thanks everybody for tuning in, making here this long. Yeah, make sure you're out there staying safe, make sure you're staying hydrated, and we'll catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
This is the cop. So, what is going on, guys? Guys, I am Black Ops Amazing. Welcome back to another video on the channel where today we are back with a Zombies Q&A, the series where I take your questions about the Zombies storyline, Easter eggs, and answer them. As always, if you enjoyed the video today, make sure you click that subscribe button if you haven't already. Leave any questions you have down below, but let's get into it. So the Captain 0000 asks, when you complete the Easter egg and continue, there's a new announcer. So for anyone who hasn't completed the Ashes of the Dam main quest, or maybe you have and didn't click continue, you ended the game instead, well, after that, as he says, there is a brand new announcer.
I need only my will.
And this is because the regular announcer on the map is the Shadowsmith, Vaetharian. However, because he is the boss fight, after we defeat him and break his bond between him and the Warden, freeing him, he is no longer in the map, he is gone. It was Vaetharian who was giving us the power-ups such as the max ammo, insta-kill, double points. He was the one helping us, but because he is gone after you complete the main Easter egg quest, we then have a new announcer. This woman's voice. Now, we don't know 100% who this is, but because the previous announcer was a Shadowsmith and the whole plot of BO7 Zombies so far is we are going to these different locations to free certain Shadowsmiths, more than likely this voices the Shadowsmith in Astra Malorum. I guess we'll find out in a day or two. The only thing I will say on that is it is a little bit weird how we hear her voice in Ashes when the crew are not in Astra Malorum yet, so how this Shadowsmith would know to help our characters, I don't know, which leaves me a little bit skeptical. Maybe it's not the next Shadowsmith and it's someone else. Of course, we have also seen the Entity, who is a female character, but if you compare the voices, this is definitely not her. Other than that though, it could be a new mystery character. I have seen suggestions that it's Samantha. It doesn't sound like her either. The most likely option for now is it's the next Shadowsmith. The next questions, I've got two I wanted to include here. Lickle asked, do you think the Victor's crew are still alive? I mean, everyone and everything got banished into the Dark Ether. And then Dark Matter asked, if Victus went into the Dark Ether, I'd totally see Stuhlinger eating that. And then he mentions the flesh, but I wanted to include this one because I really like this idea of Stuhlinger eating the undead in order to survive within the Dark Ether, because we know he was a member of the Flesh. Back in Black Ops 2 Zombies, before he joined up with Misty, Malton and Russman, Stuhlinger was a part of a group that ate the flesh of zombies in order to survive.
Well, maybe I don't wanna. Huh? Did you think of that? Oh, you can't tell them about the flesh. What I did, they'd kill me if they knew.
But one of the side effects of this was the ability to gain a connection and hear voices within the ether, which was the whole reason why Richtofen could talk to him in his head. As soon as he joined up with the rest of the Victor's characters in Transit, he stopped. He even went as far as to keep it a secret. He didn't want any of the other members to know his past, what he did. But the idea of him having to resort back to that after his banishment into the Dark Ether is cool in my opinion, because as we've seen from other people that were in there, and actually ourselves right now in Ashes of the Damned, other than the undead and Dark Ether creatures, there are no vegetables or fruit. There is nothing that can grow in there that humans could safely eat. They would have to survive on whatever scraps were banished in there in the first place, but over the years, the quantity and quality of food would begin to dwindle, so any chances of survival for normal people would be low, not only due to them being killed off by zombies, but also starvation. However, imagine Stuhlinger resorting back to eating the flesh to survive. And another thing that's worth bearing in mind is his connection to the ether. Could that have aided Stuhlinger in any way? But the main question that is asked here, and it's one that I've been seeing people ask ever since 2020 Cold War, do I think the Victor's crew are still alive? Well, the last time we saw them was Tagdo Toten, which got banished into the Dark Ether in 1965. Right now in BO7, we are in 1991. That was when Reckoning happened, and at the end of that map, Weaver, Carver, Grey and Meyer were banished into the Dark Ether. I will say, we don't know if they were straight up sent here, or if they ended up travelling forward or back in time. And what I mean by that is, we know Richtofen, Takeo and Klein Dempsey are from different points in time, but at what date in the Dark Ether was everyone sent to? I'm pretty sure there's nothing that actually confirms that, so I believe we're in 1991, 26 years after Tagdo Toten's banishment here. So if Victus was still alive, they would have been here for 26 Earth years, which in Dark Ether years would equate to about 260 years. Therefore, just to me, the chances of Misty, Malton, Stuhlinger and Russman still being here is very high, either as zombies or some other undead creature, because that is what the Dark Ether does. As soon as you're exposed to it, you begin to succumb to its side effects. Just like Zykov turned into the Forsaken over a course of 40 years or 400 Dark Ether years, or other characters we learned about in Cold War that were trapped in there for a few years that ended up turning, the chances of Victus still being, well, normal people is very, very low. But I wouldn't rule it out because we know Stuhlinger, at least for a short amount of time, was alive after he was banished into the Dark Ether, because we had this radio in Classified.
Hello? this thing on? Richtofen! Hey, Richtofen! You've been gone from my head a really long time. I gotta be honest, I'm freaking out a bit, man. It's so quiet. I can actually hear myself think. Do you know what that's like? It's not nice at all. So, listen, buddy, old pal, we gotta talk. You sent us here, of all places, but you forgot to tell us what to do. It's dark, it's damp, it's just really filthy. I think the roaches are crawling with roaches. How is that even possible? Wait, shoot. Am I even talking to the right Richtofen? Oh, you could be the other one, right? Or the other one. Yeah, you know what? Just go talk to your Richtofen pals at the hoity-toity Ricky Gang Clubhouse and find out what the we're supposed to be doing.
Whilst we were technically never told at which point Schulinger sent this radio to Richtofen, judging by the things he says, he knows that two Richtofens exist, which was something he only found out after they arrived at Alcatraz, which means this has to be after that, and the only map that came after was Tag der Toten, and we know what he got up to during that period, so this radio could have been sent from him during another time, but more than likely it was after he was banished in the Dark Ether, which means he was alive. But we don't know if this was a few days after, a few months after, a few years after, or 26 years after. But I wouldn't rule out seeing some remnant of Victus in Black Ops 7 Zombies and perhaps DLC 3, 4 or 5. It's something I could totally see Trok doing, it's just the chances of them being alive is very minuscule. If anything, Samuel, having his connection through the ether and already eating the flesh of the undead, seems the most likely candidate for survival. Let me just put this one out there though, imagine if, in the final map, we got a Victus boss fight. The final question of today from O. Jarry says, I thought the multiverse closed. How is the Warden planning on bringing it back if he's already pulling people in places from different dimensions? So we actually still don't understand what's gone on here. Because we know Richtofen, Takeo, Nikolai and Dempsey are from alternate universes, we know a multiverse does exist. But as you say, how, considering the whole point of everything we did in Tag der Toten was destroying the multiverse? Well, there is one point in time, the Reckoning ending, where we see a really strange event occur. A beam shoots up from the Sentinel artifact and we see this swirling in the sky, which looks very similar to the same swirl that we saw when the multiverse was destroyed in Tag der Toten. There is a theory to be had here. Could this moment have been the creation of a brand new multiverse, and these variants of Richtofen, Takeo, Nikolai and Dempsey come from them, or they've always existed? It's actually leaked information that the Warden is planning to bring back the old multiverse. That's not officially being confirmed, so it could end up being fake, or Treyarch have just changed the story, but the Warden is definitely up to something. It would make sense in my mind that if someone wanted to bring back the old multiverse, they would have to not only know of it, but would have been a part of it, and as far as we're aware, the Warden isn't. If it was Dr. Monty or the Shadow Man or some other godly figure, it would make sense for them wanting to bring back the old multiverse, especially if they had power within it, but the Warden, as far as we're aware, didn't. So for right now, that's just leaked information, but we've had a lot of leaks from the source this was from that have turned out to be true. The Warden has pulled places such as Exit 115, the Cosmodrome, Van Dorn Farm, and Janus Towers into the Dark Ether. Gray speculates he's done this because they mean something to him, or they're just his favourite places. And Treyarch have said these locations in Ashes of the Damned are going to become very important, so perhaps they have some link to the old multiverse. And along similar lines, Rambob4208 asked, I have a question that's been on my mind since Cold War introduced Ethereum. What would happen if Ethereum and Element 115 were combined and used together? Would the result destroy itself, or could it be used for a different, higher purpose? For that, I don't even think Treyarch have thought of, but Element 115 returning is interesting, right? But not surprising, because it was banished to the Dark Ether, so it being here is not random, although slightly weird that we haven't seen it up until this point. We've had Cold War, Vanguard, Modern Warfare 3, Black Ops 6 and now Black Ops 7, and we are only just seeing it. I will leave that video there. Anyway, let me know your guys' thoughts in the comment section below. Leave any other questions you have down there. Drop a like rating if you've enjoyed. Make sure you are subscribed to stay up to date with the latest content on the channel, and I will see you in the next one. Until then, goodbye.
Who is the entity in Ashes of the Damned? Ashes of the Damned had one of the most competitive main quest hunts in recent history, and one that took a lot longer than pretty much any of the quests since Black Ops Cold War. One hold-up that was solved to great applause on livestream in the hours after the map's release was the unlocking of the mid-game cutscene. In this cinematic, our characters encountered a mysterious new character who may be our strongest ally, or our greatest enemy in this new storyline. The Entity. So today, let's discuss this character, whether or not she is actually new, and some new revelations that might shed some light on her. In the main quest of Ashes of the Damned, our first major, crucial step for understanding where we are and how we can possibly escape the Warden's clutches comes from unlocking the Seal of Sorrow. This is an ancient prison, locked with 3 keys, and held within the liminal space of a mirror. When brought into the real world, the Seal of Sorrow can then be unlocked with its keys, and upon this release, we meet the Entity, appearing as a translucent purple visage beset with stars throughout a literal galaxy. The Entity appears to be our one and only ally within the Dark Ether so far. She instructs the characters on exactly who the Warden is, and explains that he has harvested the spiritus of our characters, which has in turn brought them near death and taken their memories, placing our characters firmly within the Warden's control and dominion. She further elaborates that he has done this through the power of the Shadowsmiths, ancient and powerful beings of the Dark Ether who have apparently always existed, but he is enslaved to his will. The Entity gives us the plan we will likely follow for the upcoming DLC maps: free the Shadowsmiths, have them restore our memories, and fight the Warden. Upon seeing the Entity for the first time, many were quick to point out its surface level similarities to the being of the same name from Modern Warfare Zombies, the dark half of Ava Jansen that was apparently born in the Dark Ether when she was born in the real world. The problem with that is that Black Ops 7 is taking place chronologically 2 years before Ava's birth. Of course, time flows differently in the Dark Ether, but they entered the realm in 1991, and so, despite the similarities, this seemed to possibly not be the case. It's interesting then that, assuming she is a new character, the Entity gives us no indication on who she is or what she actually wants, simply that she will help us. This is perhaps a clue when we first free her, however.
Living shit.
You're
alive. I did not hope. I could not. Do not be alarmed.
Take a look in the fucking mirror.
It's certainly possible to interpret this through the lens of the Entity already knowing who our characters were. But at least at this point, we've got nothing to go on that would suggest that. Here, I thought it was far more likely that the Entity had simply sensed the character's spiritus in their confrontation with the Warden, and became aware of them at that point. At the end of the quest, we see the characters being teleported to an area of the Dark Ether that she had quote-unquote folded a pocket dimension while they wait for their next task. When we get a glimpse of this pocket on the game over screen here, and or when we exfil in the map from the Berlin telephone, seemingly like the one Samantha entered in D Machine, it's made pretty clear that this pocket is, in fact, the house. So she must be extremely powerful to have the power to create literal pocket dimensions. A small remnant, a rocky island left over from Agatha and Dr. Monty all those years ago. It's no doubt that we will see us physically in the house at some point later in Black Ops 7 Zombies' life cycle. We then see the redeployment of the characters in the intro cutscene for Astra Malorum, with the Entity literally spitting them back into the Dark Ether proper, alongside rocks of what appears to be Element 115, in its familiar blue, which massively mirrors the Apothicon seeding 115 across dimensions in the Revelations intro cutscene, and perpetuating the cycle. For a video detailing how in the world 115 has returned and what this could mean for the storyline, please see the recent video linked on screen or in the description. Regardless, it seems pretty clear that the entity's powers are far in excess of our characters, and potentially on par with the Dark Ether entities we encountered in Vanguard Zombies or even beyond them. But there's more to discuss here, not least of which is the new evidence that has been found in Ashes of the Damned that I've recently covered on the channel. But even past that, just some basic facts that exist in the game that make me think all is not quite as it seems. So first off, let's discuss the Ava letter. I've already examined here why the chronology of events doesn't make sense, but the facts are facts. This is a character with the same name as the entity from Modern Warfare Zombies, possesses a very similar physical appearance, and even has a high level of dominion over the Dark Ether, able to make rifts and such. Now, there are holes in this. Why the different voice actor? Why the slight changes in appearance and mannerisms? Who can say for now? But it seems to me that the letter addressed to Ava Jansen, offering her a position on the research team, does seem to draw a line between the two. Not least because it's the first concrete mention of Ava Jansen in an exceedingly long time, literally not being directly referenced ever since Modern Warfare Zombies. But as I've mentioned in my prior video, this doesn't really help us. Sure, it might point to this entity and the one from Modern Warfare Zombies being the same, but that actually just raises more questions. The basics of this bootstrap paradox theory are as follows. Because Josiah Shem, on orders from the Warden, broke space-time forever in Liberty Falls with his infamous device, I'll hopefully get an explanation maybe on Astra Malorum, the Warden is able to go forward and, at the end of Modern Warfare Zombies, without the protection of the entity, pull Ava Jansen into the Dark Ether from the mirror. Then, eventually, Ava somehow becomes the entity we see in Modern Warfare Zombies, having been her all along, and the cycle repeats. We know that the entity being alive was effectively cloaking Ava from the Warden and the Shadowsmiths. Assumedly, they are specifically the enslaved Shadowsmiths, as the freed ones seem a lot friendlier. I already thought this to be the case, and the letter definitely gives it more weight. Though if that's the case, there is definitely something strange going on. Just thinking about it for a moment, the entity is not only held in an esoteric magical prison, but is locked in this prison in a different layer of reality. This is a ridiculous degree of security for a minor entity. The Warden has fought and bested the architects of the entire Dark Ether after all. What would an entity of middling power be to him? Surely if he had encountered her, he could have simply enslaved her for service like the Shadowsmiths, or just consumed her outright. No, I think there's something else going on here, and I think that the entity is deliberately keeping this from us. The only real reason the entity would be sealed away in this manner, it seems to me, is that the Warden actively feared her power and the way in which she could influence other souls. That is, if the Warden is even the one who imprisoned her. Potentially there's an even higher power in the Dark Ether that did so. Regardless, the reason for her imprisonment doesn't necessarily have to be immediately malicious. The Warden might have taken these measures simply because the entity could overthrow him. This would of course make her a natural ally to us. However, let's think about this in the terms of the story Treyarch are trying to tell. It needs to have suspense, intrigue, and twists, and ultimately a threatening villain. The Warden is certainly threatening right now, but already in Ashes of the Damned, he's 1/4 less threatening now, and assumedly that will continue each map until we have all of our characters' spiritus or souls back and we can actually challenge him. In fact, it's the entity who has spelled all of this out for us. She's the one who laid out this blueprint for the entirety of the game's DLC cycle. It all feels a little too convenient. And historically speaking, can we ever trust Dark Ether entities? The Shadowman betrayed us, Zykov betrayed us, the Sam AI betrayed us, and so on. It's a common trope that Treyarch like to use. If it's true that this potentially is Ava, or perhaps was is a better term, let's think about what we learned right at the ending of Modern Warfare Zombies.
Switching mags!
The entity, who we see the power of pretty explicitly in Modern Warfare Zombies' final mission, considers Ava its little sister and was doing all that it did simply to protect her, and seemingly protect her from the Warden. Clearly, killing the entity in Modern Warfare Zombies meant that this job could no longer be performed, and rather, soon after, Ava is taken into the Dark Ether, thus beginning the potential bootstrap paradox. But this is where things get weird. If the Warden did take Ava, who would become the entity, why would he simply seal her away immediately? He hasn't taken her essence like we'd expect, but she does end up not only within the Seal of Sorrows, but within the mirror itself, much like how Ava was initially dragged through a mirror. And why would she suddenly be enthralled with so much power? Yes, she had Dark Ether powers similar to Samantha Max's due to her being her mother, but not on this level yet. Why would she get taken in to then become more powerful and essentially become a bigger threat without a use? It seems to me that there's something else that we don't quite understand going on here. Essentially, we are missing some events in the series. Ava Jansen is taken, an unknown amount of time passes and an unknown amount of events occur. The entity then escapes in Ashes of the Damned thanks to our help. At some point later in Black Ops 7, Ava Jansen is born in the real world after our exit from the realm, so we are currently missing that unknown period. And what's so fascinating is that whatever occurred there scared the Warden enough to make him go back on whatever he had planned with Ava and seal her away forever, if it is he who indeed sealed her. And it also begs the question, again, moving over to the voice, Ava Jansen had a somewhat New Zealand accent due to her adoptive parents. That's not really heard on this entity. In fact, she sounds a lot more like Medusa from Ancient Evil of all things. Now, I think that's just a pure coincidence, unless it's the same actress, I'm not exactly sure, but really, they might have just gotten a different actress in to conceal the identity, because if we could notice the similarities in her voice straight away, well, it would give away the game. Not only does she not sound like the entity from Modern Warfare Zombies, but neither Ava Jansen. Now, the appearances are so similar, being literal purple galaxies, but they're not quite the same as well, but you could attribute that to just a change in art design, because she does have a kind of comic booky looking look in the mid cutscene at least. But let's continue with the discussion. If the Warden came to a realization about the capability of the entity that frightened even him so much, then it must be something existential to the Dark Ether, or possibly to existence itself. We know that the Warden seems to be inclined or imposing a sort of order on the Dark Ether. Not quite like Zykov's, but he certainly wants more for the realm than a chaotic deathmatch of factions. Given Ava possesses the unique Dark Ether DNA of her mother, like I mentioned, it's entirely possible that the Warden initially thought Ava held the key to his plan. As we know, he wants to restore the multiverse, and a fragment of one of the two characters that stepped through into the new universe, the last dying remnants of an old realm, could have been the key to restoring it. Much as the Ether was intrinsically tied to the beings of Dempsey, Nikolai, Takeo, and Richtofen, perhaps the Dark Ether had become intrinsically linked to Ava Jansen via her mother, and one could not function without the other. This would entirely justify the Warden's interest in Ava. He would initially view her as the ultimate tool in reshaping the Dark Ether to his will. Very quickly, however, perhaps he would learn of the danger this absolute power posed. Like Prometheus stealing fire from the gods for the benefit of humans, the Warden was meddling with forces he, likely as a former mortal himself, barely understood. When he realized Ava's true nature as she shifted towards becoming the entity, a being that literally looks like an entire universe, the Dark Ether itself condensed within a body, which could even be why she spits out 115, because Ethereum/115 can literally be embedded in her fabric. He understood the dangerous forces he was meddling with and instead opted to lock her away. Why is it called the Seal of Sorrow as well? Where is or what is the sorrow? Ultimately, however, this would be his undoing, as our characters would free her and she would become their ally. As I've stated, we can't know exactly what the entity truly wants. However, it seems to me that the birth of Ava will be a necessary step. Perhaps the entity, as with Modern Warfare Zombies, will become the final boss, remembering how the remnants of Requiem in the form of Ravenov and Deadbolt contributed to the death of the previous entity, allowing Ava, her former self, to be taken in the first place. At the end of this fight, the entity may realise the truth of all of this, that this is a bootstrap paradox, and give Requiem the idea for creating Ava Jansen in the first place, closing the loop, because the Mom Gene's intel does of course infer that Grey will play an active role in Ava's birth, because they specifically take the DNA samples, so Richtofen may have not actually been involved in this plan all along. He of course was the one to take the DNA sample of Samantha's egg and the rest of Requiem. However, her actual conception may be unrelated to him, or maybe he just gives a helping hand, but it may not be as touchy of a subject as we once thought, at least if Grey plays somewhat of a role in the birth. Again, a lot of her motivations, though, are resting on the fact that we assume the Warden was the one to imprison her. If it was indeed another entity or the Shadowsmiths, even before the Warden took control of them, then it makes the entity, in my opinion, a lot scarier, since the Shadowsmiths can almost be seen as similar to the Keepers from the old Ether story, the protectors of the Dark Ether. They could have been scared of an evil within that can only really be likened to the Shadowman of the old story, the Harbinger of Doom. It's worth noting that the last things we see in Modern Warfare Zombies are the entity being destroyed, all of the colours briefly going from the world, and then Ava having to open a portal to get everyone out of the Dark Ether. In this moment, she says,
Place is starting to unravel.
Our bridge is gone. I can feel the Dark Ether starting to peel back from our dimension. We have to go now.
By our bridge, she's referring to the connection between her and the entity. This is huge in of itself. This means that the connective tissue between reality and the Dark Ether very literally is Ava herself, by virtue of the entity. And the death of the entity begins to permanently break apart the Dark Ether from our world. The only way the Warden can even get to her, therefore, is because of an entirely different phenomenon. Josiah Shem's shattering of time in Liberty Falls. Since the hotel is the same mansion from Shattered Vale, Colton Hall, just converted years later. If not for that, Modern Warfare Zombies' ending would have been the Tag to Totem of the Dark Ether storyline. But the Warden was able to bring Ava back into the fold and potentially kick off this paradox. When we eventually catch back up to the timeline in 2021 with Ava, we will learn, I think, that the Dark Ether and reality are now totally separate. Why? Because this paves the way for Treyarch to once again reboot Zombies, roughly aligning with the 10th anniversary of the end of the Ether storyline back in 2019, which Treyarch's next game, Black Ops 8 or whatever it ends up being, probably won't be until 2028. And what do you think the entity's role will be in Astra Malorum? Considering she's in the intro cutscene, I'm hoping that she does play a role, and we will learn more about her each DLC, and I'm hoping we get to see more of the house sooner rather than later and find out why it is the house specifically, and what the connection is there with potentially even Monty. It's interesting as well if there is a connection here with the original entity in Ava Jansen, when she is the daughter of Samantha Maxis, who also collected Dr. Monty's scarf from within the Dark Ether. Maybe there is a memory in there of her mother that reminds her of her time in the house and the time from before. Anyways, thank you for watching the video. Make sure to subscribe if you're not here for the latest and greatest Call of Duty news information. So anyways, thank you for watching, and bye. The cycle, the paradox at the heart of the Ether storyline. Some would even argue the heart and soul of the narrative. The thing that both is the plot and drives the plot. Within Treyarch's original zombie story, the cycle was everything, but it naturally begs a question, one which perhaps has been neglected by the zombies community. What happened before? Now, I don't want to accuse anyone of laziness on this front. This is a huge question, not least because the cycle, by definition, is a paradox. It isn't meant to have an answer bound by logic, and so if you are trying to wind back the clock to the original incident that started it all, but you are only using information from within the paradox, you won't uncover anything. You will just end up back where you started, a cycle. However, with the recent developments on the front of Dr. Monty and his true identity, and how he became the godlike entity we know him as, we may, for the first time, have access to information that predates the cycle. With this, we can actually start to try and untangle the cycle for the very first time and figure out exactly what happened. As you know, we recently finally solved the impossible Easter egg after 8 long years, revealing the true identity of Dr. Monty being once a human, a real-life figure by the name of John D. With this context in mind, we can now re-examine the plot holes within the official timeline and take a look back at the Giant and Zetsubo Noshima's radios and finally get to the bottom of their ambiguous nature. As well as, with this context in mind, we can finally properly understand why Element 115 changes from a rusty orange coloration to a blue coloration when Blundell took over from Origins onwards. For all of the answers, definitely stay tuned. This video has been a monumental effort, and the longer the research phase went on, the more things started to click into place. Suddenly, lingering questions from Black Ops 3 were answered, and I think a lot of these answers were actually presented to us in the game and within the timeline. We just didn't know what we were meant to be looking for. The strange radios from Maxis in the Giant and Zetsubo Noshima, the snow in the Remember Forever trailer and the Giant intro, and even the colour of Element 115. But before I let you carry that hype with you into the rest of the video, I should tell you outright that there will be lots of speculation. We are almost entirely using events attested to either by the game or by the timeline, but in places, these two sources conflict. In these situations, we have had to try and logically deduce what actually happened. Often, these conflicts are due to time itself being broken, and so there may not even be any truth in the matter in some of these situations, and theoretically, both can be true. This is quite a long and heavy video, and so if you make it through all the way till the end, I've included a very special bonus. This isn't a storyline Easter egg, but it was spotted on the official timeline and is a never before seen Easter egg from the developers. So watch until the very end. Regardless, I proudly present to you the true story of the original cycle and the actual beginnings of the zombie storyline. Let's begin. The zeroth cycle is what I would say, but that's actually not true. First cycle works better for a video title, and we are genuinely going to discuss the first cycle. But in actual fact, what you think of when you imagine the first cycle isn't that at all. It's actually what happens before the cycle existed. In effect, Cycle 0, the prequel to the first cycle. You might think I'm splitting hairs, but it's actually really crucial to understanding this, and part of the reason it's been so confusing up until this point. The cycle, as we see it in-game and in the timeline, is a closed system. There might be slight variations, but the outcome will always happen and end in a similar way. From the research we've done here, it is my belief that the cycle truly begins the moment that Origins happens. That might surprise some who assumed I would say Revelations or maybe the Great War, but there's a good reason for this and we'll get onto it later. But for an out-of-game reason it makes sense too, with, like I said, it being Blundell's first lead map taking over the narrative as a whole. Of course, he had worked on maps in the past like Der Riese, which he also made integral to the beginnings of the zombie storyline, and even Mob of the Dead is integral to the zombie storyline, as it's literally the reason the cycle can even perpetuate. Therefore, the 3 core maps, the 3 beginnings for him, are also the 3 core pillars of the zombie storyline itself. If either collapses, the zombie storyline does not hold up. But just to clarify in case anyone is still confused, what we are discussing is the events that actually predate the cycle, the original iteration of events, and how the cycle begins and then occurs over and over again. To begin with, the prehistory of the universe is somewhat similar to what we already know. The Ether exists, as do the Keepers. With the summoning key, they create Agatha, a realm that is the Ether in physical form, and that connects to all the many dimensions. Some amongst them begin experimenting with the forbidden Dark Ether, which corrupts them. They construct the Ether Pyramid, and this ultimately leads to a large war. Here, I want to make another note that is likely to confuse some people who are somewhat well-versed first in the lore. The battle that occurs here is not the one we see depicted in Alpha Omega and tagged at Toten's cutscenes, in spite of the fact that people often use it to imply otherwise, myself included, as it's just the best visualization we've ever gotten of a similar event. However, it literally cannot be. Why is that? Well, firstly, the Apothicons look different, which hasn't happened yet at this point in the timeline. In the beginning, there were keepers. Some of those keepers became corrupted, leading to a duality of an ideological split. They fought amongst themselves, but ultimately the corrupted keepers lost, where the original keepers banished them to the Dark Ether. Over eons, they mutated and becoming what we know now as the Apothicons, their physical forms mutating from their keeper brethren. However, in these depictions, we can clearly see that the Apothicons are what we know of them now, and so this was not the original battle. They only mutate once they are banished to the Dark Ether. Secondly, Dr. Monty and the Shadow Man are there, and this is the first bit of speculation that we can pull in from what we've learned that may seem almost heretical. If you've followed the recent videos, you know that based on developer documents and countless hints in game, I am now firmly convinced that Dr. Monty and the Shadow Man were 16th century mystics John Dee and Edward Kelly respectively, before becoming their godlike counterparts, leaders of the Keepers and Apothicons. We will inevitably discuss them later too, but just keep in mind that the entities we know as Dr. Monty and the Shadow Man do not exist yet. Therefore, the scene we commonly see from these two maps is categorically not this event. With that digression out of the way, what happens next? As mentioned, the corrupted keepers were banished. Their last act of treason was to hide the Ether Pyramid on the moon of Earth, a planet which held a gateway to Agartha, and seed Element 115 throughout time, in the hopes humanity would utilize it to free them from the Dark Ether. Above all else, they want to return to Agartha. They will continue to influence the minds and thoughts of any humans they can, though their influence is limited. What happened next? At this point, you'll be expecting me to rattle off the usual stuff about the Great War fought in the Crusades. But actually, no. I won't do that because I can't. Think about it for a second. In order for the Great War to happen, we need two things: an exceptionally large volume of 115 in northern France, and premise existing in the medieval period. Well, we currently have neither. In fact, time was still linear. There are no real instances of time travel, no paradoxes. In fact, it seems almost certain, based on clues from Dr. Monty, that there weren't even any other dimensions yet, just the original one, as he states in Gorod Krovi.
Alright, so you've got this universe, this big, changey, already volatile universe, and then you shatter it with a hammer, a metaphorical hammer, and it cracks and splinters into a million other universes, all coexisting at exactly the same time. Do you have any idea how difficult that is to keep track of? I may be omnipotent, but I can't be everywhere.
We are currently at a point where the universe has yet to be hit by that metaphorical hammer. Everything is in its proper place. History proceeds as normal. There are still fragments of 115 that reach the Earth, but nothing to the scale we would witness later in the storyline. One of the most important events was soon to take place, though, with the aforementioned John Dee and Edward Kelly. For more information on this, make sure to check out the previous videos I've made on this topic, which will be linked on screen and in the description. I have an entire playlist on the impossible Easter egg. But to give a summary, John Dee and Edward Kelly, two alchemists, mystics, and great friends, were currently in exile from England and travelling around Europe. Whilst John Dee was an honourable, if not eccentric magician, Kelly was altogether more devious. Not a bad man, but more open to making promises he might not be able to fulfill. Him and Dee regularly attempted to contact angels, and received visions from them in dreams. Dee's Seal of God was, in our storyline, the very same ritual circle we see the Apothicons employ, as well as the Pack-a-Punch Rock on Shadows of Evil. So we can only assume that, unbeknownst to these two, they were actually contacting the Apothicons themselves. Eventually, Dee, likely feeling discomfort from the entities they were contacting, as he was a pious man, ventured back to England, while Kelly remained in Europe. Eventually, however, he ran into trouble with the Emperor of Austria, having promised that he would produce him gold through alchemy, something he knew in reality he could not do, and appears to have killed himself during his imprisonment. As we know from the Warden, however, the willing taking of one's own life is what allows the Apothecans to take possession of your soul, and in this moment, Kelly became the Shadow Man, the Apothecan's agent in reality, or at this point, potentially just the corrupted keepers, before they formally became the Apothecans, something that would come into play in our next steps. This matches Monty's quote, where he specifically says the Apothecans got a hold of the Shadow Man. That'll play for you now.
Now here's the thing. I knew a bloke, and I'm talking way, way, way back. He was the sweetest, most charming individual you could ever wish to meet. He was funny too. We used to have such a good old laugh together. Honestly, my sides hurt thinking about it. He was my friend. He was my best friend. And then the Apothecons got hold of him. Since then, he's pretty much acted as their agent, zipping around the galaxy. Wait, I keep changing it, don't I? Which do you prefer? Universe? Multiverse? Omni-fucking-verse? Oh, it doesn't really fucking matter, does it? Yeah, let's get on with it. Short version is, he's no longer sweet, charming, or funny. He's what brought them here when he escaped the key.
Now is a part that most watching are probably most familiar with. The classic zombie storyline. A meteorite of element 115 crashed near the stony Tunguska River in Siberia in 1908. A few decades later, in the 1930s, the same element was discovered in Poland. Dr. Ludwig Maxis founded Group 935 to investigate this new element and advance the human condition through its usage. Richtofen, initially working at the Illuminati's behest, joins Group 935 to steal their research. Then, the single most important event we are going to discuss occurs. Richtofen, along with Dr. Schuster, successfully manages to teleport a walnut a few feet. This seemed insignificant, Maxis even mocking it as a waste of time and resources. Well, unknown to both men, they had just forever altered time and space. This is also the lore explored in Der Riese, the map that Jason Blundell led for the very first time. And he has said in interviews he intentionally tried to weave more narrative and the breadcrumbs that birthed the original storyline into this map, due to his rich love for stories. And so, this walnut idea could have even been his. At some point during this period, Max's Diary Entry 10, study number 0804 occurs, which was also given as a radio in The Giant. From leaked developer documents, we actually know that this is internally considered Radio 1 on The Giant, and we can get into the rest of them and why they are important later on. But for now, here is this one.
Though our matter transference tests at the new site have been largely unsuccessful, the teleporter's malfunction has nonetheless yielded some interesting data. The fact that the test subjects departed their original point of origin is undeniable. But he's uncertain is what became of them. Richtofen is insistent in his belief that they have been transported not through space, but through time. In the absence of empirical evidence, I myself cannot entertain such madness. I fear, Richtofen, irrationality may soon prove a liability to our endeavors.
Richtofen eventually volunteers to be the first human test subject, resulting in him teleporting through both space and time, ending up in a hidden cave upon Earth's moon. After touching the ether pyramid there, he begins to hear the many voices of the Apothecans. Most prominently, the voice of their newest mercenary, the Shadow Man, now acting as a free agent of the Apothecans throughout the universe, enslaved by them to become their lord. Meanwhile, back in 1592, in John Dee's laboratory in England, temporal rifts from this event flowing back through time reach him, resulting in strange noises detectable only with the device he dubs his ethereoscope. John Dee decides to begin more experimentation in order to better discern the nature of this ether. Unknown to him at the time, his old friend had just played the opening move in an interdimensional chess game. that D would be playing catch-up to for the rest of eternity, always having to play the responding move. This is the first temporal rift. The space and time are now beginning to fracture. From here, back in the 1940s, Richtofen begins to live his double life, feigning ignorance and incompetence around Maxis by day, while building Griffin Station with his other disgruntled colleagues by night. From here, Richtofen's grand scheme unfurls, though likely not exactly as we saw it. First and foremost, perk machines do not exist, nor do wall chalks, yet, or even the Pack-a-Punch. Samantha reaches the moon and tries to take vengeance on Richtofen and his newly awakened test subjects. However, at this point, Richtofen's memory is likely significantly better than it would be within the cycle. As we know, this is something that degrades the subsequent loops, with more and more temporal distortions and Element 115-induced delusions, the bleeding of their iterations, past, present and future, and always as one. With this in mind, we can consider something that always stuck out as odd in the official timeline: Shinonuma. In the official timeline, Richtofen awakens the test subjects at Der Riese, but then has to travel to the other side of the world, to the Rising Sun facility, just to recover his diary to formulate a plan. This diary contains many experimental notes, as well as information on the artifacts he will need for his grand scheme. However, the fact he needs to do this simply because he forgot is surely the result of 115-induced delusions. This is speculation, however, in all likelihood, is this initial set of events. Richtofen may well have planned to go straight to the Siberian facility, Shangri-La, then the moon. Ascension can also be excluded, as the only reason that Ultimus ends up there within the cycle is in order to once again recover Richtofen's diary, which is dropped upon teleportation, recovered by the Soviets during the Der Riese massacre, and eventually finds its way to the Ascension group. Again, that is pure speculation and we can't know for sure what maps did or didn't happen, but given Richtofen only needs the Vril device and a focusing stone, and he ought to know exactly where those are, he has no reason to go to Kino der Toten and Ascension. When the grand scheme reaches its crescendo, and Richtofen takes control of the ether, Maxis feels the best way to stop him is to destroy the Earth. By doing so, he severs Richtofen's connection with the ether, though not the zombies. This also creates the massive rift in the Earth. Now, throughout Black Ops 2, we hear this phrase from Richtofen: "Mend the rift." Most people just assumed this to be referring to the colossal shattered Earth. But if we examine the timeline carefully, we can actually see it specifically tells us that he instructs them to mend the rift in space and time. This was another hint in the timeline towards this wider narrative that we missed, as the shattering of the Earth doesn't just break the continents like never before, it also breaks time. Several temporal rifts occur as a result of this colossal one. The first, which we have discussed in prior videos, is back at the turn of the 17th century with John Dee, alone in his lab one day in 1600, still trying to determine the nature of the ether. A corpse is suddenly raised, a zombie. He orders the Royal Guard to slay it, but very disturbed, he asks permission from the Queen to found the esoteric brotherhood of illuminated de-resurrectionists. But that wasn't the only result of this colossal temporal rift. Simultaneously, in 1885, the events involving Jebediah Brown, the Keepers, and the invention of the Pack-a-Punch machine occurred, the end result of which was the town being moved and displaced to a cavern in Angola, Africa. As a direct result of this, in 1942, a Group 935 archaeological dig would recover the remains of the golden Pack-a-Punch machine, with the Dr. H. Porter reconstructing it and installing one at the mainframe of the Der Riese facility. As a result, the past has been changed, and the Pack-a-Punch now exists in the timeline. While at first this seems like an oddly specific change, what actually happens here becomes plain to see. Monty tells us in Revelations.
In the beginning, and believe me, there was a beginning, everything was in its proper place. Time was linear, just as it should be. But a little thing called Element 115 changed all that. Especially when, what was it again? Oh, yes, when Group 935 came along. Once they started messing around with it, they buggered everything up. 115 shouldn't even exist in your dimension. But nonetheless, here we are. Bloody teleporters.
Everything is so complicated now, Edward. Remember when the world was a simple place? No time travel, no multiverses, no paradoxes, no existential crises. It is the ether, Edward. Once it touches something, that thing is forever corrupted. The only way to halt the unraveling of space and time, which, need I remind you, we are both directly and indirectly responsible for, would be to purge element 115 from existence before it ever encountered humanity. I believe I have uncovered why Dr. Monty will not destroy element 115. The ether is inextricably linked with Agartha. They are one and the same. Agartha, the physical space, is constructed and exists of the ether.
Now, with the John Dee document, the "in the beginning" passage from Monty contradicts the official timeline, which says in the beginning there was just the ether, the keepers. Among them were beings who went by many names, Dr. Monty and the Shadow Man. Monty here specifically credits the "in the beginning" to actually refer to the original fracturing of the timelines, which means that the "in the beginning" line in the official timeline is actually negating all of these events that I'm exploring in the build-up to the very first cycle. And so the timeline is not technically incorrect, it's just missing a massive passage of the storyline. As time fractures ever more, 115 is proliferated throughout time and space, its presence increasing exponentially. In the Shadows of Evil scraps, Richtofen tells us directly that 115 is the fabric, the thread holding it all together, the webbing of the universe. As such, when we consider the full events of Purgatory Point, what sets things off was a man discovering 115 within the town's mind, something that really ought to have not been there. But now, as a result of the temporal rifts from the Earth shattering, it is. If we use Richthofen's analogy, it's like the universe is fabric with a tiny loose thread, and every time we pull, the thread gets longer and longer. That is what 115 is, and thus it appeared where it shouldn't have and doomed Purgatory Point to be pulled underground. During this period between Moon and Transit, Maxis begins to formulate his plan, which was relayed in a Maxis diary entry. I fear that time is running out. Though my understanding of the ethereal realm remains limited, I am convinced that the manipulation of the energy fields within all matter is vital to uncovering the dimensional gateway itself. It is my sincerest hope that somewhere in the realm beyond, my beloved Samantha still lives. I can only pray that Edward's insatiable lust for power does not prove catastrophic. Interestingly, a very similar message was relayed in a radio in The Giant, with slight differences. From here, Black Ops 2's Victus maps play out as we know. Victus activate the global polarization devices in the favor of Maxis, against the wishes of Richtofen. But now we need to discuss what happens next. The end of the beginning, so to speak. Get ready, as this is about to get really confusing. In Buried, with all three towers in his favor, Maxis is able to usurp Richtofen's control of the ether by taking advantage of the massive amounts of ethereal energy spilling out of the broken Earth. At the time during Black Ops 2, the exact nature of why this was possible was uncertain. But as we now know, the rift in the Earth is one not just in space, but time as well, it makes more sense. All the energies across time, a result of the temporal rifts, and now at Maxis' disposal. Now, a lot of the things are about to happen simultaneously, as not only will we be dealing with time travel, but also with Agatha, where the laws of time do not apply. Maxis gains control of the ether's energies, proudly proclaims he can now at last reach Agatha, and sentences Richthofen to an immortal existence in the body of a zombie. Entering Agatha, which exists without respect to time, he pulls Samantha's soul from the moon, at the very moment she soul-swapped with Richthofen, so that she may join him there. Now again, I want to remind you all that everything happening in this section in this video happens simultaneously. A big claim, I know, but we can prove that when all is said and done. Just stay with me for the moment. With Samantha now in Agatha, Maxis understands the state she is in, and begins to feel a sense of regret for his decisions, as heard in The Giant.
She may have been returned to me, but I fear she is not as she was. In recent months, she has barely said a word. When
With the Havoc being wrecked on space and time, back in 1608, John Dee and the Esoteric Brotherhood performed a final experiment. Time was being bent and broken like never before, and snow fell from the sky, as if reality itself had shattered open. The destruction of linear time and causality was about to be set in stone. Element 115's very colour had changed from the colour of rusted earth orange to a bright, icy blue, like the snow that now froze the River Thames over entirely. Blundell even hints that the Element 115 colour change is important by not answering it within Milo's questioning. That'll play for you now.
Does the colour of Element 115 change depending on which universe you are in?
Pass. At this point is when John Dee gains immortality. Never officially being given the title Doctor in real life, he assigns it to himself under a new cryptic name, Dr. Monty.
He's not even a real doctor. I would know.
The Shadowman states he has gone by many names.
Dr. Monty is just one of the many names he's been known by.
Dead Ended says, but only one is real. It's unclear the exact event that gives him immortality. We only know it was through his esoteric experiments. Did he potentially create what we know now as a liquid divinium, liquid element 115, and drink it, and for some weird reason, it allowed him to ascend to immortality? Or were the Keepers losing the war at this current point in time as the Apothicon/corrupted Keepers had gained the Shadowman to help lead them? And so they needed their own leader. And who better person to pick than his once best friend, John Dee, with so much inside knowledge on who he once was and how he acts. This was the tide that inevitably led to the Keepers winning the war. The destruction of the Earth with the 115 rockets, the obliteration of all of life by Maxis to open Agatha, the extraction of Samantha's soul from the moon, all of these events spiraled, happening independently and yet at the same time. They coalesced into a colossal temporal hammer. The universe was already beginning to separate in unnatural ways, and with one more push, it would fall, shattering the single linear universe into fractures upon fractures upon fractures of different realities, never to be repaired. And unfortunately for everyone, Samantha herself was about to give it that push, the last event to happen simultaneously with all of this chaos, the one that would begin the cycle, and the true reason for the name of one of the best maps of all time, hiding in plain sight. Time would finally be destroyed in the origins of the cycle. Maxis doing what he did was the point of no return. Now everything cascades. Samantha is confused, outside of reality, and yet within the house. Her father was old and full of hate, yet young and naive, planning to save everything. A boy she knew was with her, and yet she had never had any friends, save for her dog Fluffy. The future and the past occupied the same space within Agatha, and it was nearly too much for her. She was so confused that all she could do was run away. Reaching out across the now ever-fracturing dimensions, she found her father, different to how she remembered him, but still her father nevertheless. She found him in Dimension 63, a fractured realm of reality now so potent and filled with 115 that it takes on a wholly new past. Yes, that's right, I believe Dimension 63 is a fracture. Only the original timeline is the original timeline. All else spirals from the original. Why? Because it has to, when we take into account Monty's Gorod Crovey quote, that we are all echoes of the same being, through different points in space and time. Therefore, all versions of the characters are splinters from the very first ones, not independent from one another. They are all snowflakes in a sea of 115. The timeline saying the summoning key created all dimensions, filling them with life, contradicts Monty's metaphorical hammer quote, and him saying time was once linear. And it very much contradicts the very name original dimension. In order for it to be the original, it has to be the first in canon, not just from our perspective, and the very one all others are based on. And this makes a lot of sense with Dimension 63 specifically, with it having more 115 than the others, which is similar to the fractures. As they fracture more and more Element 115 spills into said universes and contaminates them more and more. Monty said 115 was not even supposed to be in this dimension. Here, Maxis was experimenting with the massive runestones of Element 115 that had been discovered in northern France, and opened a rift in space and time that allowed Samantha to reach him. In order to save her though, he would need to open a gateway, paralleling himself in the original dimension. This Maxis would record an extremely similar log to that of the diary entry, though with slight changes reflecting this new reality.
In these dark days, I find myself clinging to the belief that there may still be a way to set things right, though my understanding of the ethereal realm remains limited. I am convinced that the manipulation of the energy fields within all matter is vital to uncovering the dimensional gateway itself. It is my sincerest hope that somewhere in the realm beyond, my beloved Samantha still lives. I can only pray that Edvard will have the courage to fulfill the vow he made all those years ago.
From here, the events we see in Origins play out, with its snowfall and bright blue Element 115. This is the world ice theory. Time and the fabric of reality 115 itself was frozen. 935 converted to letters spells ice, which 935 is the very date of the bell tower under Eisendrache required to do the plunger Easter egg. And when killing a Panzer soldat, it will become inflamed for a short duration that insta-kills Panzers. And if you kill zombies in the church room, by a set of newspapers, various different newspapers will display that showcase an outbreak of zombies in London. The parallels here are striking, despite some inconsistencies with when newspapers and photographs were originally able to be taken. But the connection to London here is stark, when that is the central place of John Dee's life and where he died, and where the Thames froze when the universe broke. Samantha enlisted the help of 4 heroes she felt like she knew all too well. And despite the human members of the Order of the Keepers trying their best to prevent Primus from doing so, they were successful in opening a gateway to Agatha, and sent Maxis, now a brain in a jar, through the rift. What the hell just happened? Well, I'm sure Monty said the same thing to himself at this point, so I'll let him just explain in his own words.
Where to start with this one? You guys got a mulligan after Richthofen blew up the Earth. Samantha was confused. She was still settling into her new home. Actually, she was locked away, outside of reality itself. You freeing her was a big step in the right direction. Here's the thing. You have to remember, the order in which you experience things doesn't necessarily reflect the order in which they happen. Whatever way you look at it, though, it really was the beginning of the end. Or the end of the beginning.
Maxis. He was the first. The vessel you constructed for him back in World War I somehow shielded him from the influence of Element 115. He opened the portal between the worlds and, well, that's where, when shit really went tits up. The world within the world got turned upside down and inside out, if you can imagine such a thing. So, anyway, it was around then that I was forced to step in.
See, when Monty describes it to us, it's like he's describing multiple things at once, and in a way, it's because he is. Think about it. 2 Maxises end up opening a gateway to Agatha, essentially simultaneously, both to free Samantha. One to free her from the moon, and one to free her from Agatha itself. The end result, 2 Maxises, both trying to open a gateway to Agatha, for polar opposite reasons, no pun intended, simultaneously across a fracturing universe. To us, Origins should logically happen after Buried, but as Monty says, the order we experience things isn't necessarily the way they happen. If things were logical, everything should have been fine. But they weren't illogical. These things happened all at once, from Moon through to Origins. It's no wonder, really, that time shattered so catastrophically. And it's even less of a wonder that, at this point, Monty, now empowered, appears in the storyline and immediately begins his quest to try and fix everything. But there is one more thing we have to take care of first. Remember when I told you that the prehistoric civil war for Agatha amongst the Keepers was not the one that we see depicted in the Alpha Omega intro? Well, let's get into that event. First, some setup, and an answer to a long-standing enigma.
Day 66. The children are gone, and the house feels empty. I miss their laughter. Their games, the sirens have not sounded for several months. I do believe that we may have turned the tide in the battle. But at what cost? The radiation levels from the fallout remain dangerously high. I can only pray I live long enough to confirm that my plan was indeed successful. And the dark presence that has haunted our dreams and infected every facet of our existence has finally been vanquished. Reality itself is shifting. I find myself reflecting on memories I am no longer sure are my own. Beyond the window, I saw a wasteland stretching as far as the eye could see. I saw a scourge visited upon the earth. I saw the children withered before my eyes. That was before he came. Samantha has been returned to me once more. As have you, Edward. As have you. After so long in isolation, we had begun to believe that we were the only survivors of the catastrophic event that had shaped our lives. Supplies were beginning to run low, and I was forced to prepare for the worst outcome. Just as I feared that we were truly alone, just as I feared that the end was near, there was a knock at the door. You swore a promise to me, Edward. It may have been a long time ago, but I am sure you will not have forgotten. You swore to follow my instructions, to comply with my every order. You swore to enact whatever plan I conveyed to you, all in the hope that we could overcome the chaos that we ourselves had created. You have kept your word. However much it pains my heart, I owe it to you to confess. I'm sorry, Edward. I have withheld certain truths from you. He explained everything to me. He will explain everything to you. Though his very presence defied logic, defied reason, he told me that he would help. I could not refuse. The siren has not sounded in many months. I am confused by the changing world around me. I look at my hands, and they are not the hands I remember. The wrinkles, veins, and liver spots that textured my skin have disappeared, as though time itself was unraveling against its natural order. Is this the end, or a new beginning?
Maxis enters the house in Agatha, and there is a colossal battle outside in the wilderness where there was nothing but wasteland, though his memories are uncertain. Was it just Samantha, or were there multiple children? When he recalls this at a later point, well into the cycle, these questions bother him. What bothers him more is that he keeps Monty's involvement to himself, away from Richtofen, until he eventually decides to share this with him. In fact, it seems like Maxis can't actually remember anything for certain, apart from the fact a battle happened, from before Monty arrived. Given we know this must surely be after Origins and the breaking of time, let's consider what occurs. Monty, now empowered and feeling the need to step in as a result of the sorry state of the universe, begins to unite with the Keepers, who, according to him, were fractured across reality from this point, similar to the main crew.
The Keepers, an ancient order who'd been granted the wisdom to see beyond the limitations of their own realm. Even while the rest of mankind scrabbled around in the dirt, drinking their own piss, the Keepers took the mantle of benevolent watchers. Like the seers and sages of the old world, they could foresee how the actions of the Apothecons would lead to the destruction of life itself. The Keepers have always been here, much like your good selves. They too were scattered and fragmented across the multiverse. They may have acted erratically, but know this. Their actions were only ever concerned with the preservation of life itself. Remember what I said before about energy.
Note here, he speaks about the Keepers in third person. He does his best to unite the Keepers, fracturing across reality, and leads them into the battle before them. A new war for Agatha. Why would this occur now? Well, think about what we know from the timeline and other sources. Element 115 exists on Earth specifically to do two things. Allow the Apothecans to escape their imprisonment in the Dark Ether, and allow for the opening of Earth's gateway to Agatha. The two things are linked, and you can't have one without the other. Think back to Shadows of Evil for a minute. When we are acting in the Apothecans' interest, the Keepers go out of their way to try and stop us. Now, let's consider origins. When we are trying to open a gateway to Agatha, what happens? The Keepers, or this time the human members of the Order, now necrotized, tasked with guarding Earth's gateway, try and stop us from powering the generators and opening the rift. There is only one reason for this. If we open it, the Apothecans will be allowed to enter their old home. Suddenly, we have a perfect place in the timeline of events for this mystery war we saw so prominently in Black Ops 3. It wasn't the Great War, because there are no humans. It wasn't the first war for Agatha, as there are already mutated Apothecans. It is, in all likelihood, the war Maxis describes in his radios, wherein the battle took place, causing the radiation surges. Perhaps Maxis even took part in some capacity, constructing the tools to defeat the threat, but at great cost. The Apothecans would be banished once again, but not before they send 115 hurtling through the dimensions, fracturing them ever more, and ensuring their return. With this done, the cycle is cemented. 115 lands on Earth in 5 AD, being discovered in the Middle Ages, spawning the Great War and everything we know that follows, allowing for Origins to happen and completing the paradox. Unbeknownst to Monty, the existence of Primus and the Great War meant the cycle is now fixed. Every map we now know about is going to happen / has happened. Monty now sets to work. First and foremost, he recovers the Maxis drone and assists him in properly reaching Agatha and gives him a new form, a physical body, causing the erasure of the previous Maxis in the process, as we see in the Remember Forever trailer with Sam in a similar situation. Her past corrupted self is wiped, a new one takes her place. While I say erasure, it seems more likely that this is some sort of merging process, as Maxis describes seeing his skin grow young again. Regardless though, he is distinctly now without his soul. Next he begins making his own alterations to the timeline. His old friend and now enemy, the Shadow Man, has seen to it that existence is ensnared within a sort of trap. And so, he will make the best of it and ensure that he can undo this, constantly trying to one-up and stay ahead of the Shadow Man's tampering throughout the dimensions, such as in the Alcatraz Pocket dimension, or his communications through Ultimus Richtofen. Monty does this in order to create his perfect world, and preserve it. Observing the cycle's events as they happen, his attention is caught by the temporal rifts produced by Ultimus travelling through time for the first time, from Der Riese to Kino der Toten. As a result, he feels the need to start making nudges to aid them, adding the chalk drawings to the walls, and nudging Group 935 to create the perk drinks. Monty says the perks were originally something cooked up by Group 935. He just nudged them along here, meaning that, in the original timeline, I have to assume Group 935 were the original creators. However, here, he sped up the process. With this new cycle progressing, it's equally likely that Monty is now poised to erase the soul of the original Maxis from existence when the cycle reaches that point, aware of the chaos it will inevitably cause. He was unable to do this the first time around, as at this point in time, he was still just the mortal John D. But he is poised and ready for the next time. Next, Monty brings Samantha back to Agatha. Though witnessing her corruption, he sends her away again and goes with her. During this period, Maxis is in total isolation, and so begins exploring the universe at large. He discovers the empty Earth, where another version of himself has a book of ancient origin, called the Chronorium, though it requires souls in order to be accessed, and he is uncertain at what point another version of himself created this base and found and stored this book. This other version of himself is seemingly the Maxis from the Argonia fracture, which I have a video linked in the description explaining this more in depth. Back at the house, Monty returns, having formulated his grand plan. a true attempt to fix everything and put things right, purging the Apothicons from reality, with Element 115 going along with it. In order to do so, however, they will need to enlist the help of souls who have arrived past the severe fracturing of the universe, and take the souls of individuals at very specific points in time. Doing so would enable them to finally conduct this great purge and finally create their perfect world. This plan required two things: an ancient book that contained invaluable information, and within it, they could determine the location of the summoning key. With the collective realization that Maxis already knew where the Chronorium was located, they got to work. Incidentally, this is yet another piece of evidence for the human origin of Dr. Monty. If he was truly a keeper from birth, he would have likely known of its location and had the ability to reach it easily, since the keepers originally created it. Instead, he needs to discover its location. Maxis contacted Primus Richtofen the following morning, informing him of the plan, but omitting Dr. Monty's involvement. From here, Richtofen proceeds to break time even more, having a lab constructed under Alcatraz with the assistance of the Illuminati. The rest of his journey occurs, and he eventually ends up with the Chronorium and the blood vials he requires. During this time, Monty and his allies were not the only ones busy. The Shadow Man, Monty's old friend, turned a mercenary of the Apothicon Horde, set out putting his own plans into motion. In Morgue City, in Dimension 63, the Shadow Man began corrupting the inhabitants slowly, first through their dreams and later through strange fungal spores that began to infect the minds of those they came into contact with. He knew that human members of the Order of the Keepers were keeping a powerful artifact here, one that would allow his Apothicon masters to enter the dimension and consume all. The summoning key. Through the manipulation and death of 4 sinners, he pulled them into a liminal version of the city, shifted slightly from its proper place, and used their blind trust to tear open the boundaries between their realm and the Dark Ether, as the tendency of the Keepers and the individuals within the realm resulted in his soul becoming trapped within the summoning key. Regardless, Richtofen arrived at the last minute and stole the summoning key, taking it with him and dooming Dimension 63 to destruction at the hands of the Apothicon overlords. Was this actually a misstep by the Shadow Man though? I'm not so sure. During his time within the summoning key, which we know is an object that defies time itself, which you can see my video on the actual explanation for the KM44 Hypercube blueprint for more information, linked below, he makes contact with the Warden of Alcatraz and convinces him to create another liminal realm upon the island, using the souls of 4 other sinners. This creates a temporal loop within the realm and ultimately acts to ensnare Richtofen when he least expects it. It seems likely that he knew he was going to break out on Revelations, seeing as he says to Richtofen's soul, Eddie, from within the summoning key, "I'll be seeing you," unless that's a teaser for another day, seeing as by this point the Chronorium released a year later than Revelations, so he already had that plot twist. Now, for the Shadow Man to make this deduction, he has to know about the cycle that has just begun. This is likely the case as he has been active in the universe longer than Monty. When he engages in the manipulation of the Warden, he too is altering the timeline, once again fracturing it in a small way. The Chronorium has told Richtofen that he needs the blood vials, meaning it is in the future. For the blood vials to work, the Alcatraz pocket dimension needs to exist. For it to exist, the Shadow Man has to manipulate the Warden. For him to manipulate the Warden, he has to already be aware of the cycle, how it works, and Monty's lack of knowledge of it. Back to Richtofen. With the summoning key in tow, he proceeds to Dimension 2210 and recovers his own soul from a young, orphaned version of himself. The logic being that it was at a period whilst the soul was still innocent, before the Ether and Dark Ether had an opportunity to corrupt him. Primus Richtofen would later say on Tag the Totem, he knew the person he would grow up to be, and so had to do it. God knows what monster he was going to become. Eons later, this same soul would become Edward C. Richtofen, adopted son of Gabriel Kraft, long after the ultimate destruction of the Ether. It is somewhat alarming then that the Shadow Man spoke to the soul from within the summoning key, saying, "I'll be seeing you." Now that we're getting into souls, it's a good time to tackle a long-standing question. Just why does taking the souls of Ultimus also take Primus's souls too? Well, let's refer once again to Dr. Monty.
You know how people say that every snowflake is unique? That every single one is an individual or one-of-a-kind, irrefutable evidence of the miracles of Mother Nature? Well, it's not true. Snowflakes aren't all that unique. There are really only about 12 different designs. The point I'm making is that you lot are hardly one-of-a-kind snowflakes. You were fragmented across a multitude of different realities, but each and every one is basically the same. You are all you. The liar, the braggart, the drunk. The one who didn't know what he had until it was gone. The good soldier. Never disobeyed orders, never broke protocol, still kicked ass all the same. The loyal servant. A warrior out of time, born too late or born too early. Honor bound to dying traditions. The man-child, broken and twisted by a life burdened with knowledge. Living like a soul who is perpetually drowning.
Monty actually calls the characters snowflakes a few times, most notably during the Revelations ending.
Here's the funny thing. You snowflakes shouldn't even still be here. You should be fading out of existence by now.
He's not insulting them, saying they are special. Quite the opposite. He calls them snowflakes because, like the real things, there may be slight variations between the different iterations of the characters, but they are also made of the same snow. Primus and Ultimus aren't different versions. They are the same beings, in the grand scheme of things, but they have been forcibly shattered between realities. This is why taking the soul of, say, Primus Tachio actually takes the soul of all Tachios across the multiverse. They are, or at least should be, the same single being. This is also why they have memories that bleed across space and time, which gets worse and worse as the cycles progress. They are all fractured, all the more, the longer this continues. Now the young soul of Edward was sent to Agatha, and Monty retrieved it, creating a new body alongside returning Samantha, her innocence now restored. Remember the first Setsubo Noshima radio I played earlier in the video, where Maxis was recounting his time with Monty.
That was before he came. Samantha has been returned to me once more. As have you, Edward. As have you.
Pay special attention to the wording. Samantha has returned to me once more. Let's work backwards. This wording means that she has already been returned to him before. We know this to be the case. When Monty first appeared, he brought Samantha with him, who had been brought to and freed from Agatha in the chaos of the breaking of time at Origins. That was the first time she had been returned to Maxis, and for her to be returned, that means she went away, which again is totally consistent with what we see in the Chronicles Remember Forever video. The original Maxis, who shares memories with this one, brought her to Agatha, after which she sought to escape, so this all checks out. Monty brings Samantha back for a second time, now with the corruption removed, and along with her, Edward. Richtofen, arriving at Duriz alongside Primus in 1945, fractures the original dimension when Primus Richtofen kills his 1.0 self, creating the Deceptio fracture. Why is this different from the major fractured dimensions like Dimension 63? Well, its creation is within the cycle. Therefore, it will be undone and occur once again every single time. It's the epicenter of the cycle, where it starts and ends. It's consistently always there, destroyed and born over and over. It has existed since the beginning, of which its excerpt is repeated in the timeline for Dimension 63 and the original dimension. Dimension 63 is a colossal fracture, predating and contributing to its birthing itself. Whereas the traditional fractures are created within, not before, the cycle, through securing the 1.0 characters' souls. I think that's what In the Beginning is referring to. The summoning key still does spawn the universe, filling them with life, but it does so by creating the universe that inevitably breaks with all of the events I described earlier colliding like the Big Bang, setting the cycle in motion. In the Beginning is just the TLDR for the actuality of what spawns everything. When we think of In the Beginning in the timeline and the summoning key creating the possibility for all life itself, we need to think of that initial smashing that birthed the universe. The summoning key is only ever said to make Agatha, but seeds the dimensions with life. It's never specified it created them themselves. So I think it just made the original dimension, which exploded into a multiverse. That was all of the time dilation effects of 115 smashing together. This is why 115 is the fabric of the multiverse, because it quite literally is its welding. Though progressively fracturing the dimensions, the original dimension diverges further and further from its intended history. After killing Takeo and creating the Agonia fracture, Primus briefly travel to the Alcatraz lab to acquire their blood vials. An insurance policy Richtofen believes will aid him and the rest of Primus in breaking this cycle, which, thanks to the Chronorium, he is aware he is within, and is really just further perpetuating it. The Agonia fracture possesses another interesting quirk. However, this is where Zero-Base Maxis appears to originate from. As I said before, with the death of Richtofen at Der Riese, we know history changes. As a result, Maxis almost certainly does not end up stuck in the computer systems of Griffin Station in the Predition fracture. The Sophia robot equally seems to imply he is not dead as most would perceive him to be.
Maxis told me he had a plan. He said Broken Arrow showed him how to open up new worlds. It has been so long. I miss it.
Furthermore, this Maxis seems to have had extensive contact with other realms.
Do you trust Richthofen? I do not trust Richthofen. Richthofen tried to kill my beloved Maxis. Richthofen tried to kill Samantha. Do not trust him. He is an evil that must be extinguished.
This is consistent with the timeline we are given in the Chronorium of the Agonia fracture, as we know that interdimensional research with Daglok was aggressively pursued here. Maxis, during the course of Gorad Krovi, however, is nowhere to be seen. The most glaring piece of evidence is that in Zero Base, Sophia, as she appears in Gorad Krovi, is digitally connected across dimensions to it, yet is not there physically. Sophia is only made within the Agonia fracture, as per the timeline, and so it stands to reason that this is the Maxis who discovered the empty Earth, recovered the Chronorium, and attempted to protect it from Monty's interference, knowing that those who serve him would end up without a soul. How would he know this, though? Well, there's no way to know for sure, we simply don't have the information, which is quite amazing considering we've been able to make decent educated guesses all the way up to this point. But here's my theory. The Maxis lives his life past this date of his alleged death in the original timeline, unhampered by Richthofen's deliberate attempts to sabotage his research. As thanks to the Giant, he's no longer in the picture, and Groff gets taken out at the Eisendrache. Maxis essentially gets to commandeer Group 935 as he wants. With this time, he likely began to query the goings-on in the wider universe. We know from Classify that Monty somehow helped Maxis at the start of this scientific journey, as he specifically engraved on the first MDT prototype by him, 2M, who started me on this journey, upon his teleporter prototype back in the original dimension. With this extra time, perhaps he began to wonder why M broke off contact. Furthermore, he may well have begun to experience the memories of other versions of himself, the Dimension 63 Maxis, or even his variants from the original dimension who gained godlike power. With so much potential for forbidden knowledge, he may have understood the gravity of the cycle that reality now found itself within, even more so than Monty, and so set about with his own plan to right it, knowing that Richthofen, no matter the time period, would always fall to his own overconfidence. He may have gambled that Richthofen would follow the Chronorium to the letter, and that eventually someone would take advantage of that. As we learn from Blood of the Dead, this turned out to be the case. From here, Primus returned to the house with the souls and fight the Apothicon Horde unleashed. They win, but not before the Apothicons have seeded yet more 115 into the future. Monty's plan is successful, and all 115 is erased from his perfect world and Agatha, but seemingly unknown to him, the 115 has been sent forward into the future, once again fracturing the timeline. With Primus now having drank the blood, they too will not simply fade away, but are paradoxical beings outside of his power. Genuinely concerned, Monty thinks of where he could possibly send them. Suddenly, he remembers the Great War, with its brave heroes, and understands now that it is all a cycle, and they were destined to go there from the start.
What to do? What to do? Well, you certainly can't stay here. You could send us somewhere else.
Somewhere we've never been.
I suppose I could make a little corner somewhere in history. A place where I can dump some of the other shit that I've left over, or I just wipe you from existence. Ooh, hang on. Actually, that all works out perfectly.
By the time we see the Revelations cutscene itself, I presume Monty was already aware of the cycle and he was playing dumb on purpose. But I believe in the initial cycle is where he truly put the pieces together. Finally, with some time to himself, Monty writes, thanks to the sacrifice of Maxis and the contraption called Sophia, all the 115 has been purged from the final universe. Thank fucking God. Time to get some rest. Is this series of events perfect? No, definitely not. But as I've said, we unfortunately don't have access to all the information. Perhaps some of it is within the unsolved Revelation ciphers, but honestly I suspect these gaps are somewhat intentional, meant to be mysteries to let our imaginations run wild with. And that's what I've tried to do here. This big theory is really useful though, because what it does is explain one of the biggest gripes that I, and countless others, have had with the storyline. Monty's ignorance. When we take at face value that he is an eternal elder god just taking a human form to amuse himself, I guess, the amount of lapses in judgment he has seem laughable. He should know about the cycle intimately and know full well that Primus will be sent back at the end. And to a degree, this is true. Maxis explores some of this in Alpha Omega, saying that Monty can break the cycle without destroying Agatha, and so won't. He will just start over instead. But that on its own isn't satisfying. With this, however, we can argue that each cycle, a new Monty and Shadow Man arrive from their old mortal selves, replacing the currently existing version just like Samantha, or Maxis, sharing some of the memories from their old selves, but being new all at once. Does that mean versions of John Dee and Edward Kelly even exist in the Dark Ether timeline? Who knows? Additionally, weird inconsistencies like Remember Forever's trailer now make sense too. Not only do we know why Sam disappears, but we can make a good guess and say this is occurring during the Buried/Origins time break. The snow is falling outside the window as existence itself is shattered. She sees through the worlds to the various places, now beginning to change. The 115 Blue, things slightly different from where they ought to be. Even Ultimus were now in some of these places, where they hadn't been before. Finally, as the Origins quest is completed and Samantha is freed from Agatha, she vanishes, while the new Samantha, brought in an instant by the arrival of Monty, appears in the house. Thank you for watching. This video has been a monumental effort, taking weeks of meticulous combing over the timeline, trying to rectify all of the inconsistencies between the basic dimension timelines and the Agatha timeline, which is nearly impossible as the Agatha timeline doesn't even have dates. Then with that done, we needed to try and work backwards from every single important event to determine what originally causes them, which is how we ended up with what we have. And we clearly looked at the timeline closer than anyone else, because it seems we've discovered a unique little Easter egg left by the developers. Just as Dr. Monty signed the timeline in-game canon, the out-of-game creators did too. Chronorium Excerpt 102-3816-121016. A very long number. And after hours of staring at the image, it seemed almost out of place. Why was it such a big number? It's something I've been puzzled by for years. I always felt like it was holding a clue for something. Well, I have figured out exactly what. In the John Dee cipher solve, I discovered that Treyarch were fond of comparing numbers to letters and vice versa, which Dee was also fond of in real life. For example, that solve required us converting the letters A, E, the first, and fifth positions in the alphabet, aka 115. Well, it's the same case here, but in reverse. Instead, changing the numbers to letters in the excerpt reveals a hidden signature from 4 very proud Trek developers themselves. 10-2 in the alphabet is JB, aka the initials of Jason Blundell. 3-8 in the alphabet is is CH, aka the initials of Craig Houston. 1612 is PL in the alphabet, likely the initials of Peter Lamb. And finally, 1016 is JP in the alphabet, likely the initials of Joseph Perlewski. And if you happen to be watching this video, I do apologize if I just butchered your last name there. It would seem that we know the real-life authors behind the monumental effort that is the Zombies timeline. Joseph is known publicly to have collated all of the dates, referenced offhandedly by Blundell in an interview and credited to him on his LinkedIn. Joseph has credits dating far back into Zombies history, initially working at Treyarch as a receptionist and climbing the ranks until he wrote most of the Black Ops 3 and 4 intel, collated the info for the timeline, directed Alpha Omega, and again wrote most of the intel for Cold War before leaving for DICE to help with Battlefield. Meanwhile, Peter Lamb is an artist at Treyarch who has an even longer history, being at Treyarch back in the Spider-Man days. According to information on his website, he drew the iconic death cards from World at War, as well as much of the concept art from them, being lead concept artist at Treyarch. It's hard to say exactly what his role is with the timeline, but I bet given his artistic skills and high position, he was responsible for getting the structure and a look of the image together, whereas the other three were involved in the actual writing process. Of course, Jason Blundell and Craig Houston don't need much of an introduction really, as they were the main pioneers of the story at the time, and their achievements with Zombies speak for themselves. Jason Blundell now heads up Dark Outlaw Games under Sony, and Craig Houston is still heading up the narrative department at Treyarch. Now, unlike the other Cypher Solve, this one of course isn't anything crazy and is just a little developer nod, but a super neat find nevertheless. It's not hard to solve, the main trouble being just finding out who the developers are, really. And I think this is so crazy because it's so obviously there and we've just completely ignored it. And I think this is a good example of how things can be lying there dormant for years in plain sight and us, the community, just completely overlooks them. So it really makes me wonder how many other things are lying around in Zombies maps like this that aren't even that difficult to solve. The community's interest in Black Ops 3 has really reignited lately, and I'm sure over the coming months a lot more is going to be found. So I greatly hope that you have enjoyed this video. There'll be many links in the description to my previous videos if you need any more context for the whole Impossible Easter Egg series as we go more in depth, for example in part 2 of that on the specific lives of John D and Edward Kelly, but this is my best attempt to piece together the initial timelines. So what's left for the Impossible Easter Egg series? Because this is kind of adjacent to it. It's mainly a storyline video, but it's sparked from the revelations of the Impossible Easter Egg. Well, I have a few ideas in mind. I have a few more leads I'm clued in on, so maybe they'll develop into something substantial, but they are not quite there yet. I do plan on doing a video drawing the parallels between Prospero from The Tempest and Monty's lives and perspectives. That was initially going to be a part of this video, but I felt like it was going to dilute it quite a bit, so I decided to focus it more on just the cycle itself. And I think it would be a good idea to re-examine the lyrics of, for example, Dead Ended, Dead Again, and many of the other Black Ops 3 Zombies songs and how they relate to Monty and even the Shadow Man now with this context in mind. For what's left to solve regarding the Impossible Easter Egg itself, like I explored in my solution video, there are likely, possibly, more messages contained within the D-Books titles. Maybe some of them could even be keys for some of the Unsolved Revelation ciphers, but I ultimately think the Unsolved the Giant cipher, the Garod Krovius cipher, and the 10 Unsolved Revelation ciphers are where we should be focusing our main attention on right now, because I do feel like some of them could at least explain a lot of what I discussed more in depth here, but maybe they won't. Regardless, I'm sure at least some of them will be important. Anyways, thank you for watching the video. Make sure to subscribe if you're not here for latest and greatest Call of Duty news and information. So anyways, thank you for watching, and bye.
Upper Age update, and here are 37 new details that you might have missed. Starting first with our new golem. So the way that you get yourself a copper golem is that you take a block of copper and then a carved pumpkin, you put it over top, and that gets you both a copper golem and a copper chest. Now that copper chest is going to be what the golems will go to as their route. Think of this as their hub. So they'll come back, retrieve any items from here, and then they will sort it to any nearby chests, having a 10 chest limit that they'll search through before they can go and find any chests that have the same item. So if I were to have a chest down that also had grass blocks, we'll see this copper golem walk over and sort the grass block into that chest. Now this one couldn't find the copper block inside of that chest, so it'll search 9 other chests, and then if it ultimately doesn't find it from anywhere, it'll just leave it in an overflow. And then, if you didn't want them to be holding the item, you could always go over to them, right-click, get the item back. Now, as they're made of copper, you could probably expect that they also have different oxidation states as well. So we don't just have our regular copper golems, we could also get all the different stages. Until eventually, as you see there, they turn into the copper golem statue. But if you don't want that, what you could always do, like any other copper block, is you can use an axe to scrape off the oxidization, get it back to new, and then if you want to keep it that way, use a honeycomb, giving you a whole bunch of options if you want to have different golems walking around your base. And the good thing is that the oxidization state actually has no impact on how the golem reacts. So if you wax them at that state, it's not going to be any different than any other copper golem. And if you want to decorate them even more, what you could always do is if you have an iron golem, then after a while our iron golems will actually add a flower onto the top of our copper golems, which we can then shear off if we want it back. So once a copper golem fully oxidizes without any honeycomb, it'll turn into a copper golem statue, which we can then mine and pick up to move around like a block. And if you do, you can also interact with it and have it do different poses, much in the same way that we have armor stands work on Bedrock editions. And then, if you want any of these other kinds of statues, what you're going to want to do is you want to get your axe and scrape off some of the oxidization, but not all of it, because then you'll just get yourself a living golem, which isn't a bad thing, but it's maybe not the thing you wanted. Sorry, buddy. And then these copper golem statues can also give out, with a comparator, different amounts of redstone output depending on their state. And now let's talk more about their copper chest that they have. Since we don't just have to get that by spawning in one of our copper golems, we can also get it just by crafting one up. But unfortunately, unlike modded versions which added in copper chests, there's no extra storage inside of these. But they do give you a new color variant to use, 4 of them, in fact. There seems to be kind of a bug where if you were to go and take a regular chest and put it next to any of your more oxidized chests, then it'll always take the oxidization state that's lower. Meaning that if you want to easily scrape off the oxidization, just make yourself a double chest. So if you've been playing Minecraft for a while, you're probably familiar with chest sounds, and you're definitely familiar with how loud they are, which has now been changed. Chest sounds are now going to be lower, and so if you're searching through all your chests in a chest monster like this, it's going to be a lot less annoying for the people around you. Well, we have our copper ingots, that's for sure, but now we can use these to actually craft down into copper nuggets, giving us a new item that we can get by either uncrafting ingots or smelting down copper tools. But we'll get into copper tools a little later. First, let's show off what we can use with these nuggets, since we can now use the help of these to make ourselves new kinds of light sources. So the way that we would do this is that if you take a copper nugget and you put it over top of a coal and stick, then you'll get yourself copper torches, which are functionally no different than our torches. There's no different light level or anything, but they do give us a new green color to look at. And then if you want copper lanterns, we can do the same thing. That's going to be 8 copper nuggets around a copper torch that we can then oxidize and wax to give us 4 new variants, these copper lanterns. You're going to hear about 4 new variants quite a lot. It comes up a lot with copper. But unlike copper bulbs, there's actually no difference in light level between an oxidized one and a regular one. And similar to our iron bars, we now have a new kind of bar that we can build with, that being the copper bars. And the way that we would get this is that if we take our copper ingots and we craft them 6 in a row like so, we get 16 copper bars. And as Observer points out, there's plenty of different cool build hacks that we can use here as well. Particularly having the exposed copper bars next to the regular iron bars really makes it look as if we're having some kind of rusted iron. Speaking of copper bars, let's not forget about the old copper bar, that being the copper lightning rod, which now isn't just the regular lightning rod, but also the 4 different oxidization states, which now if it gets struck by lightning, if it's not waxed, it's going to remove the oxidization off of this. There used to be a bug in the code where sheep would eat grass at half the amount of efficiency that they normally used to, meaning that your farms became half as efficient because they weren't regrowing their wool. But now that's been fixed, and our sheep farm is finally going to be able to eat the grass and give us back our proper sheep wool. So if you've played Minecraft for a while, you know that this game gets pretty laggy when you have a lot of entities, but now that should be fixed because there has been an improvement in this update for a mass amount of entity rendering, which makes sense considering that they added in a whole bunch of new entities with our copper golems and copper chests. So now if you see a bunch of entities on screen, you're not going to see as much lag on your end. This one sounds bad, but hear it out. Since now Mojang has removed spawn chunks from the game, which if you were using technical farms back in the day, you know that spawn chunks were chunks that were constantly loaded around the world spawn, where you can make highly efficient farms by just having them always running within the spawn chunks of the server. But now Mojang has said that there's multiple multiple different alternative options to this, including the force load command if you want to have something done on the admin side, or you can use player-made chunk loaders made from ender pearls to do it as well. But because a lot of players never use the spawn chunk functionality in that way in the first place, it'll make the game run a lot better if you didn't plan to use those anyway. And if you want it in survival, just build yourself an ender pearl stasis chamber and you'll be just fine. This new change makes it so that world border parameters no longer carry over to different dimensions, meaning that we could have ourselves a different world border in all 3 of the dimensions. So if I want a small world border in the nether, I can teleport back. We don't actually see that made here in the overworld. Most of the time we're hitting the F3 key to check our coordinates, but now if you hit F3, you're gonna see that it looks very different, and this is the simplified F3 debug menu. But if you miss some of the old features, now what you could do to edit it is hit F3 and F6, giving you the debug options menu. And if you want to always show your player position, then your coordinates are going to be player position always. I think this does still work pretty well, especially if you're looking for just having it without having to always check F3 and having that all on your screen. Something you might have missed in one of the minor updates that they put in between drops is that now if you kill off a chicken jockey, making sure to always kill the zombie first instead of the chicken, you will get yourself the new Hyper Potions music disc, Lava Chicken. Which is of course a reference to the Minecraft movie song that everyone's a little too used to hearing. The villager part's my favorite. Now, if we go into the controls menu in our options settings, you can set it so that your attack/destroy button, usually your left click, is now set to toggle. Now in the past we would do this for our AFK farms, usually by just making it so that you would hold down your left click and then use F3 and T to get it started. But now we can just have it where we're automatically farming cobblestone without ever having to actually touch the keyboard in any kind of way. And the same can be said for our use/placing blocks as well. Also possible is that now if we go into our controls in the mouse settings, we can invert the mouse's x-axis, meaning that if I'm turning my mouse to the left right now, it's actually going to turn me to the right and vice versa. Which, while this personally is a bit hard for me to use, it could offer up some fun challenges or even just more accessibility options. If we go into options and we see here, we've got ourselves the sprint window. This is how many ticks it'll take before you can hit the W key again after tapping it once and begin sprinting. So as you can see here, I tap it once, tap it twice, and it gives me a more forgiving option for that. But instead, if you didn't want that to happen, you could reduce this down and make it so that you can't double tap with any kind of window and have it happen. I'm gonna go into survival for this one because now if I were to step inside of another portal and start typing out a message, it'll actually let me type chat inside of the nether portal. And not just that, but also if I were to go inside of the nether portal, it'll still have my message on the other side. We've got some new armors to see. One that we're going to see first is for our horses, which strangely enough has no crafting recipe, so it's going to have the same loot chance of finding it as an iron horse armor. And once you get it onto your actual horse, you'll see that it gives it 4 armor points compared to the iron horse armor's 5, which when you hear that all said out loud, it actually makes it seem pretty lousy that it's the same loot chance, but it does look pretty cool. This is a change we've been asking for a while, which is that now our dye textures have been changed to have each of them look distinct even without seeing the different colors, which I always think is great for accessibility if you have different kinds of color blindness, but also just gives us more textures to play around with. If you were to go into survival and break down a player head that's been placed down, it'll actually still preserve the player's name, which is a really welcome change of pace, considering that normally if you broke it down, you would just get back the regular head, meaning that if you placed it down, you wouldn't be able to get it back. It was always a waste. One of the coolest features for this update is that now we can get ourselves functioning mirrors in Minecraft. Now, how did we actually make this work? Well, it's all thanks to the new mannequin mobs that we can summon in, and we can basically manipulate them the same way that we do with players, even killing them. So in the past, if you use the summon command to bring in a hostile
The Warden of the Dark Ether, a new character introduced to us in Black Ops 7. Someone who has been in the background now for quite a while, talking to Panos in Black Ops 6, impersonating Samantha Maxis in Modern Warfare 3 Zombies. The Warden is an interesting character, but what is his backstory? Well, of course we don't know everything yet, but there are a few radios in the game and quotes from him where we can start to piece together his story, and it all begins in Ashwood in the year 1865. Before the Warden ended up in the Dark Ether, he was a soldier of the Confederacy during the American Civil War. On January the 27th, 1865, the Warden and some of his men were held out in the town of Ashwood, gathering about 8,000 cavalry and battery forces for an upcoming attack on the Union. However, one of the Confederate scouts warned him that the Union was on their way to Ashwood, and so they decided they were going to preemptively strike them before they reached the town. As the Warden, we don't know his real name, rode with his cavalry to meet the Union, he noticed that several of his cavalry's horses had started to die off, leaving many of his men vulnerable to the Union's offence. And so now seeing that their chances of victory were looking bleak, and not wanting to die in the battle, the Warden ran away and hid from both Union and Confederate soldiers that were looking for deserters. But anyway, soon after, the Warden figured out that his horses had been poisoned when he and his platoon were back in Ashwood by rich and wealthy people that lived there. They did this because Ashwood's elites expected the Confederacy to lose the war and wanted to be in the Union's grace by the time they arrived at the town. But feeling betrayed, from then on, the Warden held a grudge against the wealthy, believing that ideals didn't matter and that self-interest was their only creed.
You see, this place, this is where it all began. Ashwood. This is where our leaders, our best men, showed their true colors. These were no loyal grays, no proud butternuts, they was yellow. The kind that bleeds buttercups and sunflowers. Ashwood weren't no garrison town, it's just a bunch of hayseeds, church folk. We was using it to marshal our forces, near 8,000 head of horse, split between battery and cavalry, and all about set to march against the northern aggressors. Now, this was the start of 65. The writing was on the wall. Jeb was dead. We'd taken a real beating at Franklin. We weren't dumb enough to believe we was gonna turn no tide. But we sure was gonna give them blue bellies a bloody nose on our way to hell. So, imagine our surprise when a scout comes screaming into town like he's got the devil on his tail, hollering that the Northerners were a day out and riding our way. Well, come dawn, we ride out to meet him. Except, something's off. A couple of miles out, the first of our horses began to drop. One by one, like death himself, were riding alongside of us. They got real sick, and their hearts just give out. By the time them Northers fell on us, they was all gone. We had no maneuver, no response. And their cannon shredded us like matchwood. And I ran. Oh, did I run? Had to evade the Yankees and then later my own, scouring the countryside, looking for those they branded cowards, deserters. But it didn't take no genius to figure out our horses had been poisoned. It weren't no northern tactic, and the locals didn't have the stones for that. No, we got served up like hogs by powerful men. Most like for whatever grace or favor they could salvage before our inevitable, inglorious, final surrender.
Now here's where parts of his story are missing at the moment because we only have the one zombies map right now. As we go on into DLC 2, 3 and 4 we will get more, but sometime after he and his platoon's betrayal, the Warden ended up in the Dark Ether. We don't know how, all we know is when he first arrived, he felt confused. He didn't know what was going on. But over time, the Warden became a master of the Dark Ether and gained abilities such as being able to mimic the voice of others. We don't know all of his powers, just that, like many other people that were banished here, Zykov, who ended up turning into the Forsaken, the Warden also became very powerful. So powerful, in fact, that he eventually gained control over the Dark Ether's ancient denizens known as the Shadowsmiths, creatures or beings that had been in the Dark Ether since the beginning of time. The Shadowsmiths were the fabric of it, therefore invulnerable. However, the Warden was able to capture them and imprison them, making them his tools to help maintain his dominion over the Dark Ether, as well as asserting his dominance over an entity, who again, right now, we don't quite know what this Dark Ether entity is, other than it being a giant purple head. Anyway, with this newfound power and him still holding a grudge for what happened to him back in Ashwood, he then began plotting. And he started by getting his revenge on the town of Ashwood. Ashwood's betrayal of the Confederacy and the sins they had committed had led them to be banished into the Dark Ether, and one of the town's preachers, Elijah Mercer, believed the only way for redemption and to escape was to kill the evil in order to save the good souls that were left. And the Warden saw this as almost an opportunity for revenge, fanning the flames.
No, I need you to listen. I am telling you, Josiah, this town is rife with sin. The foul, the repugnant things my congregation confessed. It's their admissions that led us here.
Stop looking for someone to blame, preacher. The war cast a long shadow over us all. Sin is everywhere, even in you.
We have been cast into hell, Josiah. And I will be the one to lead us out.
You've lost your mind.
No, I am clear of mind. This place is a test. And if we can rid ourselves of the sinners in our midst... Josiah, we must protect the lambs, lest they be slaughtered.
Talking about killing folk ain't gonna inspire confidence in your flock.
Confidence is no concern of mine. Not if it means saving souls from damnation, Josiah.
You make a move against anyone in this town. I see one torch or pitchfork. And I swear I will end you. We've seen enough bloodshed between brothers to last a lifetime. The man who insists we need more, well, our being dragged to hell is his doing. The fires are still burning. We've used what water we could spare trying to put them out. But something is stoking them, breathing life into them. So they continue to burn. The smoke's unrelenting. Ash so thick it's blind and feels like you're chewing the air. But one thing is clear. There is no escape. Since arriving in this patch of hell, no one is safe. Evil comes at us from all sides. We're being picked off one or two at a time by frenzied killers, rendering and tearing flesh. Whatever they are, they don't tire. They don't sleep. They just feed. But they ain't leading the charge. They got a boss. I know it in my bones. And whoever's behind this, he keeps those fires burning. Well, this place belongs to him. And he takes pride in his work.
Eventually, one by one, the remaining townsfolk, now in the Dark Ether, were picked off by the undead. And while the Warden is telling this story, he is speaking to the flock of Josiah Shem. Josiah Shem was a cult leader that we first heard about in Shattered Vale. Him and his members did a ritual that they thought would lead them to immortality. At the time, because they referred to this demon they were talking to as the Deathless One, we thought it was Cortifex, but now knowing that the Warden has the ability to mimic others, it was actually him. The Warden seemingly mimicked the Elder God and betrayed Shem and his flock, where we know Shem himself became trapped in liminal space, but as for the rest of his members, they disappeared. Well, actually, the Warden got a hold of them and harvested their essence.
I'm sorry. What was that? How could I betray you? Well, I gotta say, it was real easy. There weren't ever gonna be no other way. I was always gonna fan your obsession. Get that ember to flare. Whatever it took to bring that plump, hypocritical liar's soul to me. No, this weren't no betrayal. You brung this on yourself. Shit, son. You don't even know what betrayal is. You would know betrayal if it walked up to you and bit you square on the ass. There ain't no more wily a snake on God's green earth than the rich man afeared of losing it all. No matter what they claim their ideals are, self-interest is their only creed. Which is why, if you truly believe in something, you best be taking care of business yourself. Well, seems I've worked up a righteous hunger talking to y'all. Well, don't you worry yourselves. This won't take long.
And from then on, the Warden continued to harness more of people's souls. But he could only do this if they were sinners, people that had done bad things or committed acts of betrayal that would allow the Warden to banish them and their surroundings into the Dark Ether. He gazed his eye over a Russian scientist named Yuri Zavosky and manipulated him into sabotaging a Soviet rocket, which created a dimensional bridge, allowing the Cosmodrome to be sucked into the Dark Ether and the Warden to harvest any survivor's essence. The Warden also gazed his eyes over a murderous family that lived on a farm called the Van Dorns.
Let us see grace.
Hush now. Me don't talk during grace.
Almighty One who resides beneath the soil, we feel your hunger. We beg your forgiveness that the vault of flesh remains locked. We offer what bounty we have, knowing you cannot be sated. We pray for the wisdom to unlock the vault, that its power may sustain ye. Until that day, we have only the flesh that serves in its place, as it must. We know our time grows short as our appetites increase with each passing day. The meat becomes harder to find, and their suspicious eyes look to our farm. And they whisper, warning one another to keep their distance. They think we cannot hear them. Pigs squealing as the butcher's knife comes down. But the vault remains locked, and so you must be fed. We will continue to till the earth and pray the meat still cowers in their homes. Naive enough to think they are safe. That we will not
such a happy family. I often wonder how we got so lucky. Do you know what the children asked me today? They said, Mom, you work so hard. Can we make supper tonight? Ah, such little angels. I told them no, of course. The cleaver's too sharp for precious little hands. But it's nice to know they want to help, that they're willing to provide. Oh, we sure raised them right. Sheltered them from the wicked ways of the world. Taught them the difference between us and the meat. Yes, we are truly blessed.
A film director called Dean Roth wanted his next movie to be as realistic as possible, and so when it came to shooting one of his scenes, wanting to see pure, real emotion and fear for the camera, he drowned his actress, Evelyn. That sin caused the director's cabin and its surrounding area, Blackwater Lake, to be pulled into the dark ether.
All right, Evelyn, breathe. Let's run it again, just like we rehearsed.
They watched me in the silence, their eyes like glass. I don't know if I'm still in the scene or if I've gone mad.
No, you hesitated again.
Dean, we've done this over and over. Can we please just take 5?
Fear doesn't take breaks, Evelyn.
This isn't about fear. I'm just tired.
Even when you're tired, you can still be afraid. Surely you know that.
I know, but when I'm tired, it's harder to express the fear.
No, it's not hard. You just need to feel it.
Can you stop interrupting me? Maybe it would help if I actually had silence.
I am the director, not you. Maybe we should take a break. No script today, no marks. I want you to feel it. Be afraid like it's real.
What are you doing? Why are you filming this now?
I need a close-up.
Of what? What's the scene? What's the context?
There doesn't need to be a scene. There doesn't need to be context. I just want the truth. I want the moment where you realize there's no escape.
Turn it off. Dean, you're scaring me.
We love each other, Evelyn.
Then why are you doing this?
Because I need to see how you really feel. I need to see it in your eyes.
He's not directing me anymore. He's watching me. All the time. Even when the camera's off.
We still have work to do. Don't keep the audience waiting.
There's no audience, Dean. You fired everyone, or they left. I'm the only one still here.
We don't need the crew, Evelyn. The picture's final scenes are just between you and I.
What about the producers? The studio? Surely, when word gets back...
They know I always deliver. They trust me.
This is our 6th project together, Dean. You have to know this can't go on forever.
It will be our masterpiece, Evelyn. The ultimate celebration of terror.
And then?
Then, the spotlight will finally be where it belongs.
It's dark, dear. Surely whatever this is can wait until tomorrow.
Camera rolling. Scene 27, take 1. Let's make them feel it, Evelyn.
Dean, stop this. This isn't a scene. There's no crew. There's no one here but us.
We're not alone. Nature surrounds us.
I'm scared.
Exactly. Pure fear. You said you wanted to be immortal. It's all right. Can you now? Even when I close my eyes.
Hey everyone, so it has been a good minute since we have covered the community's reaction to a Treyarch game on this channel, but the day has finally come to Black Ops 4. This might single-handedly be the most content-heavy reactions and everything in one video that I have ever done, so I'm just gonna cut right to the chase and see how the community reacted to... Alright, so Black Ops 4 had the extremely daunting task of living up to the hype, expectations, and overall quality presented within the Black Ops 3 experience in almost every single aspect. Excluding the campaign, the Black Ops 3 experience at the time was regarded as one of the best in the series, and combined with the fact that people had to wait a whole 3 years for this game to eventually come out, people were hungry for that Treyarch experience, especially within the zombies mode. But I am getting a little ahead of myself. The previous Call of Duty World War II generally did not live up to the hype seen at its launch, as with its marketing being propaganda towards a return of old Call of Duty, people felt as if the game was spiraling into way too many directions and needed a base point to establish itself once again. And well, that would come with Black Ops 4, as apparently even the developers noticed this and decided to capitalize on the excessive want for a new Treyarch title with a teaser for the game dropping a month and a half after the release of World War II's second DLC. And my goodness, the positivity and overwhelming excitement was literally through the roof. I saw endless comments of people saying how they were so excited for the game. And guys, just for some context, this teaser was literally a 33-second long video of old Call of Duty trailers overlaid onto the Black Ops 4 logo, and yet still people were absolutely freaking out over the idea that this game even existed. If that does not tell you enough as to how people felt about the game, I have no idea what will. But at the end of this trailer, there was an important note that mentioned that the community reveal event would be taking place nearly 2 months later on May 17th, and this led people to absolute insanity and excitement, going up to the game even more with the thought of a reveal coming so soon. When it was time for this reveal event, it was safe to say that the turnout was absolutely not disappointing for Call of Duty whatsoever, as despite the fact that in-person attendance wasn't extraordinary by any means, as there was about 750 to 1,000 people, the live stream showing off this reveal would be single-handedly the most watched game reveal in Call of Duty history, with only Black Ops 6 passing it up just recently, I believe. Additionally, it would be #1 on trending for Twitter pages worldwide, so the real question is, what content was revealed? Well, besides the boring multiplayer and campaign stuff, for the first time ever, Zombies actually got its own section of this reveal event, and who else but Jason Blundell would step up to the mic and talk about the mode in the game. There was nothing but positives that was said during the entire 8-minute Zombies got its own time, including the introduction of custom mutations, a new way to play zombies that would allow you to customize literally everything in a match, callings, and never before seen looks at 2 of the 3 launch maps, 9 and Voyage of Despair. However, easily the most hype portion of this event came with the unexpected reveal of Blood of the Dead, the Mob of the Dead remaster people had been practically begging for ever since the release of Chronicles and Black Ops 3 Zombies, and yeah, just take a look for yourself. As you can clearly see, people went berserk at the release of this information, and I mean honestly, who couldn't? This easily was the most content people were getting from a zombies mode at its launch. I mean, like, seriously, 3 maps is insane. Under numerous recap Reddit posts, I did see a lot of excitement for the new crew as well, as with the Chaos crew, people found that Shaw and Scarlet seemed to be extremely interesting characters with interesting backgrounds, with this guy even saying that Shaw reminded him of Richtofen. I even saw this comment that said that he was Richtofen's grandfather, which, yeah, definitely is not true. Anyways, what you need to know is that the information presented at this reveal event, while grandiose, actually was not all that was to come for the content in the game, and realistically, people were just getting started. A couple months later, in the October of 2018, some zombies YouTubers such as Mr. Raffle Waffles, NoJ456, and Mr. T Lexify were flown out to Treyarch Studios to play every single one of the launch maps early before anyone had access to it, only a couple days early. And once again, the hype was literally through the roof. I mean, literally just look at this first gameplay by Milo. He literally was just giddy standing in the spawn room for the first time, which, mind you, had literally no connection to the original Mob of the Dead at all. Oh, and I also just wanted to point this out, but like MC Sporthawk, who was another YouTuber, was just in the background tweaking out of pure excitement, and I mean, like, that has to mean something. But they didn't just get to play this early, they got to play every single map the game had to offer, even the secret 4th launch map that had not even been revealed until these guys got to play it early, which was just genuinely insane to see. But really quick, this doesn't really relate to the video all that much, but let me just point out how in touch Jason Blundell was with the community at this moment in time. Like, Jason was literally in the room for some of the games they were playing and actually sitting down and having discussions with some of the YouTubers there, and that is just something that we don't get nowadays, unfortunately. While Black Ops 7 is heading in the right direction with these dev talks, it would be really nice to have some one-on-one interaction, even if it is only with the bigger YouTubers, to ensure that the developers stay in the loop. Anyways, obviously the reaction in every single one of the comment sections for these videos were once again going completely insane. So many people were saying how the game was looking good and that the graphics were extremely impressive, and it is safe to say that the hype literally could not have been any higher. There were YouTubers quite literally posting like 7 or 8 times a day. It was genuinely insane for the zombies community, and of course under each and every one was even more positivity. So it is important to know that this game, if it wasn't clear enough, was being held to quite literally the highest standard possible. However, there was an underlying problem that was only brought to light slightly by a couple YouTubers who played the game early. One of which was Mr. T Lexify, who brought up in a video about his time there that the game was extremely buggy and that certain aspects of it didn't seem to play right while they were at Treyarch. Additionally, there were people getting fired from Treyarch left and right, one of which being an Easter egg QA tester who actually started to leak some of the Easter egg steps early before the map even came out to the public. This was a telltale sign, and although many people didn't know it at the time, this would be extremely consequential moving forward. But finally, on October 12, 2018, the big day would happen. All of the launch maps would release, and it was go time. Everybody immediately was overwhelmed with content, as since there was a total of 4 launch maps, each with their own Easter egg, people didn't know what Easter egg to go for first, and all kind of scrambled around for worlds first. So people got on, played, and then no, oh god, no. Remember the issues I mentioned were brought up in kind of a side comment by some YouTubers? Yeah, they were present here and bumped up to 1 million. Numerous crashes across all platforms was devastating a number of high round games, casual games, and more importantly, Easter egg runs that would see almost everyone crashing while playing their games seemingly at random intervals. The term blue screen became taboo in the zombies community at this time, essentially meant to represent the crashes that would happen on PlayStation 4 as it would take you to this screen. It literally did not matter what map you turned to, they were all devastated by this, but I did still want to look into how people reacted to each map outside of this, but the crashes are an extremely important piece of how people generally reacted, so keep that in mind. The first map I'll cover is Voyage of Despair, which initially was received with extreme praise under its YouTube trailer for its epic nature and just super cool setting with the Titanic. Initially though, with the release of this map, people were generally just not happy with it. I saw people such as 8 who was saying that he thought the map design was just not fun at all, and this guy who said that the map was essentially wasted potential. This idea of wasted potential was seen in a lot of places that I saw. People just seemed like the tragedy of what the sinking of the Titanic was just was not capitalized on in the map enough, which I actually still completely agree with nowadays. However, it seemed like with time, this map started to grow on people once they learned the layout, with people such as Rizzo saying that he actually really began to like the map more with more attempts, and this deleted comment that says that everyone was hating on it but that he actually liked it. Overall though, compared to other launch maps, Voyage of Despair kind of fell into the curse of Shadows of Evil in the sense that the map was too complex for a wider audience, but conversely, this map never evolved to the love Shadows of Evil receives now, and I personally think that is okay. But let's talk about 9, because this one was the map Voyage of Despair was mainly being compared to. Being the other Chaos map in the launch of the game, 9 seemed to just have a lot more popularity than Voyage of Despair because, as stated by a deleted comment on Reddit, the map was just easy to navigate and had an easy access to the Pack-a-Punch. Because of this overall simplicity, people were loving this so much more than Voyage of Despair. I saw posts like this that said 9 was a 10 out of 10 map, and this one that said 9 was the best map in Black Ops 4 Zombies. People really just seem to love this map, and who couldn't? I mean, the map is is set in a gigantic gladiator arena with fire and cool zombie types, and even this guy pointed out that the crowd in the map that cheers you on was one of his favorite parts of the mode. Unfortunately, however, the negatives were still here, especially when talking about one of the worst balancing issues, the tigers. As pointed out by this comment, the tigers on the launch of this map were insanely overpowered, essentially being able to take the player down with one singular hit, which decimated people's opinions of this map firsthand. But besides that, I didn't see many negatives, so I would say that even though we haven't gotten to the other maps yet, people thought this was the best launch map. But then comes the most well-known and easily the most anticipated, and well, this one would unfortunately suffer the consequences of the crashes more than any other map. Blood of the Dead was a very polarizing map. At first, people loved it because they were going back to Alcatraz to relive the memories of Mob of the Dead, but when the nostalgia cleared, people felt like the map was left with, well, nothing. This was said in this comment that said that the map felt like there was just too much empty space, saying how Mob of the Dead was much better at this issue specifically. It even got to the point where I saw people saying that Blood of the Dead was the worst map in Black Ops 4, which was just insane because, mind you, this was supposed to be the best map in the game. I did see some comments though saying that the map was good through a gameplay experience perspective, so there were some positives. However, the thing out of the whole map that got the most positivity was most certainly the end cutscene for the map, which actually got to the point where it moved some people to tears because of the emotional weight it held. I saw people such as Raya who was saying that they got straight up chills from the cutscene, and honestly, I did too. It was a fantastic way to end the map and one of the hardest Easter eggs of all time. But that leads us into Classified, the outcast of the group, as you had to pay money to access this map, and while the reaction was a little mixed. I saw some comments like this one that said that he thought Classified was an amazing map, and this one that said it was the best map in the game. Unfortunately, however, the biggest problem that plagued this map was once again the crashes, and this one was quite literally unavoidable because of the fact that you had to get to round 150 for the Easter egg, which was just not possible at the launch of the game because of the crashes. Noah J456 did get it, but he literally had to use glitches to achieve it, which is just the unfortunate reality because this map deserved a whole quest like what is said in this comment. People just did not like this Easter egg whatsoever. In fact, people were furious at it because of how much time they sunk into hunting for one, and it was just an unfortunate situation. But that was the launch of the game all at once, and although there were some small victories, the hype and large expectations that had been built up had not been lived up to, and the unfortunate reality is that it seemed things would only go downhill from here. Obviously, the launch of Black Ops 4 was not what the developers had hoped. However, despite this, they still had to have some maps in development during this time to ensure that they would keep a steady release cycle throughout the game. And they did, as with the release of a trailer for... wait, hold on. Yeah, so there was actually no trailer for the new map before it released. In fact, there was quite literally zero marketing for this map before it even came out. I literally have no idea what Treyarch were thinking with this, and it is truly unfortunate because the reaction to the map suffered because of it. Dead of the Night would officially be released on December 11th, and with it, a complete misinterpretation of what the community was begging of the developers ever since the launch of the game. This map was extremely complex. It had a total of 28 parts that could be picked up all around the map, which would total to literally hundreds of locations. This was reflected on in this deleted comment that said that he liked the overall aesthetic of the map, but had problems when it came to the amount of parts that would ultimately feel like a chore. Additionally, I saw this comment that was complaining about the vampires that were exclusive to this map and how they would just activate a dying wish almost instantly, which was of course annoying. But honestly, for the people that stayed after the horrific launch, I found that they actually enjoyed the map pretty well and really only had a couple problems here or there. Like this guy who said that he loved the map but had a problem with the Pack-a-Punch quest, and this dude who said he had a problem with the vampires. But overall, community sentiment surrounding the map itself was not too terrible, although there were certainly glaring issues, and for a map that got zero marketing before its release, it didn't do too bad. That leads us into Ancient Evil, an absolute stellar map in my opinion by the way, and this map actually was a slight improvement on the marketing side because it actually got a trailer before the map came out, believe it or not. whatnot. But under the trailer, I actually saw a lot, and I mean a lot of people just reminiscing on the old days of zombies, saying things like, remember when you would just hop on zombies and get to round 10, or other comments like that. If it hasn't become abundantly clear at this point, people really just did not like how complex the maps were in this game. People really just needed an experience that would be simple, and unfortunately, Treyarch overestimated how invested people were with the mode following Black Ops 3. But there were a couple people saying that it was a good looking map, and I mean honestly, people were just worried more about the gameplay more than anything. The map finally released a couple days later though, and the reaction was not too bad actually from the overall community. I saw this comment from Human that said it was his favorite map in the game, and another one from this deleted comment that agreed with this sentiment even though he had only played a couple of games. And I mean, even in the review posted by Mr. Raffle Waffles, he said that
the ancient evil is a breath of fresh air.
The community seemed to be really pleased with this map, but the problem was that at this point, the community who were there at launch majorly had kind of just left the game. People were just uploading less and less zombies content over the life cycle of the game, and it had been clear that the popularity for the mode was going down rapidly, and with it, the funding for the mode. The funding that was required for awesome cutscenes like the ones we saw in Blood of the Dead and all the Chaos maps simply was reduced significantly, and as you will see, this was a problem coming very soon. And that very soon would be with Alpha Omega, the fabled return of the Aether crew that people had been waiting for since the release of the game and its trailer. And of course, since this was the return of the Aether cast, there actually was a small hype revitalization that was built up for this map. I saw loads of people in the trailer comments saying how hyped they were for the map. It seemed that people were in the belief that this map would be the savior of this game, and well, that may or may not have been how it went. I saw comments like this one from Arrow that said they liked it because it finally felt like classic zombies once again after receiving everything with chaos throughout the DLC cycle. He was not the only one saying this though. I saw a lot of people saying that it was an amazing map and felt straightforward like it used to be with older experiences, and I think that is what developers were trying to accomplish, so they succeeded in that regard. The biggest problem I found people had with this map though was that, just like Blood of the Dead and Classified previously, it was yet another remake of a map we had already seen in Nuketown Zombies, which was something that was trashed extensively in comment sections that I saw. People seemed to generally like it, but it left a bad aftertaste after the nostalgia wore off because of the reuse of map assets and a generally uninteresting catalog of new additions. But the final map for the game would save zombies, the Great War map people had been waiting for ever since Revelations, and oh boy, wait. Yes, so this is definitely not the Great War map we were hoping for. For the final map in this game, it was expected that the story would end on this huge, grandiose setting with epic battles and giant wars and whatnot, but what the community ended up getting was just a Call of the Dead remake, which was a little disappointing to a good majority of the community. I think a little disappointing is kind of an understatement. There were a lot of people just slamming this in the trailer for the map. Numerous people were bringing up the Great War map and just saying how they were overall disappointed with this announcement. And well, when this map released, the best way I can possibly describe it, taking the words from a Tim Hansen review of the map, was bittersweet. Yes, people were getting extremely emotional throughout the Easter egg. People such as JC Backfire cried for several minutes on stream even before he got to the final cutscene, and you could tell this map meant a lot to people. But besides that, people really just wanted an ending that actually felt like it was deserved, not returning to the Call of the Dead location to replay a map they had played 8 years ago at this point, and the community felt kind of cheated in a sense. There were a lot of people saying how they felt that Treyarch should have just waited for the next game to end the story. Black Ops 4 Zombies thus ended on a bittersweet note, one that was nice to let the characters go in a way that felt conclusive, but on a map that people never truly asked for. But guys, that is all I have got. I told you guys that this would be the longest video in the series so far. There is genuinely just so much to look at with this game because of how much content and how much developer interaction there was, and the true potential of the mode. I have been personally looking forward to covering this game ever since I started this series, and you guys have been absolutely amazing, and I just wanted to say thank you. But with all that being said, I will see you guys in the next one. Peace.
Today, I'm carrying the legend Syndicate through the Ashes of the Damned Easter egg for the first time. Syndicate has never done this Easter egg or boss fight before, so I think we'll need all the help we can get. All right, let's do this.
Are we doing this in curse mode?
What makes you think it's cursed?
Because I got a pistol in my hand.
Ah, you might not be a noob after all.
You need to finish the egg to get curse mode.
So, Tom, I might have to let you in a little secret. When you went to set up your stream, I was like, you know what? Do we throw him in cursed and see how long it takes you to notice?
Bro, I've got 50 hours of gameplay on this game. How are you possibly going to troll me like that?
I know. But hear me out. Hear me out. I think we're going to fly through it easier because you get points quicker. And I've not beaten it in curse. I don't know who has.
You want to do it in curse mode for my first attempt?
If it'd be crazy, it could be an absolute movie if we do it.
Oh, let's run this shit. I'm down.
Let's go.
Let's freaking do this.
When you set up your stream, I was thinking like, what actually makes this harder? Because it's like, I don't think the zombies are any harder or bosses are any harder. Like the damage is the same.
Yeah, I've
it's
been
just the
playing
point
this
system.
The most, to be honest. It's been great. Like for leveling up weapons, it's been absolutely insane. Okay, so are we perkaholicing up and stuff?
Hell yeah. So yeah, every round a plant will grow. You put toxic growth on it, give it about 10-15 seconds, and it will sprout out some goodies. Like Jakey's got. What Pack-a-Punch have you got right now? Is it 2? He's got Pack 2.
Just by putting toxic growth on it?
Yeah, literally, that's it. As soon as I get my field upgrade, do you want to spray this plant as well? Oh, I got a mystery perk. I've got a SMG. Got a free gun. Oh, Casimir grenade, and I got a shotgun. Blue rarity shotgun.
You guys want to stay in this room for what, as long as possible to kit out, or?
Let's stay till round 8 because we get a boss. Yeah. Jakey, you only one with Pap right now. Yeah.
No, I've got one.
Oh, I've got some monkeys. Right, if someone wants a Casimir grenade, I got monkeys. I'm ready for the boss already.
This is a way to farm perma perks.
Yeah, as well. Yeah, you get mystery perks from this as well.
Wait, is this not a good idea? If we all farm this like crazy?
Yeah.
And we all with perma perks every single perk, so if we go down in the boss fight, we've got it, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Is that like 200 IQ?
Yeah.
Let's turn the rampage off and let's open up. Oh,
Pap crystal. Ready, boys.
Oh, snap, Pap 2.
Is that Pap 2?
Yeah, this one here is Pap 2.
No way.
But I just don't want to put it on these guns. You know what? I'll put it on the SMG. There we go. Yeah, I think we might farm a little bit later in the game on those plants as well, because Pack-a-Punch costs and curse are a lot more expensive.
Really expensive. Oh
yeah,
wow, I didn't realize you could shoot the mines.
Yeah, you can shoot them. And if you've got the turret on the car, it shoots them as well.
Oh, is it auto?
Yeah, it's auto, or one of us can do it. Has anyone got a tomahawk?
Oh no. I can buy one though, I can craft it.
Yeah, if you can craft it, I'll show you what to do.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, you know? Oh yeah. Of course you know. You watched this Easter egg for about 12 hours.
I was the one who told you were looking for a human bone. Everyone was like, no, that's where the recipe goes in. Right, all right then.
You were like, no,
whatever makes you sleep
there's another
at night,
part. You were like, no, there's another part, and I'm like, yeah, no, you were bang on there. Oh, Tom, you need. Oh no, anyone can install the chip in the prison cell for Klaus. Now we need to get stun grenades. You threw a lot of stuns at this guy in the last 48 hours.
I am so glad I worked out which direction to do it from, so it was smoother for everyone.
Yeah. Also, shotguns here on this wall.
For summoning the cook, does it just go into diner?
No. So I think you've got to open the diner, and then we might have to go to the next round. It's not guaranteed how it spawns. It will just spawn at some point.
Oh wait, did you need the cook alive?
No. If you kill him and he'll drop a key card.
Oh, is the cook wearing pink?
He's quite a big zombie. Might be wearing like an apron.
You definitely just assumed her gender, but whatever. I've got one zombie in front of me now. Is this just a random one?
Yeah, I think it just end the round.
I found. Oh no. Free skin.
Yeah, you got it.
Oh wait. Oh, that's what I was just after. You're right. Okay, I knew that.
So then there's a fridge, like back right. But you got it?
Yeah, I got it. Ready to
nice. So you know this. Right, so I've got to put this barrel in this generator here, and then we're close to getting the wonder weapon.
The steps, like when we're moving on to the next main step, so we've got.
Yeah, of course. So
we've got an understanding.
Yeah. So once this barrel's done, I've got to take it into the cellar in the barn, and insert it in a box, like an alien box.
Okay.
Right, there we go. So I'm taking it down there now.
Oh, yeah. We're going to get the wonder weapon, aren't we?
Yeah.
I've never got the wonder weapon from the mystery box, by the way.
You didn't?
I think you have to build it first.
Yeah, you build it once and then that's it. Okay,
yeah,
so...
I have. Never worked.
In that game? In the same game?
Yeah, it has to be in the same game.
Yeah, it's not like... Yeah. I'm just trying to get the wonder weapon. I've got the symbols, but I'm getting one of them wrong. I'm brain farting. Okay, that might be right. Let's try it now.
Do you
No.
want me sick?
Yeah, no, we got it now. We
it.
got it now. Just got the wonder weapon now. Hold on. I'd love a pack-a-punch right now. Yo, yes, PAP 2. Oh my god, that's huge. Zersa,
Molotov's
Zersa.
on there. They
We need to
died.
laser the Zersa. Yeah, if someone can get in Tessie, we'll get him weak.
Careful
Right.
not to kill him because you.
Oh wait, we don't know the health bar. Yeah.
Go, go, go.
If it doesn't kill him, that's fine. You can just wait for it to recharge in the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's slightly annoying in this that you don't know his health.
Around.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
It's a strong ass bear, man. Not gonna lie.
Ooh, there we go. We got the part.
Okay, awesome.
All right, I've got the powder.
We need the eyes, don't we? Just in case.
Ravager.
Yeah, Ravager eyes. Yeah.
Have we already got that?
No, that's the only one we're
That's the
missing.
last one we're missing. Yeah.
I sound like an idiot, but what is the Ravager?
The little denizens.
Yeah, the dog.
Yeah, the boss round ones. Yeah. Why have we missed it where it's fallen, or is it just not got it yet?
No, you need to kill it with a saw blade.
Oh, with the saw blade, right? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what our cipher
They
is.
were flying.
You want to see this cipher pot, Tom, or should I just do it?
Just do it.
Okay. Conch fungi talus. Have we got the mushroom? Yeah, we've got it. So it's horde chunks, mushroom, and then human bone. All right, add blood. Right, this is going to teleport us all into a room.
Let's do this. Okay,
This is like one big soul
box.
box.
Insane.
Tom, you might be best just standing over this side, just to FYI.
Do you guys have full health? Yeah, you do, don't you?
Yep. Yeah, you
Just
do.
me, got 75 HP.
By the way, have you put the high contrast mode on so you can just see them like X-ray vision?
I've had it on for farming camos, but I turned it off for this.
It's
It is
crazy.
It is sick.
Odd question. Where's the growth thing around here? Is there one?
I don't think there's one here.
I don't think there is one.
I would love there to be one.
Yeah, I missed this entire step as to like what goes down on farm.
So this step in general, there's that clock tower that's floating, and you need to shoot it with the DG2 turret to freeze time on it, and then
Have we got to do that one first?
Yeah,
Wait,
so
Jake, I
I'll
thought
do
we
it
were
now.
keeping this.
Oh wait, no. There's one step we've got to do before that. It's we've got to get the keys. Yes, please. I'm currently driving Tessie. I'm at the Cosmodrome. I'm trying to look around for
Not a
some
single zombie
keys.
there.
All right, I've got to shoot the pylon. Yeah, I see it now.
I see it.
I
Stop,
see
stop,
it.
stop,
I
stop.
see it. I see it. There we go.
Can we just come to a universal decision about this weapon? So people are saying it's got like an area of effect where you fire it on the ground and you're like, oh, then you activate and it blows up. I'm seeing it is it the way you actually use it is like a spear, like it fires out like spear shots going forward, and then when you retract it, the spear shots come back through the second wave.
Yeah, but it gives you the ammo back. So as long as you're looking towards the
yeah, you get it back.
the spears, yeah, you get it back. So you never actually lose
I just
ammo on
keep
it.
seeing people who like fire it in one direction, but then don't utilize it returning.
Yeah, 100%. I'm gonna hop out for a second.
Yeah, I'm
Hop up on this hill. It's on this T-Rex skull. I still don't know exactly where it is on it.
Yeah, John, I just went to those two places and I didn't see singles.
Yeah, I'm... Wait, hang on. Has it dropped? It dropped. It was from that first skull, the one on the floor, but...
Why have you picked it up? Why did you pick it up?
I don't know. I thought I could get there. No. It's all right. I can get another perker. No way. I have near death. I have near death. I didn't pop it.
That's fine.
Revive or be revived by being near other players. I don't know. I thought I could run it. I was like, oh, it's fine. It's really quiet. All right. Cutscene's about to play.
Oh, is it?
No, we have one more to get.
Oh, do we have one more? Oh.
Yeah, the ship.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. I can see it. I'm going to get it first try. You ready?
Do it.
Here we go.
Oh, yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, I see that. Clear as day. There we go. Got it.
Yeah.
Double punch works.
Cutscene.
I have seen that strat.
Have you seen this, Tom?
Oh my gosh, we've completed the Easter egg. Record time.
Oh my god. They're just like slowly drip feeding bits of the story. And like I get it, they don't want to tell too much straight away, but like I agree, they could have done a little bit more in that ending.
I think we just needed to see where we exfilled to. The house. I think the house, like, showing us landing there would have been great.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I just got the wonder weapon from the box.
Let's go. Oh, that's huge.
That's the first time I got that from the box.
That's huge.
Finally.
Okay, we've got lightning.
Really big damage in the boss.
We've got lightning at the diner. I got the gauntlet, but I didn't realize. Right, let me call in Klaus. Right, I'm gonna shoot it in
You guys
3,
need me?
2, 1. It's up to you if you want to make your way to the diner. But we're doing the step back in time.
I can get this guy if you want to lead a different
Yeah.
I'm doing cash register.
Let me get the mechanic.
So Klaus wakes up. Who?
The mechanic
the one
zombie.
the mechanic. Yeah. Did you work out how to actually wake up the guy near the truck?
Yeah.
All you have to do is drive into the back of the truck.
Literally
That's so annoying,
smash
'cause I
Tessie
think I
in the
saw
truck.
Geeky do that a bunch of times and he just didn't do it.
Yeah, it's because you have to do it with the lightning stalled.
Like you have to do it when time stops.
And then the woman inside, you just melee the cash register to macchiato.
We done that step, by the way. We got it done in one. That's crazy. First go. Yeah, all done.
Sweet.
Ascension.
Is this the rockets?
Yeah, gonna launch a rocket.
I said ooh la la. I reckon old school COD points should be back in this one.
Wait, where? What do you mean COD points? Oh, it's in like Black Ops 1?
Yeah, like no, 10 points per hit, like that.
No, this is 10 points per hit though. In this, it's got it. It's got classic point system. It's cursed.
I'm such an idiot. Oh, don't even ask, bro. It's been a day.
20 rounds in to realise that, by the way.
All right, one radar's been hit. Going back to get the second. All right, we might want to get to the end of the round for this one, or someone just look after a zombie. Right, let's work out what is our word. Our word is engine.
Right, so walk us through it, John. What you up to?
I'm shooting red buttons to match numbers to letters. So we just got one more. This one's going to be 4, and that is going to be E. So 4 is E.
So for anyone watching, this is Mr. Dalek JD, and we've basically downloaded his entire video tutorial, and we've just installed it into our game. And he's basically, the video's playing in the background on mute, but it's actually him.
Yep.
This isn't really John, it's just AI.
Yes, AI. I tried shooting it with a Mark II, and it didn't do anything. I think that rocket has to go somewhere.
Are we revisiting Moon?
Genuinely, then do you know anything about the next map that we're getting?
No.
So it's no. It's the actual DLC 1.
Oh, the star. Yeah.
So it sounds like it's going to be in space.
Astrodata or something.
Astramalorum. Wow.
Yeah.
I just found the box and got the gauntlet, even though I have the gauntlet.
Knife it, and then I can take it.
No, I was respin.
Wait, did you not just say I just used the box and I've already got the gauntlet?
Yeah.
Because you got Wonder Bar on.
Yeah.
That shouldn't be allowed to happen.
That shouldn't happen, yeah. Why did that happen? Right, pap 1, pap 2. Okay, so yeah, farm now. I'm about to do the first part of the step at farm.
What is this
Dalek is doing the
no
one
way.
the farm one if you want.
I was gonna say, there's someone.
I went down. Yep, I went down. That's so dumb. I was ether shrouded, and there was just some sort of explosion, and I went down. It's because I don't have perks. Still don't have I just still never bought another perkaholic. Yeah, all the zombies from this trial were going to me.
Yeah.
Did you start it?
No.
No, I did.
Well, I did.
God. I need my perks back, and we need to get to the end of the round. There is a lot of zombies for round 22.
Yeah, on you.
Yeah, all on me. Nowhere else.
Points. I don't even got like a pack-a-punch gun yet.
All right, there we go. Got my perks back. All right, I feel better now. All right, if you try and get down to one zombie, I'm going to go back to farm, and I'm going to try the step again. Oh, Tom, you still got it. If you try and keep one... Oh, Wisp T. Wisp T, what you doing?
I think these are all ones that just came back from where we were, John.
Right, I got you. Right, I'm going to start the step because I don't have a lot of time. But the first step, Tom, is you got to look at a clock in this farmhouse, and you got to stand on some scratchings on the floor that match the number. So it's 3 o'clock on that clock over there. You got to stand on this because it says 3 or I. Stand on it till this head here spins round and looks at you. Then you shoot the wonder weapon, and now there's 4 items that we got to pick up. So I'll show you. You come upstairs. You got a teddy bear head on that bunk bed.
Yeah.
Pick that up.
Yeah. Tasty face. Okay.
That's it. Tasty face. Then prone on this table. Just literally prone, and then hold interact, and there should be a thing on the floor.
Yeah. A blade,
Yep. Then if you come with me in the barn and go upstairs, and then last part is down here next to this bathtub.
Are you guys all like max packed?
No, I'm pack 2. Did you pick up this part down here?
Yeah, got it.
Right, okay, nice. I mean, we could do the step now.
May as well.
Oh, there's a lot of zombies though.
You may as well do the next step then. If you want
Yeah.
So is that a ritual here?
So there's 4 rituals, so we got to just interact with them to put each part down.
So I just put one down, yeah?
Yeah, and then there's one more. So then interact with it again. I'll do it.
On co-op, do we all have to interact with them? Maybe.
Yeah, maybe each of us have to interact with it. Oh no, this one wasn't put down. The chalice weren't put down. So now we got to protect these 4 relics for about a minute from zombies.
Yeah.
But because we're on curse, there's no timer. So we don't know how...
What are you doing right now, Dalek?
So I'm on the final step, but we need to push to the next round because I got it wrong. So you shoot a projector, and it's going to show you 4 locations, and you need to shoot these reels in each spot in the order it shows you with the wonder weapon.
I know. I'm going to put down... I've got a toxic growth. I'm going to put it down. I'm like, I just need the
Yeah, you need
zombie spawning in me.
You also have the actual can to spray. If you pick that part up, because you need that as well. Okay, nice. There is another Easter egg that can drop pap crystals. You got to drive Tessie in the fog and then use its laser beam on the sort of like purpley aura, and it can drop pap crystals, so it might be worth doing.
They assume we're a point of boss.
Oh my gosh.
We're very close. I just need to do the projector step. Up a little bit.
Damn.
John, I've already shot it.
Oh, you've already shot it? It's just really hard to do it mid-round, watching the projector.
Oh,
and it's just...
wait then. Wait, yeah.
I think they have zombies on them, we don't.
Yeah, we've got a ton of zombies.
I don't know what's going on in
this doesn't make sense.
Yeah, how come you guys have no zombies?
Like this?
We have nothing on us. Like
we have so many zombies. Right, if we feel like we're getting near to the end of the round, I'll go do the last step.
Yeah, the tower's already shot, so...
you want to come with me to Water Lake?
John. I'm there. So
okay, wicked. All right, Jakey, you ready? Yeah, I was going to throw a monkey, Jakey. All right, here we go. So...
Right.
Heart?
Yep, all shared.
I swear it was back. I wrote heart back. Oh, no. Yeah, I wrote it down as back. Let's see, is it right? There we go. Oh, okay. It was back. My only concern is because it's round 27, we're like creeping into that echelon of where you kind of need pap 3. Where's Tessie? Because you can laser those blue flowers and they can drop pap crystals. Yeah, like about this round, it's likely we're going to get crystals from them. Where am I looking? No, they're like blue. Like, you know where you laser to get one of the serum?
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. There it is. There's one. Yeah. You need to laser it.
Up as well.
No, you can shoot it with that.
No, you have to use the Tessie laser.
No, you can shoot them.
Oh, can you?
Yeah. Self-revive? Just a self-revive. You want to get it? Get it.
I've already got one.
We all have one.
Oh, well, bloody hell. Sorry, that was so prepared. All right, boys. Jake only needs 10k for the pack.
No, 20, but I'm good. Like, yeah.
I only need 7k.
Are you ready, Jalik?
More or less, yeah. Like we're at the stage where PAP 2 does work.
I don't think I'm gonna be killing anything in there.
That's the thing.
I've got the wonder weapon. I've got a tier 3 wonder weapon.
Oh, you got tier 3 wonder weapon?
Yeah, I've got tier 3 wonder weapon.
What, PAP 3?
And I've got a PAP 1. Yeah, PAP 3.
Oh, mate, you'll be solid.
Sorry, I got 2. Sweet.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
Let me buy some plates.
So my job is to run around and train and hope for the best.
Run around, train, hope for the best. Hop in the car if you want. Yeah, so when we get in the boss, when we get in the boss, Tom, if you pop your near death, try and keep your eyes on when it's about to end.
When we get in there, pop near death.
It will last for it lasts 5 minutes. So when it's about to run out, let me know and then I can pop mine. So if anyone goes down, you need to remember you just need to run up to them or be near them and you'll automatically res them and they'll keep all their perks.
We're literally about to go into this. I've seen this madness unfold.
You've seen it. You've seen this enough times. You know what's going on. Cursed though.
Speed boost, tomahawk.
Cursed though. Oh, I don't know.
Curse mode first time as well.
Yeah, come on. We got this, boys. Here we go. Tom, remember, pop your near death once we get out of this. All right, here we go. Oh, I can't drive the car. Lovely.
There you go.
There we go.
Can we just shoot it? There's no point, is there?
Not really. You can do a little bit of damage.
You can do damage too. When his red face is open and that yellow underneath, your guns do more damage if it's yellow underneath.
Yeah.
This feels so much calmer than solo right now.
I want to test this tomahawk theory. Wow, you zoom.
Okay, he's got a crit face now. I wish you could see how much damage your weapons do in this, but you can't.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of like wondering.
Because I think the wonder weapon does 3.5 grand per bullet, and then when you recall it, it will obviously do that back.
I can't hear anything. I wish I could turn down the music.
You immersed.
It's well allowed. Chanel, she's an African grey.
Okay, we now got Beyblade, so I need to drive into it.
Right,
and then there's going to be a blue beam.
Yeah. Right in front of you. Blue beam's in front of us.
Oh. I need to boost the weight. I need to boost the weight.
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, that beam's gone.
Beam's just gone. It's fine.
I need to heal up.
Again.
Let me try and heal the car a little bit.
He's going to hit us.
Come on.
Hit beam. Over.
Is it beam? Is it?
Yep.
All right, so very shortly, boys, you're going to have to focus fire on the... Oh, did the beam disappear?
Yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah, when he tells us, Tom will do crazy damage underneath.
Beam behind us, jump.
No, 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 I've got it.
No, you missed it.
No.
You get this one. You get this one.
All right, so get ready to fire under his in his stomach. So 3, 2, 1.
Throwing a monkey, so everyone just shoot underneath.
I'm getting out, Jakey, just to shoot him.
Yeah, that's right. This does 16k damage, so I'm doing this.
Oh yeah, big damage. Damage is
Big
really
damage. Nice. I think that's the phase 1 done. Maybe.
Yep.
Nice.
Yep, he's immune. He's immune.
Okay, no, we still need to do a little bit more damage, but I'm getting over to the beam. Got the beam. All right, get ready again. 3,
Throw
2,
a monkey,
1.
Tom.
Throw monkey.
Yep.
There we go. That's it. That's it.
Nice.
First phase done.
Drive back. There's a health thing behind us. There's a few.
Should I grab it or should we save it?
No, we're all right.
I got max ammo. I'm gonna throw another monkey.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Dude, I swear my gun's not working the way I need it today. Like when you recall in the ammo on PC, how do you recall?
I think is it F? Oh no, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Oh no. Woo, woo.
Yeah, it's just
Oh no, I'm down. Don't worry. I can. I've got quick revive.
I can run it, can't?
No. We've got a perk where if we kill a zombie, there we go. We're back up. We're back up. Tessie needs repairing.
Yeah, I'm throwing a monkey.
It should be a hold R, Tom. That's what you're after.
But John,
nice one.
John.
Get it in. Sorry. I'll get you, Jakey. 1 sec. Woo! This boss is so loud. Shut up, bro. I'm locked in. We're smashing it right now. Tom, how's your near-death experience? Is that nearly... Have you still got it? Or is it gone? Okay, it's gone. Okay.
Just tell us when we need to shoot underneath it.
I will do. Right, I'm just trying to get a heal.
Yeah,
Right, and boom.
There's heals over here. 2 of them.
Yep.
There's actually
Driving
a
near you,
massive row of
Tom.
heals.
Sorry. Oh, that is so dumb. Oh, no.
You got it.
No, we're right in the middle of launch
Ooh, we're good. Oh, it's broken. There's... Oh my god, there's meteors right near the car. I'm trucking a monkey.
Y'all okay?
Yep, all good. Ooh. He's missiling a ton of the arena. Oh no. Oh, it's broken.
Yeah,
It's broken. Don't worry, I can res. I'm rezzed. All right, repairing Tessie. That's all good. Right, I'm back.
I can do with the max ammo, to be fair.
Yeah, Tom, there's one. Yeah, what you need to do is shoot the wonder weapon at it.
It's not, it's armor. Oh yeah.
Oh.
Right, I just have to self-res.
There's an ammo crate there as well if you spot by.
Oh, Jakey, I'm gonna get on the...
Oh, nice, yeah.
Oh, I've lost my perks. Oh no. I need resin. This is where near death would be huge. Right, I'm gonna pop near death. Oh my god, man, these missiles, they're so different to solo. Right, I'm gonna grab a new. Yeah, I've got near death.
Oh, nice.
Tessie still needs repairing. Right, I'm gonna throw a monkey. Oh my days, bro. Out of nowhere, these missiles have just come and just wrecking us.
You've got NDE running.
Yeah.
I found a monkey.
Where's Tessie?
I don't know. It was over here, I think.
Oh no, Zone's got it. Right, I'm on it with you. It was going. We were smashing it, and then out of nowhere, these missiles are just targeting.
I think it's when we're crossing each other with the missiles.
Yeah, that's it. This has to be it now. This has to get him in Beyblade mode. Okay, he's in Beyblade.
Yep.
That beam right in front of us.
Alright,
Nice.
get ready for damage.
Yep.
Shooting with the turret gun.
Yep, I'm shooting him.
Trying to drive slow so you can hit.
Yep, cheers, mate.
That doesn't seem to be doing anything.
It didn't do a lot. I might jump out and do Mark 2 next time. Right, another beam. Zone, are you driving? Yeah, Zone, don't worry about hitting him. I will shoot him with the turret.
Yep.
To get the freaking out.
I've thrown a monkey down, so this will go. Let the car up.
Yeah, who's in the car? Zone, I'm gonna hop in with you. Nice.
See a beam somewhere.
Now?
Yep, shoot him now.
Damage, yep.
There we go, that's it. Second phase done.
Phase done.
Got max ammo over here.
God. I only have 4 perks. Alright.
Watch this beam now. This beam has have to stand behind the pillars.
Oh, no, you don't. Oh, you just have to shoot. You have to run into
You just have to ram him before he gets the laser down.
How was it?
I don't have near death anymore.
Okay, I lost all my perks. No one had NDE.
Yeah, I don't have NDE anymore.
He's gonna get that beam off. He's gonna get it off.
But we've got a Zersa in as well.
Hit the bear.
Yeah. Gonna throw a monkey. I'm gonna go for the res.
I'm selfing.
Okay, okay.
He's beaming. This side.
Hop in a range ops.
Yeah, go for it, go for it.
I'm assuming the car got blown up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't use my
Do I need to summon it? I'll just repair it.
Needs to get repaired, but...
I'm gonna chuck a monkey.
You can do
Yeah,
it.
yeah. I'm repairing it now. Wait, there's rockets going out somewhere. Right, repairing. Oh, he's gonna rocket. He's gonna rocket Tessie. I'm gonna throw another monkey. The Zersa's right by Tessie as well. Oh my god, this is so hard. Right, I'm repairing. It's gonna laser. No. Not laser, missile. Targeting me, trying to fix Tessie.
He's targeting me with a laser, so we should be good.
I'm down. I can't repair it. Thank you.
Oh shit.
Right, repairing.
Let's make the use of that.
He's missiling. My god. Yeah. Right as I finished repairing it. Here's Jakey.
What's the play, boys?
Right.
They're about to ram him now, so we should chill out a little bit.
Right,
oh, we got fucking all pinged on that. Shit.
Oh no. I want to get out of the missile thing, and I want to swap drivers because I have no idea what I'm doing.
You just have to ram into him before he finishes doing that laser. That's all you need to do. But yeah, if you don't feel confident, let someone else get in.
Yeah, but...
Are you right getting him, Dark? Or...
Yeah, I got him.
Nice.
Right, I'm repairing. Right, get in.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Yep.
Nice. I'm gonna get down there, boys. Oh, no, I'm right.
We can try and get rid of
Yeah, I
this
know. I don't have my boost yet.
I'll focus it.
Oh, you don't actually have to hit him on the laser head. I thought you did.
No, it can be anywhere. It's just to stop him from doing it.
Again?
Yep, I know. Don't have my boost. Don't have boost.
Bears down.
Nice.
Right, I'm still waiting for boost. Jake, it's better to hide here. Oh no, we're good. Ooh.
Me and Zone are training these zombies, man.
You guys are killing it. Ooh.
We have boost, he's about to laser.
Don't have the boost yet. There we go. You literally, the boost you get. Oh no.
Big missiles.
Oh my god, the pillar, no.
That's boost, laser again.
So when the boost, you get it back with like a second.
Yeah,
a second remaining.
Again.
Oh my god, the timing on this. No. Thank you.
Oh shit, drop the car.
Just do what you need to do, Tom.
Are you driving, Tom?
Nope.
Who's driving?
Me now, Bob.
I'm gonna chuck a monkey. Monkey. Hide behind the pillars. Fix it. I'm repairing. No,
yeah,
he's... No! Tried to run away from you.
Got me. You got it, Zone. Yeah. You got it.
It's legend. I'm gonna pop a power keg.
You got it, bro.
No, try repairing, I was getting slapped.
Oh, he's meteoring it again. I'm shrouded. I'm gonna get you, Jakey.
I'm repairing it.
Okay. So you drive.
Yep.
He's lasering. I'm literally on the edge of my seat, boys. This is ridiculous.
You got it, bro.
When you're training up as well, he does have a red face. If he's looking towards you, you can shoot him to do some more critical damage.
It's hardly any.
Yeah. We're so close, boys.
There you got it.
Zone, you're doing amazing. You're doing amazing, Zone.
Beyblade.
He's Beyblading. Right, beam in front of you.
Get ready for big damage phase.
Yeah, get ready to shoot. Get ready to shoot underneath, boys. If someone's got a monkey, get ready to cook it.
Yeah, it's going. Going. It's going.
Syndicate,
No, go on.
Big damage.
Come on.
Let's
Yes!
go.
Nice, man.
Let's go, boys. Oh my god. On cursed as well.
Calling to you. This
Oh my god. Bro. Holy crap, that was insane. Oh my god, boys. I deafened right as we hit that for some reason, but Jesus.
This is absolutely crazy. Almost 7 years after its release, we are still discovering new hidden mysteries in Black Ops 4 Zombies. For the Chaos storyline and the Ether storyline. And I find this precedent especially interesting because recently we've really been deep diving into the old lore for Black Ops 3 Zombies, but largely Black Ops 4 has been untouched, and because so much of the focus has just been on the impossible Easter egg in Black Ops 3 and other Easter eggs in that game, Black Ops 4 has been largely ignored until now. Recently, there has been a wave of interest in the Chaos storyline once again, partly from people's dissatisfaction with the current storytelling in Black Ops 6 with them weaving back in the Chaos storyline, and due to people feeling unsatisfied that it ended on an epic cliffhanger, with little indication about where it was going to go next. However, from these new Easter eggs discovered, it seems to point to the map where it was all going to head, and if true, it is absolutely mind-shattering that we never got to get one of the most asked maps ever in COD Zombies history. And these recent discoveries only stand to prove once again that the Jason Blundell / Craig Houston duo truly cared about the deeper mysteries within Zombies. As part of this, we even have a document that's been missing in the Ether storyline until now, so let's explore it. So what are these new discoveries? Well, cipher-solving legend Rich Killer made a post on the COD Zombies subreddit the other day. After almost 2 years of radio silence, before he went dark, Rich Killer says he was actually working on the information that is detailed within the post, but due to real-life circumstances we aren't privy to, was unable to collate it all together until now. Well, it was
Alright, as you can
Here we are in game. Let's go over here. Outside. Oh, here it is, all working nicely. Hi guys, X Reaction. I'm just going to be making a ambient rooms tutorial because there doesn't actually seem to be any really video tutorials online, so I'm going to be following RDV's written tutorial here and going to be making a few changes to it as it's a tiny bit outdated. The only changes I'll really be making is just making custom ambient room files so that you're not changing the stock file. But yeah, that's what we're going to be doing. So let's get started. So first of all, going to want to be downloading this. There you go. You can see I've already downloaded it, but we're just going to want to grab that here. Yep. Right. So what you can either do here is go to your map name scripts ZM folder here and put it in here, or you can put it in the shared scripts here. So you put it in here, ZM, and then just drag and drop it here. I have dragged and dropped it in the shared one so that it applies to all my maps, but you can put it here so it only applies to this specific map. I'll be doing that because that's what it says.
I sense a change in our enemy's behavior.
I used to like dogs. Oh, right now I trade that a garden.
Hello everyone, this tutorial will show you how to create and use vision sets and overlays in Black Ops 3 mod tools. Vision sets apply a bit of colour filtering to the game, similar to LUTs. These, however, can be activated and deactivated via script and can be applied per player. Create a file for the vision set you'll be using, or just copy an existing one. I've provided a link in the description for all of the vision files that I have. These always have a .vision extension. I recommend naming it something simple and relevant as you'll be referring to it many times in the script. Create a folder called Vision in your maps folder if you don't already have one. Then place your vision file in there. Alright, let's start by going over the basics of the vision file. Now generally the first value you'll see, unless yours has a section for Revive FX settings, is VKTT, which is the colour temperature. Its default value is 6500, which is white. Next is VKTS, which is the saturation level, ranging from -1 to 1 with 0 as the default. After that we have VKTC, and that applies a colour tint. So there are 4 values here which represent the colour channels, red, green, blue, which can be between 0 and 1. And then the last value is intensity, which is measured in stops. I recommend not going too high or low with that one. We also have VKTO, which applies a colour offset. These are also RGB floats. The rest of the values in this file create a colour ramp, and each of these lines define either the colour, anchor location, or midpoint location for each point on the ramp. The last value sets the blend amount for the ramp. If set to 0, none of the ramp is applied. And of course, when set to 1, 100% of it is applied. Okay, now we'll take a look at overlays, which are much more interesting. They can distort or warp the player's view, refract light, and they can be animated in a variety of ways, like with a sprite sheet, or with UV scrolling, rotating, or zooming. You don't have to use one along with your vision set, but they are often the key component of creating all of the interesting effects in the examples I just showed, unless of course you're just going for something simple, like before turning on power in Ascension. I'll start by showing you how to set up a basic static overlay image in Ape, then we'll do a proper animated one with some warping and refraction as well. Pop into Ape and create a new material. I'd suggest first making a new GDT for all of your overlays and creating it in there. Set the material category to 2D and the type to Refract Reveal Blend. Now you'll
can tell by the title, we are going to go ahead and go through the details of creating a boss zombie. And instead of using a whiteboard, I'm having really much fun in VR, where you can draw and make actual 3D models. So, I mean, it's fun. So, yeah. Okay, let's go and jump into the details. Well, actually, let's jump into the features of what we're gonna have. We're gonna have a boss zombie. So let me just draw one here real quick. Okay, so we're gonna make him mad, the nose and the mouth. He's a sad zombie. All right, so this is a boss zombie, and we're gonna have obviously the health, because we want this zombie to be outstanding of the other zombies. Alright, so with our little boss zombie here, the question, does it drops power-ups? I'm gonna set it so you can choose, so you can enable or disable this feature. So the next one is modify his health. This means you can make him weaker or way stronger. I prefer stronger, obviously. Alright, what's it gonna be next? Now, obviously, I want him personally to ignore the effects of the power drops. So if I get a nuke, I don't want this boss to die. So you can enable or disable this feature in the scripts, but for now it's gonna ignore the power-ups. I'm gonna give you the freedom of spawning one or more zombie bosses. This means I'm gonna make it an array, which actually you can have multiple script structs with the same target names, and that way you will be able to spawn in multiple zombies. And this looks like a Chinese guy. My drawings aren't the best, but here you go, 3 zombie bosses, I guess. To make it a boss outstanding and give it the difficulty, I am gonna set it so you will get no damage points, which means if you shoot him, you're not gonna get like points if you shoot him to the head and stuff. The players are not gonna get any damage points, which brings up the next one. You also get no kill points, because come on, it's a boss zombie, right? We need to add a bit of difficulty here and make him stand out. So no kill points and no damage points. What about let him in spawn with the dogs? Now also you can change it to your own custom notify, and I'm trying to draw a dog here. No, I cannot. That looks like a penis. I cannot draw, dude. Look, a dog. I never drew a dog, so I was intended to make an eye, but that was like and then I tried to make a fire. Obviously fire is a red, so I tried to make fire that I can draw, but the rest is just no. But it's gonna spawn pronounce your name so wrong. But what I do often from time to time is to go through comments, even from several years ago, just to see if I have some requested videos comments that I didn't even see. So this one came up and I was like, okay, let's do this one then real quick. So this guy commented and he actually said, I would need a tutorial on newly modeled boss zombie that uses BO3 normal zombie animations, basically a boss zombie that is remodeled common zombie in terms of AI, would appear along with zombies, sometimes could throw the model your way if such tutorial will be possible. Now, yes, I don't need your model. What I'm understanding of this is that you want just a regular zombie, and you want that zombie to be a boss zombie that sometimes spawns along with the zombies. Now, I am gonna change it a little bit. You can spawn this boss zombie that I have set up for you and for everyone else. You can set him up and use any zombie body thing you want. So whatever you use in your map as a zombie model, like a regular round zombie model, you can use that, or you can use someone else's zombies and drop them in and spawn them sometimes as a boss. At the same time, you can even use them as a regular boss, like a regular zombie, sorry. So what I did is I set up a script, and there will be one link in the description box below for you to check it out. That will take you to our forums, and then everything you need is in there. So if I open it up here, boom, you will see this. What you want to do is just read through it, and we're gonna go together because this is a detailed video. It says here, alright, let's turn a regular zombie into a boss zombie. What we're going to do exactly, well, I will put the features down here. Health, it can be changed to your liking. Drops power-ups can be changed so it doesn't drop them. Power drops have no effect on the boss, can be changed so it does. No hit points, it can be changed, and no kill points can also be changed. There are a few things. Let's start off with the health. You can change it to your liking, so the higher the number, the harder it is to kill that zombie. You can set so it does drop power-ups or not. Power-ups have no effect, meaning the nuke does not affect. No hit points and no kill points, which I explained earlier on. So requirements. You will need a few things to get this boss to spawn. Obviously, what we want to do. So the first thing what we want to do is obviously go ahead and launch Radiant. Basically, what I'm saying here, where it says it can be an actor, you can even duplicate the zombie in ape. That means you can use this zombie as a regular zombie, or you can have him a little bit customized so it stands out and, without much work. First of all, we need the actor's spawn name. This can be found by opening Radiant and then selecting a zombie actor. Selecting a zombie actor is pretty much the zombie actor that's floating somewhere in the sky in your map on Radiant. You're gonna select him, press N to open the entity editor, and at the top of that window, it's gonna say remap. Click on the remap button and then type in your zombie name that you want to be the boss. However, what we're gonna do is type the full name of it. So what we then can do is see exactly what we need for the script, because we're gonna use that name to spawn the zombie. Let me show you real quick actually, because this is a detailed video. Look, this is what I did. This is what I modified in Ape. But basically, if you select this guy and you hit this one, you see here actor spawner ZM Templar boss zombie. If you do remap, I'm gonna do let's see, Kino. It does not say that, so we're gonna do actor spawner see ZM Blood of the Dead. We want that full name. That's pretty much what I'm trying to tell you. So what was this one? ZM Templar boss zombie. I'm gonna hit Control A and Control C, and then we're gonna hit escape, because that's all we needed was just the name. Now that we have the name, what you want to do is paste it somewhere. You can even paste it in here. You see, I pasted it in Google. I'm just gonna keep it there because that's useful for later. All right, now that's the requirements. Installation, pretty much easy. All you have to do is you want to copy this one and open your map name.gsc, which is usually that's in C, Steam Library, Steam Apps, Common, Black Ops 3, User Maps, your map name, scripts, your map name.gsc. Let me show this to you. If you go to here, we're gonna go to the root of your Black Ops 3. We're gonna go to, oh, actually you can do this way easier. Open map folder, scripts, ZM, and then your map name.gsc, double click it and it will open it. And pretty much what you want to do is search for, where is it? This one, ZM user main. Underneath that, you can't really see. You have to paste it right there. Now scroll all the way to the bottom, like it says here. Scroll all the way to the bottom. Paste the following to the bottom of the script. So we're gonna go ahead and copy everything, including that little bracket. You just hit Control C or right click and copy whatever, and then you just want it to paste here. I'm not gonna do that because I already have it. Right, now what's next? Okay, it's not here, but I will add it into the forums. Basically what you want to do is, as you can see in the scripts here, spawn boss. So in the script you can see here, wait until the dark round is starting. You can change it to the power on or your own custom level notify. I'm just gonna do it with the dogs, and you want to give it the target name boss spawn, not the zombie actor though. What you want to do is, I'm just gonna delete those. All you want to do is right click, go to scripts, struct. You can change the color if you like to. I mean, maybe a bit grayish would be cool, like so. Right, now what we're gonna do is we're just gonna give a simple target name, boss zombie. Okay, so that's it. Now if you want more zombies to spawn, all you have to do is just make sure you select the thing is selected, duplicate it. You can duplicate as many times as you want, but make sure there's enough space in between them, because you know, you never know. Okay, and there you go. That's pretty much it. All you have to do now is just hit Ctrl S to save it. If you want, you can build the lights. So what we're gonna do is now close. Yes, export the lights because we just did that thing. What you want to do is compile light and link and let it do its thing, and that's all. Then as soon as your level notify goes off, or if you want the dogs, or if you kept it the way I have it, it will spawn along with the dogs. Now I also add like comments and stuff. You know, that's pretty much it. Easier than this, and it's not possible, dude. Now you have a boss zombie in your map to have fun. And if you have set it to your custom notify, make sure it's in a while loop if you want it to happen several times. But if you set it to, you know, what I have here, wait till dog round starting, it will spawn alongside with the dogs. And if you do, let's see, it says I change it to 1 if you don't want crawlers. Don't need crawlers. Health is good. In the ground, yeah. Ignore enemy count is on. Hopefully I helped you out, and if you want more details, including the drawing ones, let me know with a comment down below, and obviously like the video, because that will show me that you enjoyed the videos that I make. Thank you, bro, for commenting. If you are new, someone else watching this video, and you haven't already, go and subscribe. I do upload different types of videos like VR gameplay, funny moments, and stuff like that. Obviously tutorial videos, requested videos. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
Richtofen is back. And, as usual, it seems he's planning something evil. But can we do anything to stop it? And Richthofen is back. And, as usual, it seems he's planning something evil. But can we do anything to stop it? And just what exactly is he planning? All of these are questions that have been intentionally seeded by Treyarch even before the release of Black Ops 7, and they've continuously reiterated on these questions in just about every opportunity they get with Richthofen. I'm Bob, stepping in once again for TGR with the incredibly busy content schedule we have at the moment. And today, he and I wanted to talk to you about the new version of Edward Richthofen, why we think he's most likely planning a large-scale betrayal, deep dive his character a bit to guess what it could be, and what it could do for the story. All that and more in this video, so stay tuned until the end. So first and foremost, why do we suspect Richthofen? Well, it started before we even got our hands on the game, with the Black Ops 7 Meet the Expanded Team blog. In it, we got a brief rundown of all 8 playable characters, including little bio entries for each character. Let's take a look at Richthofen's. Dr. Edward Richthofen, a brilliant but unhinged scientist and hero of the Reich, finds himself torn from 1945 in a world where the Axis powers triumphed over the Allied nations. Shaped by ambition and tainted by corruption, he masks his innate sadism and considerable ego behind quick wit and a charming smile. He vows that reality itself will ultimately bow to his designs. Most of this is just like any other character's bio, a quick description of their home, their personality, and how they will present themselves. But that last sentence is the unique piece here. He vows that reality itself will ultimately bow to his designs. No other character has something quite like this, but could it really be set up for something so important just hidden in his bio like that? Fans may remember, in Call of Duty World at War Zombies, character bios were added with the original Dries map for the World at War characters, Dempsey, Richthofen, Nikolai, and Takio. These were all relatively surface level lore about them, most of which didn't really seem super relevant going forward. A hidden message was discovered within these bios though. This Easter egg was found far later when Zombies was very popular during Black Ops 3, despite World at War being 7 years old at the time. The discovery was prompted by a hint from Jason Blundell to Mr. Dalek JD, revealing that an Easter egg had always been present in World at War. The character bios, and thus the hidden message, were hidden when the Dries map was released, and up to that point hadn't been found. Thanks to the hint, we found it. By taking the first letter from each sentence across the character bios of Dempsey, Nikolai, Takio, and Richthofen, the following secret message is revealed. The Doctor wants the ultimate power, bastard. This was of course a hint to Richthofen's grand scheme, but planted as far back as Dries. So it definitely has precedent that this Richthofen could have implications about his grander motivations hidden inside the character bios. So, can we find out any more about him to get an idea about what this might be? Well, one interesting thing of note is Richthofen mentioning his father.
Mein father used one of these to keep his face baby smooth. Would that he had used it on his wrists.
This lets us establish that Richthofen and his father seemingly had a negative relationship. But who exactly might his father be? Well, to identify Richthofen's father potentially, we turn to real history in the same way that the Warden referenced Confederate General Jeb Stuart. The Richthofen surname belongs to the ancient Prussian noble house of von Richthofen, renowned for generations of military service, that produced World War I flying aces like Manfred von Richthofen, the Red Baron, his brother Lothar, and their cousin Wolfram von Richthofen, who commanded the Luftwaffe's 8th Air Corps as a field marshal during World War II. This brings us to Major Albrecht Philipp Karl Julius Freiherr von Richthofen, the father of the real-life Red Baron, a cavalry officer who rose through the ranks of the Prussian army. He embodies the family's martial legacy. Richthofen gets pulled into the dark ether at seemingly around 45 years old while receiving a medal sometime after World War II in his victorious Nazi timeline.
1 minute I am stepping up to receive the Ritterkreuz medal. The next I am in this hellhole, snatched away. Denied the honor of a lifetime.
Whatever. I was sitting on a crapper when it happened to me. Ain't seen a shred of toilet paper since.
Placing his birth circa 1900 to 1905, that timeline would fit the general perfectly. Born in 1859, he would have been about 41 to 46 when his son arrived, a standard age for fatherhood among the aristocracy of the era. The general passed in 1920, leaving ample time for the bitter relationship hinted at in the quote, where Richthofen darkly wishes his father had turned the razor on his wrists instead of his face. Such a figure as Major Albrecht von Richthofen could embody the stern archetype of the Prussian Junker officer. Career soldiers from this noble class prized unyielding discipline, unquestioning obedience to authority, and martial prowess above all else. Fathers like him viewed their sons primarily as heirs to the family legacy of service in the Kaiser's army, molding them from childhood into future officers through rigorous expectations and emotional reserve. Warm affection took a backseat to instilling duty and toughness, often resulting in distant hierarchical relationships where failure invited sharp rebuke. This dynamic would align seamlessly with the era's child-rearing norms among Prussian military aristocracy. Boys entered cadet schools as young as ages 10 to 11, such as the Wallstatt Academy, enduring Spartan regimes of harsh drills, corporal punishment, and isolation from family to forge unbreakable resolve. Home life mirrored this austerity, with fathers enforcing total compliance and channeling sons towards cavalry regiments from infancy. For a brilliant but rebellious mind like Richthofen, chafing against such iron-fisted control could breed profound bitterness, explaining his morbid wish that the general would slit his wrists rather than merely shave. In the Prussian nobility, the title of Freiherr, Baron, attached to the Richthofen family is hereditary and passes to all legitimate sons, not merely the eldest. The predicate von, likewise, belongs to every member of the line. If Edward Richthofen's father is indeed Major Albrecht von Richthofen, then Edward carries the full legal name and style of Baron Edward von Richthofen from birth. He would therefore not only be the younger brother of the famous Rittmeister Manfred von Richthofen, the Red Baron, but give us a handy way to differentiate him from the other variants by calling him Edward von Richthofen, or Baron Richthofen, or von Richthofen, etc. Well, let's just say he is planning this ultimate betrayal. Then what is it, and why? For that, I think we need to take a step back from where we are right now and look at the larger story as a whole, from a sort of outside the text standpoint, and more from a writing perspective. It seems more likely than ever now, especially with the find of the invitation document to her in Blackwater Lake, that Ava Jansen, just like that document, was likely pulled into the past Dark Ether along with the crews by the Warden. If this is the case, and her story will resolve in Black Ops 7 as we suspect it will, that leaves the story in a very difficult position. We now have the next 30-ish years already locked in with no real space for a game. Once Requiem escape the Dark Ether and end up dying in Urzikstan, there's basically nothing left to happen once Ava disappears, and Treyarch are now going to end up in a 3-year gap once more, leaving us with much longer to wait until their next Zombies experience. Not to mention the fact that it's very clear to both fans and critics of the Cold War era systems of zombies that the design is reaching its logical endpoint. World at War evolved into Black Ops 1, which evolved into Black Ops 2, which was then refined into Black Ops 3. They then had sort of reached the endpoint of that philosophy of design, so they went for a reboot into Black Ops 4, which failed, so they rebooted again into Cold War, and then evolved that into Black Ops 6, learning from Vanguard and MWZ, and then refined that into Black Ops 7. So we find ourselves in a very similar spot. With no place for the story or the design philosophy to go, and a large gap of development time, it seems that a big reboot could likely be in store for Zombies after this game. And so, we suspect that Richthofen's ingenious evil plan that we've yet to see could likely be the driving force of that reboot. When he says that he wants reality to bend to his whim, I fear he may get exactly what he wants. We will still see the return of Requiem to the real world, for sure, that has to happen, but who knows what happens in the Dark Ether after. It's worth noting that when MWZ is ending, Ava explicitly calls out that the Dark Ether is separating from our world. At the time, we assumed this was more of a the gateway is closing type thing, but looking back at the entity's death, the world even momentarily goes black and white for a moment when it dies. Could it be that the connection of Ava and the entity was the last thing tethering our universe to the Dark Ether, and with Ava in the past, likely set to become the MWZ entity potentially, and the other entity dead and all the vials of Ethereum spent, there is now no way to connect the home universe of Requiem back to the Dark Ether, one that now instead connects to many other universes, potentially created by Richthofen's master plan. This could potentially mean any other universe is ruled by this Richthofen, setting up a game where he is the announcer, or maybe he simply returns all their universes and goes home with some reality warping powers, setting up a story set in his timeline. It's hard to say exactly, but I suspect this little hint in his bio is our first clue to a major reboot incoming. So what do you all think? Is Richthofen straight up evil and cooking up the ultimate betrayal like his bio and that classic Doctor wants the ultimate power bastard Easter egg suggest? Could he really be Baron Edward von Richthofen, the Red Baron's little brother, born into that brutal Prussian Junker family with a dad like Major Albrecht who probably beat the rebellion right out of him? And if his plan bends reality to reboot Zombies entirely, maybe ruling multiverses or warping back to his Nazi win timeline, what does that mean for Ava, Requiem, and the whole story after BO7? Drop your hottest take in the comments below. I definitely want to hear if you buy the Nepo Baby Nazi Bruce Wayne sort of angle we cooked, or if there's another twist you think we're missing. If you enjoyed this deep dive, smash that like button, subscribe for more Zombies lore breakdowns, and hit the bell so you never miss an upload. Thank you for watching.
To conclude this video, I want to shout out the fact that I finally decided to make a Patreon and Cameo account, both of which will be linked below if you was certainly worth the wait. He explains that in Black Ops 4, the texture files in-game have their file names hashed, so that data miners are unable to see the actual file name. Now, while some other people have discussed this and talked about it, and even in the comments, I don't think people have realized the true significance of these finds. Many of them are writing them off as just being small things, but they are not. This is going to be a major deep dive today, as a lot of this has been glossed over. We actually have discussed this briefly in my video debunking the Great War player textures in Black Ops 4, so check that out if you haven't already. Essentially, Rich Killer, along with Coldstone the Gamer and Jake Russ 47, have been attempting to decipher the names of these texture files back into plain English. Alongside just being a fun puzzle-solving exercise, there was an important reason for doing this. Black Ops 4 has some incredibly obscure ciphers. One very famous example of this was the Voyage of Despair carpet cipher, where a cipher was visually hidden within a carpet texture in the map. Some of these could be discovered by the fact that they would disappear when loading the map on easy mode, or custom mutations, but with them being so hidden, it was very hard to discover them all this way. As a result of Rich Killer and Co.'s work, however, they now have access to the texture file names, and in the cases of the ciphers, these are labeled clearly with cipher in the file name. Finally getting concrete confirmation. So now we know that this is a cipher, people can finally start cracking at it without really knowing if it was before. Whilst it looks very similar to a barcode, it doesn't seem to actually be that. An additional confirmation with this is that the order of the Blood of the Dead ciphers is now known. These ciphers were very clearly meant to go in a specific order, but there was no in-game indication of this. Now, with the file names decoded, they indicate the order, i.e. cipher 1, 2, etc. Which, whilst tells us nothing groundbreaking, it helps paint a more coherent story. But with the close eye on the textures of the game, the ordering of ciphers isn't the only thing that has been discovered. So let's dive in. Unclassified, there were many documents that were, unsurprisingly, classified. One of these papers had all of the content obscured, but was painstakingly recreated by Rich Killer and Co. It reads, Subject, WH Broken Arrow Initiative. Files, Elements 115, Research. Upon several months, our laboratory has made a breakthrough. Group 935's research has set the foundation for our recent success. We have managed to achieve discovery before the USSR. Our scientists continue to find the true potential of Elements 115's purpose. We propose that experimentations continue, as usual, to identify traits the elements hold. We propose that experimentations continue, as usual, to identify traits the element holds. As instructed, we have been recording our findings in audio reels provided, some which will hold further information. And obviously we see these on the map themselves with the different reels you can play. We will continue to conduct research and continue to document unusual findings. Now, whilst this is a new discovery, this document, however, doesn't really hold anything groundbreaking. Unfortunately, in this case, I think this was some random jargon written by one of the writing team in order to just fill out the space so they could then draw the redacted lines and have it look realistic. It does give us some nice in-universe consistency, the fact that there's a document explaining why so many of the reels exist in Classified itself, but other than that, it's not really that big of a deal. Nevertheless, however, what was discovered in the Chaos story is far more important. All over the Chaos storyline, there are ciphers that use alchemical symbols to hide meaning. These were done using a modified version of the real-life periodic table that was eventually given out to the community. In spite of this, however, a lot of these ciphers in the games remained untranslated, or in fact wrong. One such example of this was the cipher in the Odin Tower in 9. Each of the Towers of the Gods has a 4-line poem, written in the alchemical language. Danu, Zeus, and Ra all ended in the line, "In chaos it shall be done." However, Odin did not fit this pattern, with the final line just being a repeat of the first line, which suggested to some that the texture was actually bugged in-game. Well, Ridgekiller has confirmed this to be the case, and this shows that Treyarch are of course not immune to mistakes, like we've seen in many cases recently. Maybe there's even been mistakes in the impossible Easter egg, making it even harder to crack. Nevertheless, finally, he has shown the full Odin cipher, and this is what it reads. Through the modern seas and mountains cold, the wandering father guides men in battle, in verse, in life, in death. His wisdom is often disguised. Our deeds shall echo in glorious songs, lessons of blood saved and split. For we are the wandering father, our quest is eternal. In chaos it shall be undone. This last line being the new one found. This now completes the set of 4 ciphers. Zeus, on the meridian shores of sand and stone, the king of the gods holds court. With lightning, his will, and thunder, his voice, he directs all creation to follow. Our world shall ring loud and clear, sky, sea, and storms. Our golden voice in every ear, for we are the kings of the gods. Our reign is nigh, in chaos it shall be done. Danu, in the ancient forests of Ireland green, the mother of life bears fruit. Her children, the trees and people alike, she whispers her love as they grow. Barren lands shall grow at our touch. That which is green shall spread, for we are the mothers of life. Our roots run deep. In chaos it shall be undone. Fourth and finally, Ra. Above the scorching deserts, beyond the sea, the Lord of the Sun sees all. His eye has stood watch over Farmer and Pharaoh rising and setting the same. All-seeing sight shall be ours as well, in shadow no evil shall hide. For we are the Lord of the Sun. Our light reveals truth. In chaos it shall be undone. Interesting now when we know it seems like Cortifex was posing to the people of ancient Egypt to be Ra himself as of Black Ops 6. Anyways, with these 4 ciphers together, we can finally shine a light on some of what the Order intended to do, and even get a bit of insight into what is going on with the gods in the Dark Ether storyline today. The first 2 lines of each poem discuss the mythological god themselves, what they meant to that culture. The third line, though, that tells us what the Order actually planned to do. Like Ra, they wanted all-seeing sight so that they could find and destroy all evil. Like Danu, they wanted to heal the nature of the earth, which at the point was being poisoned by the Industrial Revolution. Like Zeus, they would let their voice be heard through clear days and storms all across the world. And like Odin, their deeds would be sung about for generations. Both the lives they saved and the lives they had taken. Essentially, the Order viewed themselves as the true good of the world, genuinely trying to save humanity. But they needed to have total control in order to do so. Then, in the last lines, like Ra, they will be the Lord of the Sun, illuminating every truth. Like Danu, they will become the source of all life on Earth. Like Zeus, they will be the kings of all. And now we know, like Odin, they will forever wander the world on an eternal quest for knowledge. This new final line confirms so much about what we had speculated about them. Much like the Rosicrucians, they believed the gaining of knowledge for the betterment of humankind to be a holy task, in order to prevent wars and save humanity. But they would inevitably fall out with the Rosicrucians about what exactly must be done in order to do this. So now, let's talk about the Rosicrucians. As I've gone into in my videos on the Order and more recently on Josiah Shem, the Order in the Chaos storyline had 2 distinct periods, the Ancient Order and the Modern Order. In ancient times, we have pretty good reason to believe that the Order were the most powerful sect of individuals in the entire world, thanks to their harnessing of prima materia. In the map 9, we can literally see a mosaic of an ancient pharaoh of Egypt using prima materia to build the pyramids themselves, and this pharaoh actually has the mask of the Order embedded into his crown. Perhaps he was the High Priest of Chaos at the time. Regardless, they were clearly still at their height at the time of the Roman occupation of Egypt, when 9 was set, as we see thousands of members of the Order, all in their robes and masks, attending a sentinel trial in the intro cutscene for the map. and I guess even as we play, they literally throw poop at you. Indeed, they had such a mastery of the Sentinel artifacts that they could make something as dangerous as a Sentinel trial a controlled spectator sport. When every other time we see them initiated, they are deadly to anyone and everyone around. At some point though, possibly with the switch of the Roman Senate to Christianity over paganism, the order was cast down. It might be that people within the empire didn't like just how powerful the order were, and so used the new religion of Christianity as a convenient excuse to get rid of them. We just don't know. What is important is that, beginning in the 1600s, a new esoteric order formed that, while having a basis in Christianity, explored philosophical and mystical ideas that were considered heretical at the time, all for the basis of guiding humanity into a supposed golden age, the Rosicrucian Order. It's very likely that, through some piece of narrative that we never ended up getting in the Chaos storyline, or maybe still lies dormant, yet to be found, the early Rosicrucians ended up inheriting some of the lost knowledge of the Order, with the Order also having strong connections to Freemasonry. It's even possible that this could tie back into the Owl, a Templar Knight from Citadel Day Moor, as it's often believed that the Freemasons were spawned from the Knights Templar. It's very interesting how this new knowledge can help fill in gaps for even the current Dark Ether story, now that it seems to be one and the same as said Chaos story. Regardless, the Rosicrucians and the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, an organization that spawned from them in turn, are both very relevant to the Chaos storyline, as through a rarely discussed letter in Voyage of Despair that we covered in my video on Josiah Shem, a member of the Order, seemingly the modern High Priest of Chaos, depending on whether or not they were immortal and are one and the same as the original, led a faction of renegades to split from the Rosicrucians, refounding the Order of Chaos in the modern day. In the Reddit thread, Richkiller offers a transcription of this letter, which was found nowhere else online, alongside several other letters also in Voyage of Despair that have never been spoken about before. These are crazy. Let's jump in. FRC Grandmaster Emergency Assembly, the 15th of March in the year of the Lord 1910. Meeting officially commences at 9:03 PM. Grandmaster RSC presides. Gentlemen, I apologize for both the lateness of the hour and the urgency with which this assembly was called. The issue, as it stands, could not wait. I received a letter earlier today from what I can only assume are dissident members of the Rosicrucian Order, our brothers in London. The only course of action was to bring you all here so I may read it out loud, rather than let its contents turn into kindling for the rumour mill. It says, to the FRC, there comes a time in any organization's history when we must question not just our mission, but our methods for achieving it. Over the centuries, the Rosicrucian Order has strived to inspire humanity towards enlightenment. We provided tools for education, wisdom, and personal growth. But what have we to show for our progress? Humanity has chosen to wage wars, accumulate riches, and embrace complacency. The stench of stagnation clings to mankind as tightly as they cling to their falsehoods and false idols, and we stood by and let it happen. No more. The time has come to force humanity's enlightenment. Drastic actions must be taken to save our species. We attempted to open the eyes of our elders here in London, but they choose to remain naive, chastising us before casting us out. We reach out to you now, knowing our American brothers will not choose ignorance. Join us in our cause for the betterment of mankind. The letter is then signed by the dissident members, including several hundred names, which I shall not waste the assembly's time with. LML. What in the devil is happening in England? RSC. A good question. The Rosicrucians Order High Council have also sent me a telegram regarding this affair. Their instruction is to reject any invitation from, and I quote, this small sect of pathetic individuals. TK. Several hundred names does not sound small. RSC. Whatever it may sound like, they and their actions do not speak for the Rosicrucian Order. The MAORC has already publicly condemned their agenda and will follow suit. Any works published by these dissidents is to be dismissed without discussion. From what England's told us, this new order's proposal to force humanity's enlightenment is beyond comprehension. If anyone present this evening wishes to align themselves with this type of malfeasance, now is your chance to submit your resignation. No? I thought as much. Now let's move on and forget this unpleasantness. I'm sure history will do so as well. Again, I actually went over this one in my Josiah Shem video, but essentially members of the American Rosicrucian branch are extremely concerned about what the High Priest of Chaos, now having split, is intending to do. Now a lot of people are acting like these letters now confirm that there were different sects of the order, but this was already confirmed. I think it just wasn't as obvious as it's made out in the Reddit thread. But anyways, it seems that the High Priest is under the belief that the Rosicrucians have grown to complacency, and with World War I looming, believes he has to take drastic actions in order to save humanity, even if completing the Sentinel trials will cost far more lives than war ever theoretically could. Another letter reads, March 28th, 1910, to my beloved Moina. I write to you now to explain my sudden and extended absence these last days. Hopefully you have not turned to panic. I assure you I am in good health. Call off the hounds, my dear. I live and breathe, yeah? My unexpected departure was forced by events that recently transpired. I had no choice but to sequester myself at Athor and meditate on the incident. It is 1:30 as I write to you now, the first hour of a new day. Literally, and perhaps metaphorically, I am enveloped by darkness, lit only by candle, and yet the dark cannot hide the trembling of my hand, nor the racing of my heart. I cannot recall the last time I slept. A fortnight ago, I was approached by a man who claimed to represent a new order, made up of disciples who had been cast out of the Rosicrucians in London. He talked of a new mission for the enlightenment of all men and women. What he spoke of terrified me. I've spent these last days thinking on what he told me, meditating on his proposal for humanity's salvation. He spoke of an unspeakable act, an event the order would use to mold mankind in their image. I dare not speak of it. I do not wish to corrupt your mind. I fear you may gravitate towards it as easily as I found myself. What he spoke of was not inherently inconceivable or vile. It was an idea that, in the grand scheme of the universe, certainly had its benefits. That may be what frightened me most. The longer he spoke, the more I gravitated to his proposal. As he explained his vision, a corruption grew within my mind. Suddenly, where I once saw peace and prosperity in this world, I saw the evils and horror he wished to expunge. I was incepted by his perspective and caught in a trance. I too sought to expel these evils from the world. I told him I would consider it. Moina! Damn it all! I told him I would consider the malicious endeavor. Even as I write to you now, I find myself drawn back toward the idea, but I must cast it out, cast it down. But then he departed, and I regained control over my mind. I once more saw the world for what it was, a plane existing in the middle of all things. The shades of grey, our melting pot of benevolence and malevolence, progression and regression. I was aghast at what I had nearly agreed to, and ashamed I allowed my mind to drift to such thoughts. I have not yet decided if I am to share this revelation with Alpha et Omega. I shall return home shortly. Yours always, Samuel. So in these letters we have the initials of many different people, but who actually are they? Well, Rich Killer points out that they are based on the real-life Rosicrucian order and its members. So AC is Alistair Crowley, Moina is Moina Mathers. He also provides a link to a YouTube video on the Rosicrucian order AMORC, which I will also leave a link to in the description for further research, and he provides some links to Alpha Omega and the Golden Dawn. But who exactly is this Samuel? Given he addresses his wife, who has a peculiar name, and mentions an organization called Alpha Omega, we can actually pretty easily deduce that this is the real-life historical figure Samuel Liddell MacGregor Mathers. He was a Rosicrucian and founding member of the offshoot Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. Alpha Omega is just another name of this order. From this, we get yet more insight into the High Priest and his mission, and it further confirms our suspicions. The High Priest, though planning on taking extreme measures, seems to genuinely believe that what he intends is in humanity's best interests, and he seems to be an incredibly convincing, charismatic speaker as well. Finally, and in my view most importantly, we have the third letter. In the thread, Rich Killer seems to not identify who this person is in real life, But with a bit of research, I've discovered that this is Max Heindel, a Christian mystic who died in 1919. In real life, Heindel claims that while on a trip to Germany to hear a series of lectures by another mystic, he was visited by a spirit of a being known only as an elder brother of the Rosicrucian Order. Elder brother was benevolent, and among other things, told him that the Rosicrucian Order he belonged to was nothing to do with the real-world organization, and that, in actual fact, the true Rosicrucians existed outside of this plane. He said that the true temple of the Rosicrucians was on the German/Bohemian border, but was etheric, i.e. not in this world. But there, he could retrieve teaching from all 12 elder brothers of the Rosicrucian Order, and their 13th member, the leader. Max Heindel wrote a book detailing some of this in 1909, called The Rosicrucian Cosmo-Conception, and discusses the death and rebirth of human spirits and human evolution. With that out of the way, here is the letter. March 14th, 1910. The elder brother visited me again this evening. Though his attire was the same as before, he once more appeared clothed in his vital body. His face told a different story than past encounters. He was unnerved, perturbed by an event that had occurred on our plane. The elder brother has visited me many times from the inner world. For years he came bearing knowledge, his generous gift to me. I had come to think of him as my teacher. He has guided my pen as much as my mind. Without him, I would never have written the Cosmo-Conception. Without him, I would never have found the Temple of the Rose Cross. Without him, I can safely say, I would not be the man I am today. Tonight, I had no knowledge to offer, only a warning. The world was changing, he feared, and not in the way it had been foretold. There were forces at work within the Rosicrucian Order itself that threatened to dismantle the paradigms of our world. I challenged him. Maybe the world required such a dramatic shift. Perhaps that would help open our eye. He looked grimly upon me. Forcing evolution has never yielded results the enabler desired. He spoke of a world plunged into darkness, unlike what my plane had ever witnessed. He spoke of great evil lurking in plain sight. I asked him, begged him, what can I do? What can I do? But before I could get an answer, he faded away once more, returning to his world. And then I awoke. Signed M.H. My initials as well. Here we see Max Heindel meeting the elder brother once again in the otherworldly temple, within his inner world. Firstly, we can see that in the Chaos storyline, this is all very real. We can say that because the elder brother is informing Heindel about the events in the real world Rosicrucian organization, with the high priest and his other acolytes, and what they plan to do. At first, you might speculate that the elder brother is the high priest, but clearly from this letter, this isn't the case. Moreover, the elder brother is extremely worried about what the high priest is trying to do, saying that forcing human evolution is never a positive thing. But if we really think about this for a second, it starts to get insane. So, Max Heindel is being spoken to by an entity who is a member of a secret order from another plane. People from our world can meet them at a physical location, the temple, but this place is on the boundary between this world and another, and very specific things need to be done in order to access it there. This is literally like early concepts for stuff that we would later see in the Dark Ether storyline. The temple is just like a liminal space, or other such places that are part way between our world and the Dark Ether. And I guess could even be seen similar to how the Shadow Man influenced the pocket dimensions of Shadows of Evil and Alcatraz, and even communicated with humans in their realm, and even communicated with the humans of Dimension 63 in a similar fashion. This to me would suggest the Chaos and Dark Ether storylines were always meant to intercept, and this is not just a decision that they came up with for nostalgia purposes in Black Ops 6 Zombies. Whilst I don't think they've done a good job of intercepting them, I do think if Chaos was received differently, it would have concluded, and we would have been left on a cliffhanger that when Eddie and Sam walk through into the new universe, we would have found out that it's indeed the Chaos universe. Jason was throwing us on a whim by saying they are not connected, because technically the Ether and Chaos stories were not connected, but rather the Dark Ether story, that yes is a continuation of the Ether story, but is technically a self-contained thing at the same time. All of this evidence does seem to be early Dark Ether concepts. It is undeniable. The language used is so similar to many of the pieces of intel we have today, such as the entity who speak into Panos. Clearly, the Elder Brother is some sort of entity from the Dark Ether, and the real Rosicrucians were too. They are all individuals who clearly have a fondness for humanity and want to see them rise to greater heights. But seeing how the High Priest wants to force this change, the Elder Brothers have become incredibly worried about the fate of humankind, and seem to be equally unable to do anything. And these Dark Ether entities are often referred to as Elder Gods. We are literally seeing the beginnings here. What's even more mind-blowing is this ties into the Rhodes file we saw in the outro of the tomb, where Alistair Rhodes speculates that all of the Sentinel artifacts coming from totally different cultures indicates a common influence from a dark dimension, suggesting that the Sentinel artifacts originated from the Dark Ether realm and thus were granted to humanity from Dark Ether creatures themselves. The same is true here with the real Rosicrucians. They are from outside our world, another plane, another dimension, the place below creation. But what about the temple I mentioned, which, like I said, seems to be an early concept of the liminal spaces, and now with the concept of liminal spaces and charging these Sentinel artifacts with prima materia via the memories of people who have long since died but are trapped basically on time loops, well, this sounds extremely similar to the pockets in time, frozen in time, of the Sentinel trials. Well, that's because it does seem like they seem very similar. But what was this temple? This is the biggest reveal that these new Easter eggs have given us. There was another cipher that was translated by Richkiller that I purposely left until the end. This one is actually in the background of the Ancient Evil ending, and so was missed by a great many people. This one, though vague, has an incredibly interesting implication. The path lies ahead. Only the worthy will survive. Isn't this incredibly similar to Only the Cursed Survive? We first heard this statement in the pre-marketing for Shadows of Evil, and it would keep cropping up throughout Black Ops 3 and 4. Only the Cursed Survive is sort of a statement of fact. It's saying this is how, in the Ether storyline, everything will be. It's like a rule of the cycle, and of course parallels a lot with regards to the cursed characters of Shadows of Evil marked by the Beast. However, as we've discussed before on the channel and is now established fact, and like I said before, the Chaos storyline is the new post-Hagda Toten universe. But I really do think this was always planned. And this is a big through line connecting that marketing and the Chaos storyline. This new phrase even has an additional word in it. Only the worthy will survive. I really think the only reason Blundell said they are not connected is he wanted to shut down the theories because he thought we would guess the plot twist, which I think was a massive mistake for Blundell to do, and it's probably partly why people really struggled to get on board with the Chaos storyline when they knew it wasn't connected. Well, it turns out it would end up being. In the Ether storyline, the Cursed survive because they always have, but that rule was finally broken with the sacrifice of the original characters. They were cursed and could have survived forever, but they chose to die, or at least Primus Nikolai and Ultimus Richtofen had autonomy in that, breaking the rule. As such, there is a new rule in this universe, and the event that the worthy will survive has yet to happen. Throughout the Chaos story, up to Ancient Evil, people were constantly speculating about the fourth map. Now, we can't know for sure whether or not we would have gotten another map after that, as large amounts of evidence we've collated over the years seems to suggest that Ether was going to be a season all on its own and we were going to get a second season pass. It does seem like most likely from the leaks and rumours we've heard there were at least going to be 2 more Chaos maps in Black Ops 4. Maps like Transit Buried potentially got cut from the Ether storyline along with a couple Chaos maps, Alpha Omega and Hagda Toten released earlier instead of part of this second season pass. And you know, if you think about it, if the Ether maps were planned to be a part of the second season pass, Trek might have wanted to get the full Chaos storyline out of the way first, and then conclude the Ether storyline, but then leaves on a plot twist that the story we played before was actually the new universe the entire time. That would have been crazy, but I think it was just too much of a risk for Trek to do, especially when they were shutting down speculation, and unfortunately it just didn't pay off. Then they got rushed to work on Cold War Zombies, of course, and all of that content ended up getting scrapped, and it really is a shame. But even with that being said, the map following Ancient Evil had to be huge narratively, as Ancient Evil was such a colossal cliffhanger. Many people have speculated, and even I, many times in the past, that the next map following Ancient Evil was the Library of Alexandria. After all, Medusa does say the library in the ending cutscene.
I will open the library.
But is that really a fair guess? Other than the use of the word library, there's not really anything to hint towards the story heading to Alexandria, aside from the glimpses shown in her flashbacks, and it would be weird to have a second map set in Egypt. So personally, I'm leaning against that idea. But if we weren't going to see the Library of Alexandria, we do have a lot of hints towards something, and arguably a much better map though. In basically every Chaos map, there are heavy hints towards Poseidon, Greek god of the sea, as we see it spelled out with the alchemical symbols in the portal of the 9 ending cutscene that the priest opens up and clearly he wanted to go towards. We see it on the gateway in Ancient Evil, but here's where it gets crazy. Rich Killer, thanks to brute forcing the hashes of the texture names, has pointed out that there are numerous depictions of Poseidon in Ancient Evil itself. Indeed, Poseidon is the person responsible for turning Medusa into a vicious gorgon. In the myths, Poseidon horrifically SAs Medusa, which is common in most Greek myths. Horrible, horrible stuff happens throughout them, with her being turned into a gorgon as a result of this being in violation of the sacred temple of Athena, where she was at the time. In fact, Rich Killer points out that the statues we see in the area of the central artifact in Ancient Evil are literally Athena looking on in disgust, Medusa having been beheaded and holding the artifact, and finally, Poseidon making a vile advance towards the woman. To a modern reader, this is horrendous, as Medusa is very clearly a victim and yet is punished. This seems to be a theme that carries through in much of Medusa's dialogue in Ancient Evil. Treyarch subtly changed some of the mythology too, where in the myths, Medusa is beheaded by Perseus and her sisters are left alive. In Ancient Evil, she tells us that Perseus beheaded her sisters instead. It is incredibly interesting, therefore, that the statue of Medusa is without its head. Regardless, Medusa would rightfully want revenge on Poseidon, and that is likely what she would do, and with the knowledge she stole from Scarlet. If you had to pick one place in mythology that's most associated with Poseidon, it would undoubtedly be Atlantis, the city he founded and was ruled by him and his descendants. The Lost City, the Missing City. We already have tangible leaks for an Atlantis map dating all the way back to Black Ops 4's DLC season. One area, a so-called Earththrone room containing a waterfall. This in isolation isn't really much, but considering the looming force of Poseidon in the storyline, it seems incredibly likely that Atlantis was the true next or final map. It could have been DLC 3 or DLC 4, we won't really know, but Medusa had a mission for revenge, so it does make sense for her to go to Atlantis directly after, to get after the one who hurt her. Let's go back to the phrase, only the worthy will survive. Atlantis, in myth, was sunk deep beneath the sea as its inhabitants grew corrupt and sinful. The gods, seeing this, decided to destroy the city as a punishment. They were destroyed because they were unworthy. This message then is totally consistent with what the Order wants, even if their means are destructive. They want to guide humanity towards a future somewhat like the glory of Atlantis, but ensure that humankind never again falls to depravity. What is never mentioned in the mythology, however, is what happened to Poseidon in relation to this event. How did he feel about his city being destroyed? Perhaps he is sort of a missing god in the Chaos storyline. After all, if they are all Dark Ether entities, this would mean a god similar in power to Cortifex himself decided to raise his own city on the Earth, the greatest of any and all others. But the other beings from the Dark Ether were so offended by the moral decay of the place that they totally destroyed it. Perhaps Atlantis wasn't so much as sunk into the sea, but sunk into the Dark Ether, into the veil between realms. And the thing is, like I said before, Atlantis has been a map that we have been asking for literally since World at War. It's been speculated about since it was hinted at on Der Riese. And Treyarch trolled us with this idea of Atlantis for a very long time, moving forward with Shadows of Evil, which has the Only the Cursed Survive quote itself. Many people thought it was thematically meant to be a kind of Atlantis-like map. There's references to the missing city on the map, there's posters that seem to be an Atlantis-like place, and it's kind of like a map underwater, in this Lovecraftian-like space, where you've got a giant squid in the sky, you've got all these tentacle beings, and Treyarch might have finally wanted to do a true Atlantis map. And whilst originally we would have thought it had nothing to do with the Ether story, it would have turned out to be the new universe. How insane is this? The fact we are seeing these Dark Ether gods now recontextualized through the Chaos story lens, it does seem like this was always the plan. In fact, on Classified, there was a lot of speculation that it was hinting at an Atlantis map, because in the main Pentagon room, there is the monitor that displays a marking pointing to the middle of the ocean, which caused people to think, surely this is hinting at Atlantis. Atlantis. Of course, there's many debate on where Atlantis actually is, and this isn't the exact spot, but that's irrelevant. But if this was indeed hinting at Atlantis, and we were supposed to see an Atlantis zombies map in the future of the Chaos storyline had it not been cut short, then surely this re-validates my opinion once again that the Chaos and Dark Ether stories were always going to intercept in this fashion. This was always the intention, it just happened unfortunately in a much worse way than they initially envisioned due to developmental issues. But with Black Ops 7 appearing to be set within the heart of the Dark Ether itself, there has never been a better time for Treyarch to look back on these amazing concepts from Black Ops 4 and start trying to re-implement them properly. Different to how they've been doing in Black Ops 6, not simply name-dropping a character like Alistair Rhodes for fan service or having the Sentinel artifact be the key fetch quest throughout the entire storyline, but we end up not really doing much with it for the entire time, and really it could be any old artifact unconnected to the Chaos storyline. Instead of key jingling, actually taking a moment to look at just how detailed these concepts in Chaos were, as well as how heavily they interlinked with the real world, and attempt to put some of that narrative magic into the new storyline that, at the moment, really seems to just be ticking boxes, for mainly their own pleasure, since it's a very niche storyline. Of course, I like it, but I don't think the wider community seems to be on board, and of course the developers there since Black Ops 4 are fans of it, they really like this stuff, but it's not hitting the nail for a wider community. If there is one positive thing that's come out of all of this though, it's the true realization of how amazing the Chaos storyline, and more importantly, Jason Blundell and Craig Houston's vision for what zombies could have been, truly was in Black Ops 4, and it's a shame that in many people's eyes it was the beginning of that tower kind of crumbling. But there's still time. These things can be reintegrated like they've done in Black Ops 6, but in a better way. And maybe we can finally get to the bottom of the origins of the Order and the connections to the Dark Ether gods. Maybe we could even see some of them in Black Ops 7 Zombies. Maybe even some of them could be the Shadowsmiths. I'd like to see how this all plays down and how it even connects to the original characters returning. And most importantly, I want to see concrete information from Treyarch as to what the next 2 Chaos storyline maps were. And I would love to even see them follow it up in a game in the future. Maybe after Black Ops 7 we can finally get these maps, because who wouldn't? Because who would say no to an Atlantis map? Literally the most innovative and ambitious idea ever for a zombies map. The fact we have never seen it yet is asinine. But anyways, thank you for watching the video. Make sure to subscribe if you're not already for latest and greatest Call of Duty news information. So anyways, thank you for watching, and bye.
Was Ashes of the Damned better than Transit? Today, CJ Santa is going to be telling us what he thinks is better from Ashes and what he thinks is better from Transit. So,
crazy title, right?
Let's get it, man.
I'm the Transit guy.
Yes, sir.
It is literally my profile picture.
We're never going to forget that song and dance.
I want to go to LA. me go to LA.
DJ Crank. DJ Crank. DJ Crank. DJ Crank. DJ Crank. DJ Crank.
The brand new Black Ops 7 Zombies map Astra Malarum releases in just a few days, and so I wanted to do a video going over my honest thoughts on whether I think this will be a good or bad map. This is just based off of the marketing we've had for the map so far, and also a few of the leaks we've heard. I'm going to go through all the things I think will likely be really good about the map, and then also talk about the concerns I have for the map of things that might not be so good about it. But of course, this is all just speculation and predictions. This doesn't mean the map is definitely going to be this way, but I think it's always fun to talk about this before a map releases. Firstly, let's go over the positives. These are things that I think will likely be really good about this map, and also things that look pretty good so far just based on the marketing. I love the space theme of it. Obviously, Zombies in Spaceland is my favorite Zombies map of all time, so you guys know that I love the space setting, especially when it's done in a retro way, kind of like what they're doing with this map, with having the UFO wonder weapon, which looks absolutely insane, called the LGM, also known as the Little Green Meanie. It even has a little tiny alien inside of the wonder weapon that I guess is controlling the UFOs that it shoots out or whatever, but it looks really, really cool. And then of course the special enemy of this map, which is Oscar. He's this really cool retro futuristic looking robot, and it definitely has that space feel to it, which is also what Zombies in Spaceland was able to do. Obviously, going back to a map like Moon, that was also in space, but it didn't have that retro futuristic space feel to it like this map seems like it's going to have. Now, I don't know how far they are actually going to go with this theme. Is it going to be incorporated in the map in a lot of different ways, not just the visuals, but also with the music, with the Easter egg? I really hope they go far with that. I'm really hoping we get to see a UFO boss fight. I think that would be the coolest thing they can do for this boss. And I also hope they utilize the wall jump feature on this map in some places. Because we're in space, it would make sense that certain areas of the map should probably have some low gravity sort of thing going on, where maybe you can jump up to a higher elevation and wall jump off of it. That would be really, really fun, but we didn't see any of that in the trailer, so I'm not sure if that's going to exist. I just think it would be a missed opportunity to not do stuff like that on this map. The OG Pack-a-Punch machine returning is also really, really huge. This is something I was not expecting whatsoever, but it is so cool to see them finally do some unique looking Pack-a-Punch machines and mystery boxes. Obviously, we've seen the Origins mystery box before, but seeing that come back with Ashes of the Damned was really, really cool, and the idea of them doing that with the Pack-a-Punch machines as well is incredible. I really hope we get to see the Chaos Pack-a-Punch machine for at least one of the maps throughout the DLC season, but seeing the OG Pack-a-Punch machine back just brings me so much peace. It feels like we're getting back to some of the more classic elements of Zombies, which I've really been waiting for, and I hope that eventually they go even further with this by bringing back the OG Pack-a-Punch animation, which I have a feeling that might end up being a relic, but I don't think that's going to be a by default thing for this map. The Pack-a-Punch camo on this map also looks incredible, and although Pack-a-Punch camos are definitely not one of the most important things about a map, it's always nice to see a really cool looking Pack-a-Punch camo. Mule Kick returning is really nice as well. I'm very happy to see this perk finally back in Modern Zombies because we haven't had it since Black Ops Cold War. And I'm honestly surprised a lot of people don't like Mule Kick. I kind of get it because it can be frustrating having to swap between multiple weapons if you want to quickly get to a specific gun, but I like it because if I'm trying to level up multiple weapons at once, it's nice to have more weapons you can actually level up at a time, and especially with Cursed Mode, being able to get points a lot easier. It's going to be nice to have one gun designated as the point gun, another gun designated as a kill gun, and then your other weapon being probably the wonder weapon of that map. I think that'll be really, really nice to do, and obviously that'll be nice for all future maps. And I'm also glad they're carrying forward a lot of stuff from Black Ops 6, like some of the other field upgrades, ammo mods, and even some of the score streaks, just because it'll add more content to the game. Even if it's not very much meaningful content, it's just stuff we've already seen in that game. I'm glad they're not drip feeding it throughout the year, and instead they're just giving it to us right away. So hopefully we can get a bunch of new stuff throughout the rest of the year. And honestly, when it comes to what they've shown us so far in the marketing, that's pretty much it when it comes to the positives. There's really not many other things I can talk about when I say, oh, this part looks really cool, or this part looks really cool, because the trailers and even the blog post didn't really tell us a lot, which could be a good thing because maybe they're just hiding a lot from us. They want us to find all the cool stuff out for ourselves. And I do appreciate that when they keep things hidden, but I'm also partially worried that it just means this map isn't going to have nearly as much cool stuff as we were hoping. Now, I'm fully expecting the main Easter egg to be really, really good. Ashes of the Damned had a pretty good main quest, and I feel like they're probably going to have an even better one here. There's probably going to be lots of puzzles. I definitely hope there's lots of puzzles. I hope it's one of the most complex Easter eggs, not even just in Modern Zombies. I hope it's one of the most complex Easter eggs ever. I don't think they'll get to that point. I don't think they'll ever go as complex as some of the Black Ops 4 maps, but I do hope to see some crazy stuff that actually makes players take a long time to try and figure stuff out. And also for future playthroughs, it should take a while to master it. I don't just want it to be hard to solve, I want it to also be hard to master. And then I'm sure the relic quests will be fun too. It has been pretty fun hunting for all the different relics in cursed mode for Ashes of the Damned, and we're going to have that again with Astra Malarum. There's going to be 6 new relics, which is going to be pretty exciting. And I'm sure the map overall is just going to play a lot better in cursed mode, just like Ashes of the Damned does. But then this brings me into my concerns, because I am really concerned about the map uniqueness of Astra Malarum. This has been a pretty significant issue with the entirety of Modern Zombies. Map uniqueness just hasn't been there nearly as much as it used to be, especially in games like Black Ops 3, Infinite Warfare, and Black Ops 4. In general, in the Modern Zombies era, they've really been prioritizing having a lot of depth to the core gameplay systems, with adding stuff like augments and having a bunch of attachments to go for each weapon. There genuinely is a lot to mess around with when it comes to the stuff that you select in the menus before you load into the game, and the stuff that's streamlined across every single map. But when it comes to map unique content, map unique systems and mechanics, there really isn't enough to it, especially not in comparison to games like Black Ops 3, Infinite Warfare, and Black Ops 4. There should be way more map unique systems that set each experience apart, but there just isn't anymore. As far as they'll go with this is maybe having a few minor things, like for example, they'll throw in like a dig system on some maps, but it won't be on every map. Ashes of the Damned has a little plant system where you can grow a plant and defend it, which is pretty cool. I like that little thing, but it's a very minor feature that doesn't really have much depth to it. It doesn't add a lot to the map, and the rewards are just simply loot-based rewards. They're not even unique rewards at all. A great example of a map unique system that really makes a map feel unique compared to the other experiences is the plant system from Zetsubo no Shima. This is the best example I can give, because this is a very in-depth system. There's 3 different colored waters, and you could do all sorts of combinations with those waters to get all sorts of different plants. And yeah, some of the plants could just give you simple power-up rewards or just a free gun, which is obviously not that special, but some of the other plants can actually be unique plants. Like there's one that holds a crawler, there's one that attacks the zombies, there's one that gives you an extra life basically. There's even another one that can give you a free perk. Like there's all sorts of unique plants you can make out of this. And it's not just for the Easter egg. Of course, you do need to utilize the plant system for the Easter egg in a few different ways, but not every single combination is required for the Easter egg. So some of the other combinations are just for fun. It's just extra content to mess around with on that map. We don't really see stuff like that anymore. They'll never go that far with unique systems because they'd rather just throw all that stuff into the streamlined mechanics of the core game, because they just want everything on every single map. And I think that's the biggest issue with Modern Zombies that I really do feel like is going to stay true in Black Ops 7. I hope I'm wrong, but I just don't see this changing. The furthest they'll go with uniqueness is, like I said, that plant system on Ashes of the Damned, which again was a very simple minor mechanic, or like having the truck on Ashes of the Damned, which is really cool. I like how the truck changes up the game, and that's obviously not going to be on every single map, but that's not enough. I feel like they need to go further with it, and like I said, they just really haven't been. Klaus is a really good addition to the map though. I definitely want to see more map unique companions like that. I do think map uniqueness could be fully delivered by actually having a lot of in-depth side quests with unique rewards, because honestly, in some of those games, the thing that made the map stand out were the side quests. Looking back at Zetsubo no Shima, which is such a great example of a unique map, stuff like the spider bait side quest was huge. That was such a unique system only on that map that was really fun to do. And then obviously Grad Krovi had plenty of cool unique ones as well. I always talk about Revelations with the God Mask. That was such an awesome side quest that was really fun to work for. And then Dead of the Night had stuff like the Savage Impaler. There's tons of examples, but these maps all had unique rewards with their side quests, and we don't really see that to the same extent anymore. Even looking at Ashes of the Damned, the only side quest reward with any sort of uniqueness to it is the unlimited double points through melee kills reward that you get from killing a bear with just your melee weapon, that little side quest, which was like pretty cool side quest. I do like it, but that's not the most unique reward ever. It's definitely nice and it's fun to do, but I don't consider that a really in-depth, unique quest that really sets the map apart. It's not even close to the same as some of those other ones I mentioned. And again, even when it just goes back to like map features and just interactivity, there needs to be more things on the maps that you can just continuously interact with and have fun with. A great example is the arcade system on Zombies in Spaceland. You have all these different games you can play to get tickets for and then use the tickets on specific prizes. It's specific to that map, and it's something that makes the map more replayable because it's something you can interact with each time you play the map. It's not just all about killing zombies. There's moments where you can just play arcade games for fun. Like stuff like that we need more of. Unfortunately, you are able to see a purple light in the trailer for the map, which implies that TED tasks are returning, which I have talked about this in the past. Another thing that could attribute to map uniqueness is having unique trial systems, which they used to do back in Black Ops 3, Infinite Warfare, and Black Ops 4. I'm going to keep mentioning those games because those games were really, really good at map uniqueness. There was multiple unique trial systems that were either unique thematically or unique mechanically, and at least having one of those two things would be nice. So it's not confirmed that TED tasks are going to be on this map in the exact same way. We just know there's going to be a purple light, which implies it's going to be at least something similar to TED tasks, but let's be real, it's probably going to be just TED tasks again, which I think is such a shame. Like, why not try something different? Why not try something new? I've always wondered why they insist on doing these streamlined systems and why they insist on making the maps feel so similar, and I will say they have been doing better with Black Ops 6, and they'll probably be doing even better with Black Ops 7 compared to games like Black Ops Cold War, but it still is much worse than those games I mentioned before, like Black Ops 3, 4, and Infinite Warfare. And I think there's a few reasons for it. I think one of the main reasons is just a lack of resources. I think Treyarch has just been spread thin when it comes to development. They've been working on so many games over the past few years that they just can't design a bunch of unique systems and mechanics for every single map. It's much easier for them to design one mechanic and just put it on every single map. So when it comes to the TED tasks, it's much easier for them to just design that system and then just copy and paste it on each experience with some changes depending on what the challenge is, of course, because obviously the challenges have to apply to the map itself. Some challenges are not map specific, but some are. Like there's one on Ashes of the Dam that requires you to drive the truck around the map. Obviously that's map specific, but generally speaking, the system is kind of just the same, copied and pasted. They're not going to design a whole new system because it obviously takes a lot more time, which clearly they don't have a lot of that as of recently. But I think the other reason is just the idea of accessibility, because they want a casual fan to be able to play one map, and if they can master that map, they're going to be able to master every other map in that game. You go to a game like Black Ops 2, if you master Buried, that does not mean you've mastered Origins. Like, you can't just master one map and suddenly be great at every map in that game. There are very big differences between them that set them apart, especially when it comes to difficulty. But in a game like Black Ops 6, really all you have to do is master one map and you'll be fine in pretty much every other experience. You just got to know the right attachments, the right loadout gun, the right perks to use, the right augments, and you'll be chilling. It really doesn't matter about the map specific mechanics and features because there really isn't that many. You just maybe have to know the Easter egg if you want to do the Easter egg, or maybe you have to know the Wonder Weapon quest, but that's really it. There's really not much more to it. There's not a lot of specifics you need to understand. But I don't like that. I don't like that at all. One of the best parts of a new map releasing back in the day was the fact that it basically felt like it was a whole new game. When Mob of the Dead released in Black Ops 2, I swear it felt like I was playing a completely different game, and that was incredible. That was a great feeling. It felt nothing like Die Rise. I was learning this whole new system of the afterlife mechanic, which was awesome. And I felt the same way with every single Black Ops 3 map, every single Infinite Warfare, every single Black Ops 4 map. Like, every map had a bunch of new things to learn, and that was really, really fun, but it just doesn't feel like there's nearly as much to learn anymore. And again, there's going to be a lot of fun things to hunt for. I'm sure the relic hunt will be a lot of fun. I'm sure there's going to be a great Easter egg. I'm sure there's going to be a fun boss fight. Like, that stuff is probably going to be fun. But when it comes to just map-specific systems and mechanics, I don't see this map having a bunch to it. That is definitely my biggest concern, but hopefully I'm wrong. Even something that's kind of small, but I still want to mention anyways, is the wall weapons. We have no idea what the wall weapons on this map are going to be, but I'm kind of worried they're not going to change up the wall weapons because they really haven't been doing that all that much in the past few games. But I think especially with Cursed Mode making wall weapons a lot more important, they definitely should actually change them up map to map. I would love to even see the DLC guns be on the wall. I think that would be a no-brainer, but that's probably not going to happen. And the last thing I want to discuss when it comes to uniqueness is the Ravengers returning. I know some people people are saying it's really not a big deal, but to me it is. I really wish they did a unique special enemy for every single map, and obviously we're going to get Oscar, which looks great, but I was hoping for a new bigger special enemy and then a new smaller special enemy, which is what they were able to do in a lot of other games. Maybe not for literally every map, but I think my biggest concern here is that this is not the last time the Ravengers are going to return. If it's just for this map, okay, I can deal with that. But if they come back on at least one more map throughout the DLC season, I think that'll be a huge shame. And when I say I want new special enemies for each map, I don't mean it has to be literally brand new special enemies. It just has to be new for the game itself, so ones that haven't already appeared in Black Ops 7. I would have no issue with them bringing back some classics that we haven't seen in a while, like for example, the Valkyrie drones on Garad Krovi. I feel like something similar to that would actually fit on a map like this quite well, especially if you change the theme to be a little bit more with that retro alien vibe that Oscar is going for. That would be awesome, but we're going to have Ravengers instead, which I think is kind of a shame. And I've mentioned this many times before, I actually have no issue with a lot of special enemies being on one map, as long as they're used in specific circumstances, like specific Easter egg steps, or maybe like specific rounds, or specific areas of the map. Like there's so many cool things you can do with reusing enemies that I'm totally fine with. Just don't only reuse them and not have new ones on top of it, or don't spam us with them as well. There's definitely issues involved with that, which I obviously have had with a lot of zombies maps in the past few years. And honestly, that's about it when it comes to my concerns. I think this is going to be the biggest thing that holds back this game, even though I'm really enjoying it so far. It's the one thing I'm worried about more than anything, and I hope I'm wrong. I hope they go so far with unique systems, unique mechanics, but Ashes of the Damned just doesn't really show me that they're really going to go far with that. I feel like they're really focused on the relic quests especially, which, like I said, I have been enjoying, but I don't think everything should be put into just relic quests, which are one-time things anyways. You're not going to do them again. I feel like there should be more put into map-specific mechanics and systems and side quests rewards and all that stuff that I feel like Ashes of the Damned has been missing, and I'm worried the rest of the DLC isn't going to have much of that as well. But like I said, I'm sure the map itself is probably going to end up being pretty good. They really haven't been taking like massive risks with their maps recently, to the point where every map is pretty much guaranteed to be at least a good experience, and I do think this one's going to be the same. And honestly, I think it'll probably end up being better than Ashes of the Damned. I've really been enjoying the cursed mode mechanics, love having the classic point system back, even though there's some things I would like for them to tweak and change a little bit. Overall, I'm having a great time with it, and I do feel like I'm probably going to have a lot of fun with Astra Malarum. Pretty much every leak about this map has been positive. There hasn't been a lot of specifics, but the Ghost of Hope has been hinting towards this map being very, very big, like in terms of how crazy it is. Apparently the boss fight is supposed to be really crazy and huge, so I'm really excited to see what that's actually going to look like when we get our hands on the map itself. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section down below. I will see you all in the next one. Peace out.